because the sun pokes out. It's quite nice applying sun cream. Oh, shot of the day so far. First boundary, and it's a fine boundary as well. Just over pitch from Taylor. Jonathan leans into it, says thank you very much. End of the third over, 10 for 1.
Yeah, what a glorious shot that was from Jess Jonathan. Just leant into it, as you said, and just caressed it really past the fielders, and it flew on this Scarborough outfield. I believe they've got one more ball to go because Mary Taylor is still about to bowl.
I beg your pardon, you're correct. Need to get my abacus out. Pay more attention. The way a few fielders started moving, I must say I thought it was the end of the over, but clearly not. Umpires Suri Shanmugam and Ant Harris know better. Finishes with a dot. It's a successful over for Mary Taylor. It's her 9th wicket this season for the 21-year-old all-rounder from Eastbourne. 10 for 1, beg your pardon, after 3. 3 games going on elsewhere as well today in the Women's Metrobank One Day Cup. 2 games going on as well, I should say. 3 across the day, including here at Scarborough. So we'll get more of an idea of how that table looks by the end of things. I mentioned just how tight things have been with that block from 9 through to 4. Warwickshire with 14 points, with 3 wins, 3 losses, and down to Durham, 2 wins of 4 losses and a tie here, and split those 6 teams by win. Brett to continue. This is her second. Starts with a full toss, and she's completely got away with that. Boyce has slightly got it off the bottom of the bat, straight at mid-off. There we go. Better ball from Brett. Finds deep cover.
Yeah, Georgie Boyce has started slowly on a number of occasions, and if she can work her way through that, then I'm sure that she'll cash in later on. She has the ability to hit boundaries, but she just looks a little bit hesitant at the moment, probably based off the fact of the number of runs that you read out earlier in her earlier matches. But she has that. She does have some nice shots, but she just looks like she's lacking a bit of confidence at the moment.
Yeah, she built a nice platform with Winfield Hill 3 days ago at York.
Yeah.
They were 62 without loss, but Yorkshire have had the tie here chasing against Durham, and then 2 narrow defeats chasing as well against Essex at Headingley, and then against Hampshire at York in recent times too. Jonathan just easily finding the gap out to deep cover for another single.
And what Jonathan and Boyce are doing here nicely is just keeping to rotate the strike. Now for young bowlers and teams, that's quite hard because it means that the line of the bowling has to change each time. But that's really nicely bowled by Phoebe Brett, who just managed to put that in exactly the right line, and it's defended by Georgie Boyce. So whenever you've got a left-right hander in, you're looking to rotate the strike.
Pushes that through quicker and flatter, and I don't think Boyce quite meant it to go here, but it will scoot away towards a shorter boundary. Just on that note, did one of my favourite things as part of my Scarborough ritual, either on match day -1, I call it in modern parlance, or today, because I got the post-Trent Bridge train up late last night. I had a chat with John Dodds about the pitch.
The groundsman.
Yeah.
Absolute superstar here at Scarborough.
Quite the character. As Brett comes wider on the crease, that's straight at point. End of the over. 14 for 1 off 4. We were chatting about all sorts, but in terms of what you need to know, they think that it's a quicker, bouncier, fresher pitch than what we got against Durham, and I think we've already seen a bit of that with Mary Taylor with the new ball. Also fascinating to note the ground dimensions. If you're hitting with the bowling from the far end away from, if you're hitting from our end, the Pease Home Park end of the ground, that slope that goes away is a 60 metre boundary coming round right to Owen, but as you go towards the bleachers is 50 metres. Now that is a big difference, because yes, it's 60 metres running down a small slope, but that 10 metre boundary difference is big enough that these got to factor that into their bowling plans and how they go about it. We're quite a long way across towards the bleachers in terms of the squares available. As Mary Taylor starts a new over, just straying a little too wide and trying to tempt
the popular
Jonathan.
stand?
Well, there's a few different names in it. I've heard a lot of people call it the bleachers as well. But the popular bank I've heard used in past as well.
Very iconic with the Scarborough ground are those bleachers or popular stand. Just really nice place to watch.
Yeah, you see an image of it, you wouldn't need anyone to tell you. Very distinguishable as to where you are. Taylor this time, nicely driven by Jonathan, but straight at extra cover. So that is one thing that will be really key throughout this game. How do you manage that 50 metre boundary going round that popular bank sort of area? And actually, it's almost towards the tee room. That's when it's at its very shortest. So that will be part of the things as well. But they're very happy with the pitch they've prepared. I think that was a change-up attempted by Taylor. Some kind of cutter, seemed to be rolling her hand across the ball.
Yeah, and one of the nice things here at Scarborough is because of those bleachers, I've seen a young guy take an absolutely fantastic catch in the men's county championship game last year. You see youngsters.
Championship men's game last season. Jonathan again looking good, and this time has found a drive that's pierced the field. Straight drive, that's pure perfection, really.
Yeah, just leant into it, just pushed it back up to the, what's that called, the Trafalgar Square end of the ground.
Correct.
And she just makes it look very easy, and the nice thing for the Yorkshire side is to have somebody with that quality and working with the whole team, because the youngsters can see how she goes about building an innings.
She's certainly setting quite an example. If there was fantasy cricket for the Metrobank Women's One Day Cup,
she'd have to be a point scorer.
Well, and this is the thing, because a lot of these games these days do dynamic pricing, so when a player scores more points, their price goes even higher, which tests you as to how you build your team. There'd be a lot of people across the UK with headaches as to how they make sure they get the funds to buy Jess Jonathan, because her stock would have been pretty high before she'd have played a game for Yorkshire on account of her fabulous career for Australia. But somehow she's probably even exceeded the very high expectations Yorkshire would have had of her. It's Jonathan this time. Can only drive straight at cover. Good battle on here as Taylor senses a chance for another scalp.
Yeah, Taylor's really developed well. She came up from Sussex, didn't she, originally? And
that is correct.
Twin sister Millie?
Yes, both went to Bede School, and a nice little story is that the sisters actually sometimes swapped lessons.
Yeah,
a trick that their teachers didn't notice. If they were both doing a subject they didn't enjoy, and they both had a subject that they were doing that actually the other one would prefer, they'd be like, go on, we'll do a lesson swap then.
Yeah, and no doubt they've developed their cricket by bowling at each other and batting against each other, so I'm sure that Millie will come through later as well.
Oh, Jonathan, has she got a nick on that? Umpire Harris is on move. That would have been a massive scalp to get.
Yeah, interestingly, Nat Rafe didn't make a sound, and usually when you see that from a bowler coming in and then the wicket keeper taking it, you can usually see from the reaction of both of them whether that was a genuine appeal or not. But it was a loose shot. It's
rare something's given and turns out indeed to have been very much out when you don't get both bowler and keeper in unison. Taylor now switching back to right arm over, but that doesn't stop the driving excellence of Jonathan, who yet again is looking all class. Century here against Durham, and she's made quite the series of beautiful drives in the V since coming out here at Scarborough after the early loss of Winfield Hill, and that takes Yorkshire to 23 for 1 after their most profitable over of the innings so far, 9 coming off it.
Yeah, what a glorious shot. She just makes it look so easy, and She just hits through the ball nicely, takes the weight forward, head is over the ball, and she just strokes the bat through, and it's not like it's a big sort of frantic there from Georgie Boyce.
Well, great to have you with us here at Scarborough, and apologies if you're experiencing a bit of a division streaming operations needed today with Yorkshire's men in Dade County Championship action at Headingley. And Vertu, of course, fantastic to have your company. And then no result in 4th against Yorkshire in 7th of 9 with 2 wins, 4 losses and the tie here against Durham. Mary Taylor looks for her second scalp. She got Winfield Hill out for 2, and that again is all the right spots from Taylor.
Yeah, she's very good the way she, as a young bowler, that she was hit for 4 earlier in the over, but she's just come back in nicely and just brought the line in and just made sure that the length is right, and that's can do as a young bowler is concentrate on the next ball and not dwell on what the last ball was.
Elsewhere, Durham versus Somerset at Chester Street. It's Taylor this time into the pads of Boyce. Taylor really likes it. Again, Nat Rave not interested at all.
She's not been invested in many of these appeals so far. She's.
I've been something of a believer in this myself. You actually only go up for the one you're sure of, so that you build some sense of trust and confidence with the umpire that they don't think you're excessive about it in a different way.
Yeah, it's managing the game, isn't it?
Exactly. Down the ground from Boyce, and she's very unlucky because she's hit the straight drive too straight. Either side might well have gone for 4. It deflects away for a single instead. So end of the one of that game. Elsewhere against Somerset, down 30 for 1 in the 6th bat. 4th, there's just 1 win that rates all the teams in that section of the table. And by the end of that, we'll be half round 8 in this competition. It's in Lancashire, the defending champions, against Surrey at the Oval. Lancashire in 8th, just 5 losses to the campaign. Surrey in 3rd, 4 wins and 3 defeats. Today, Georgia Davis to come on. Season's best of 38, which she put up last time out in win against Lancashire. She's rooting Brett, so it'll be more in from the East Home Park end as the visiting captain looks to make an impression. Swivel ball. It's a little bit short. There's no one really big chase. Get anywhere near. It's a bit of a help yourself delivery by her. It's a bit of a free.
Head coach in the women's game for some time. Value of women in the women's game. It's played out to short point, and there's no run for that.
Short again from Davis.
Which has enabled Georgie Boyce to pull the first one and then just to pull that one now single.
7 for 1. 8 is on with Story, the 25-year-old Midlands Police. So it's just spin account. Product of the Warwickshire Academy. A senior debut for the Bears against Surrey in 2015, but that was on women's county cricket. Was in a much more amateur place than it is now. She actually played for the Yorkshire Giants in the KSL in 2019 to a couple of games, but didn't bat bowl. She was with Spucks for all 5 seasons of the regional era, and then she had her England debut again in 2024. Georgia Davis taking 2 for 19. Taylor continues, and for the first time today, just uses a line down there. But Davis, in a different era, would have been someone much like played who was learning from cricket and you fit around being a copper, and actually she was able to go and give up being a officer, go all in cricket. She got rewarded for that by ultimately pushing her on her ability to end up being that England reckoning, and she was top wicket in the 25 Metrobank One Day Cup. So Davis offering that threat. At the other end is Taylor, who is cut ferociously. That's one of the better shots Boyce has played all day, but it goes on that. Unluckily for her, straight to Abby Freeborn.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn would have been pleased with the bound of that one because it did come to her at a nice height. So, shot from Georgie Boyce, but well fielded by Abby Freeborn.
It is a bowling round of an outfield. It's in a fantastic state. Boyce this time is going straight to short mid-wicket.
Merit has straightened it nicely in that she's got a deep mid-wicket, deep square leg, and a a deep fine legger, the 2 fielders out because we're in power play at the moment.
So that's straight to extra cover from Boyce.
Yeah, and that ring on the offside which Boyce has hit, be Freeborn and Austin now out in the cover area. So nice tight field on the offside, and that's what the captain Georgie Davis will be asking Taylor to do, is just bowl it on middle and off.
So exactly the bowling that Dr. Jane Powell alongside had ordered.
Yeah, as a captain you'd be pleased if you both just did that all the time. If you asked them to do that and they consistently did it.
Apologies again if you're experiencing some technical issues with our streaming setup. It's technical gremlins here at Scarborough working very hard on sorting out as best we can for you. So that is, again, not for the first time. Taylor just slightly losing that non-bowling arm, collapsing away and causing her to just drift down leg.
Yeah, and for those youngsters listening, if you fall away offside to the offside, then your brain is saying, I've got to push it down to straighten it up, I've got to push it more leg, and as a result you tend to end up pushing it down leg side, so it's actually opposite what you think is going to happen.
It's better and straighter from Taylor, who we've already seen how destructive she can be when she gets it right. Got the important wicket of Wimper Hill, but since then these two have rebuilt quite nicely, and Boyce is looking increasingly solid for her 17. Came on loan last season for Yorkshire for plays for the T20 Blast. You wouldn't be too surprised if that loan gets extended into the upcoming T20s. But the one thing I can tell you for certain is she won't be playing in Yorkshire's T20 Blast next week, as another over comes to an end, 39 for 1 off 9, because that is against Blaze at Trent Bridge. So
that's right.
Unless Blaze were to not only not be interested in extending her loan, but put her into that Blaze team, which would be a bit of a surprise because she's barely played a lot for Blaze last season, and of course has been at Yorkshire on loan for this campaign. It's a double header of Yorkshire versus Nottinghamshire, men's and women's. Of course, Blaze will come Nottinghamshire next season, and then you can get your tickets for the last Headingley double header next Sunday. Tough test for Yorkshire. Defending champion Surrey are in town on the women's side, and then later on that day it's the men against Derbyshire. Davis continues into the pads, but again, you know that when the appeal comes from backward point and mid wicket,
yeah,
that we're looking at more comedy than anything else in an LBW shout sense.
And I guess
finds that cover gap.
Sorry, I guess a lot of these teams will have to use the depth of their squads once the women's.
There's some now conversing all up in the yards. Some are going to be hit by this more than others. For Yorkshire, Hannah Roney out injured and hasn't made that World Cup squad, but it's likely Yorkshire will be without her as well. They'll lose Sarah Callis, who's been in exceptional run-scoring form for Yorkshire in recent times. But it might actually slightly favour you compared to others, in the sense that Yorkshire might lose slightly fewer players to the World Cup than others might have done. Sarah Glenn, of course, is not in England's World Cup squad. Tilly Coleman getting her call up. Boyce will get one. I'm not sure that came off the bat. It sounded like a very wooden pad.
Leg by.
There's a leg. Yeah. There's a leg by. Beg your pardon. The other way around didn't sound like a wooden pad. Sounded like a very paddy bat. Didn't quite sound like it. She got on it. Indeed, Boyce gets nothing to her score, but Yorkshire get one more. Jonathan cuts this way, going back. She didn't get all of it, but there's nobody behind square on the offside. And a ferociously effortful diving chase that you would have seen flying into the back of your shot there. And actually, as it was Chloe Brewer who did most of the fielding, but you've got to admire the effort. It was out of what you might be seeing, but chase right the way round from deep cover, covering about 40 yards in desperation to try and flick it in. This time Jonathan cuts away and has managed to get it past point, and again it means that deep cover fielder has to give it an enormous chase for the second time in his and won't quite get there. It's Cadley who's, my goodness me, that GPS tracker might be in the last minute or so for her. It's about the 10th over after a few more words from Dr. Jim Powell as Yorkshire rebuild to 47 for 1. She'll be joined by the fantastic Aaron Voles.
And it's always nice to come to the end of the power play from a batting perspective and also a fielding perspective. The bowling team now will be able to put 2 more fielders out of the ring area, the 25-yard ring area, so they'll be able to offer a little bit more cover. And with that, there's a change of bowling, and they're going to bring Suran Kumar on from the Trafalgar Square end of the ground. Morning, Aaron. How are you?
Very good morning, Jane. Yeah, very well. It's a funny day, though, isn't it, here in Scarborough with the weather? One minute it's beautiful, bright sunshine, and the next it's quite bitter and chilly.
Yeah, and I keep going on and off with the old sunglasses as well. It's sometimes bright and sometimes it goes behind a cloud. But here we go.
Yeah, it's Suran Kumar bowling up first here to Geordie Boyce from the Trafalgar Square ends. First in a couple of games, actually, that Anu has been bowling, been predominantly a batting option this season. Scored twin 50s against Surrey and Hampshire to kickstart the campaign. Of course, she'll be opening the batting alongside Georgia Redmayne a little bit later on today. Didn't bowl at all against Lancashire in Southport. Here she is in Scarborough. Has gone off to a very disciplined start here. Back-to-back dot balls against the Yorkshire opener.
Yeah, she's got a nice little pace, hasn't she, Suma? She comes down the hill quite quickly. Almost with the height, she can skid the ball through as well.
Yeah, it's a nice tactic as well with Nat Wraith standing up to the stumps. So slightly shorter and punched through the covers there by Georgie Boyce, which will be a single out towards the aforementioned Karis Pavley. But definitely a handy bowling option for the Bears, along with the likes of Pavley herself, the left arm orthodox, of course Chloe Brewer, who we saw with the in-swing last season, Mary Taylor, Georgia Davis. Of course, we haven't seen the leg spin of Hannah Baker yet either, so plenty of different options at Davis's disposal today. Suran Kumar bowls here to Jonathan. That one very full down the leg side, beats the dive of Nat Wraith. Protection is there in the form of Abby Freeborn, so just be the additional run conceded with the wide.
Yeah, Abby Freeborn is very narrow for the fine leg there for the left-hander. She's now down there quite in a similar position as a third man position as Suran Kumar comes in once again.
That one short again. Of course, as a result of those extras, Yorkshire bringing the team 50 in this over. It's been a solid start and a good rebuild between these two. Jonathan and Boyce. They don't look uncomfortable at the crease, do they? They're not looking rushed so far.
No, I don't think there is any rush. You know, you've got 50 overs, and 50 overs is a long time. You don't need to go crazy, as that's just helped round to that final angle a little bit wider, so a little bit of work for Freeborn, who does that nicely, and it just keeps them to 1 run. Yeah, I think 50 overs, sometimes we underestimate just how long you've got. You've got 300 balls. If you were to score 1 a ball, you've got 300 runs. You don't need to panic at the early stages of the game, and sometimes because most people grow up playing 20 overs, they're a little bit too frantic to start with. As that's gloriously driven through the cover boundary, and that's going to beat the fielder out there, and that's another glorious 4 from the bat of Georgie Boyce.
Yeah, she's looked in very good touch today indeed as the opening bats. Moves her on to 23, the score on to 56 for 1 after 11.
Yeah, quite an expensive over that one with, I'm just trying to do the maths, 9 off that over. and often that will happen when you put a new bowler on. You've had batters in there a lot longer, you know, they're not as nervous, and they've got start to get the pace of the wicket, and so they can take full advantage of that, and that's what happened there. Georgia Davis is going to continue from the P-zone park end. A little bit of manoeuvring going on with the fielders. Mary Taylor's being sent out to deep backward square.
Yeah, have a deep forward square as well to the Bears. Still a 5-4 field in favour of the offside here for the left-handed Donaldson. Slip in play as well. Not giving plenty of flight by Davis, just pushed into the offside for no run.
You know, it's quite difficult just looking around, because some of the Bears staff walking the statutory yellow-orange bibs, and sometimes you can glance up and think there's more fielders out there, but they're staff people just walking around because of the navy blue nature of the kit.
Yeah, one of those is the head coach, Ali Madden, going for his customary laps around North Marine Road. Of course, you can also see the two substitute fielders out there at what is now deep forward square, and more towards. It's Millie Till and Sophie Beach. The two out there as Davis bowls here to Boyce. Now down the leg side, there's a big appeal from Davis. A couple of the Bears fielders going up in a rather extravagant appeal.
Yeah, that was very extravagant, especially from, I think it was Georgie Redmayne out there at short mid-wicket, you know, and it's like, now you're in England now, Georgie, you can't use Aussie tactics out here.
Certainly a character is Georgie Redmayne. Davis here dealing in dot balls, precisely what the visitors needed after that previous over. Really is a fantastic bowler, is Georgia Davis. Michael mentioned the stat that last season 23 wickets in the competition, more than anybody else in the 2025 Metrobank One Day Cup.
Yeah, what a great record that is, you know, and what a great stat to have. But any player of any note will be trying to increase on that in this season, so that will be a concern now.
100%.
You're only as good as your last ball, and that was a good ball.
And a good over. Went for just the solitary run. So Yorkshire 57 for 1. Georgie Boyce is on 23. Guess what, Best John is also 23. There's a bit of symmetry there.
Yeah, very nice.
And with a change of bowling out from the Trafalgar Square end. So just the solitary over from Anderson and Kumar, and on in a place will be the leg spinner Hannah.
Yeah, it's, you know, James and Kumar, sometimes, you know, if you have that first over that goes for a few runs and you take an off away, it's really hard to come back from that. So Warwickshire will be hoping that their spinners will be able to bowl the bulk of the overs required, because bring her back on will, you know, come back from that negative feeling of I got hit for runs and now I've been taken off.
Well, we'll touch upon that after this next delivery, Jane. I'll delve into the world of the cricket captain in that situation. Baker bowls here to Johnson. Just works that on the leg side for what should be a single. As a captain, if you've made that decision, would you have a little bit of a word with the bowler who's been taken off? Is that something which you'd do?
You'd have to. You can't just take people off, because, you know, things go on in everybody's minds, but if you don't even speak to the bowler, then they start thinking it's even worse. You know, you're almost going I can't say that word, catastrophe, you know, and you spiral down, and I think you've got to try to keep your players up and just say, I'm going to try a bit later, you know, because I want to carry on with spin, because it's quite successful at the moment, so give them a reason as well.
Well, a little bit of a half appeal there from the visiting side. Baker already showcasing that danger that she possesses with the spin. I know that yourself and Michael were having that conversation about Phoebe Brett earlier as well. Hannah Baker, similar story, also a product of the Pears Academy out in Worcestershire, as Boyce drives that delightfully. Should be cut off there by Pavley. Indeed it will be, just a single scoop there from the Yorkshire batter.
Yeah, I think that was just over-pitched, and Georgie Boyce is enjoying that one that's slightly over-pitched, because she's just getting into that driving groove at the moment, and she's hit some lovely shots out there through extra cover.
Yeah, the aesthetics have been very nice indeed. Jonathan there shuffles down track a couple of steps, can't quite beat the effort of mid-on. For the Bears, this is the prized wicket. Can they keep Jonathan quiet? She has been an outstanding bowling, hasn't she, Jane?
Yes, not just from her batting, but from her or bowling, not just batting and bowling, but from her leadership point of view as well, and the way she speaks to the players, the way she encourages them.
Well, that one will be the effort of Freeborn, slashed away down towards the Popular Bank. Beautifully executed shot that from the Aussie boundary to round out the over as well.
Yeah, great shot from Jess Jonathan, and with that I'll pass you on to wonderful Maru Khan.
Excellent, thank you very much, Dr. Powell. So that was the end of the over. 13 have gone. Yorkshire are 63 for 1. So these two beginning to pile on the runs. Already the 50 partnership has been reached between Jonathan and Boyce. The Australian on 28, the English opener on 24. As it is an absolute pleasure and a delight to welcome back to Yorkshire Cricket TV the one and only Maruf Khan. Maruf, very good morning to you, sir.
Very good morning to everybody concerned. Apologies to our viewers and listeners. You haven't heard me for a little while earlier on. I do apologise. Beautiful Scarborough traffic got the best out of me.
Here is Davis to Boyce again. Just steps into that shot.
And happy to be here. Happy to see yourself as well, Aaron. Looks like Yorkshire in a steady position at the moment. 63 for 1. Two batters there.
Shouts of catch, it goes over the top of Philly Bretts, and that is another imperious thought off the bat of Georgie Boyce, who we mentioned this earlier, Ruford, but she's just got into a real rhythm, a mojo to her batting here today.
And it's beautiful to watch. You see the ball being flighted just above the eye line, being able to use your feet, hitting through the line of the ball. Good cricket, that.
That one shorter, pulled away, backward square for what's just a single. Chloe Brewer, the fielder out there, it's deep backward square.
The last two balls define how the game is going. Looks like a good batting track. I think flighted ball above the head. You want to be hit again. Ball a bit short towards square leg. Cat and mouse cricket as we again.
Again, it's a nice delivery that from Georgia Davis, and equally well played by the left-handed Jonathan. Be a really good battle between those two. Davis, the Warwickshire captain, taking on Yorkshire's most informed player, full stop, regardless of the department. Batting, bowling, fielding, Jonathan has done it all. His Boyce again advances, and it will just go over top. Yet again, it's 4 more, a couple of boundaries already coming in that region of the Yorkshire opener. And that will be the ends of the over. Another 4-for-1 for the White Rose. They're now 73 for 1.
It's a good start for me there, Aaron. I walk in and I see a couple of boundaries being hit. Voice is quite interesting to see the fact that, if you flat the ball again to me, I'm going to play my shots. I'm aware of what my strengths are, and I'm clearly looking forward to making sure that I make you pay for ball a bad ball. And I think that is a good way of starting, putting an impetus on an innings as well. So I think it's good to watch, and I think what Scarborough gives you all the time is good wickets, good tracks, value for money for your shots.
It certainly does. Michael was mentioned that a little bit earlier. We had that conversation with John Dodds, the head groundsman here. Said this is an excellent batting track. As that one a full toss and whipped away behind square by Jonathan for 1. It is incredible, really. He mentioned the statistic as well. In terms of Tim's batting burst here, it's very much a bat first kind of pitch, bat first location. Look to pile on the runs. That's the name of the game here at North Marine Road.
In the past also, overseas players have enjoyed batting at Scarborough. We've Last year when we hear Imam ul Haq was batting.
Yes,
remember
indeed.
that? Yeah, I know. He was talking about it. I spoke to him after the game as well. He was like,
Jonathan just about evades Georgia Davis. It's a valiant effort from the Warwickshire captain even. Jonathan just has enough lift, loft and elevation to get it over the top. And the boundaries now, Ruther, beginning to come through with a bit more regularity.
I think they just want to make sure that I'm commenting on it as well. So I think as soon as I walked in, I've seen 4 boundaries, which is a great start for me as well. Keeps me interested. But yes, if you look at the way the bowling is happening, you see the way the fields are. If you wanted to flight that ball, I would rather have mid-off and mid-on back and cover the areas where you don't. I don't think you're bowling the areas where you want to be hit. Look, if you look at deep square leg and a deep mid-wicket there, we don't see much in terms of what the areas. I think that field deserves a flatter trajectory of bowling, right like that.
That one well fielded by Abby Freeborn.
And if you understand the way the psyche of the game is, if you are flighting the ball and then the batter wants to hit you over the top, you need to have the right men in the right areas.
All 3 of those have been somewhat close though to finding the fielders. It hasn't had ridiculous elevation, and like that one, there's 0 chance that one is being stopped from Jess Johnson. Emphatically played downtown for 4.
Fair to say, Aaron, I'll rest my case.
Well, I suppose that kind of shot definitely attests to that school of thinking. I mean, that was impeccable.
Beautiful batting as well. Great batting as well. And more importantly, just goes to show how good this wicket is.
Just pushed forward.
And as if on cue, we have a long gone.
Yep. Yeah, I think that was the wise move, to be honest. I think of it a couple of deliveries, see if they're tempted. They were, but they've executed the shot of the 50 over Yorkshire. 83 for 1. Georgie Boyce is on 34. Jess Jonathan is on 38. It appears as though we will have a change of bowling here from the P-Zone Park end. Will be a continuation of spin, however a different style of spin. Karis Pavley with the left arm orthodox will replace her captain Georgia Davis. Karis of course having a wonderful season for the Bare Ragged staff. Currently the leading run scorer in the competition. Has also played a very useful role with the ball in hand, and as we've already seen today, a real live wire in the field. Always puts the body on the line, gets those dives in. Precisely the kind of all-rounder you'd want in any cricket side.
Just the fact that she's had as well, hasn't she been rewarded for something in the England ranks? Or am I thinking too far ahead for Karis Pavley?
Well, here she is bowling to Boyce. That one down the leg side. Unfortunately didn't quite make it into the current ODI side against New Zealand. Jodie Goocock did though, which is fantastic.
It's good to see, yes.
Of course, the Essex all-rounder. She bowls leg spin. Pavley is certainly someone to watch out for. Very, very bright future in the game. Will have a prominent role to play in the upcoming T20 Blast as well. That was shorter, uppish from Georgie Boyce.
Sometimes we have to also understand the progress of the game as well. Karis is coming to bowl the first over. She's not quite sure how the ball's going to react, how it's going to come out of her hand. And if I'm a batter batting at 35 or 38 runs, I'm looking to dominate. I'm trying to be able to show that, if anything that's wrong happening on the wicket, I'm going to be able to get those runs. In this way, I think Karis is getting away with the fact that she's bowled 3 or 4 ordinary balls and just conceded a few singles. If a couple of them had gone for boundaries, then she would be under pressure coming on for the next over as well. Just the cat and mouse game that you'd like to see, and especially when you're trying to dominate and get as many runs as possible and putting the bowler under pressure.
That's precisely the thing you need to do against spinners. You don't want to let them settle in, do you? You've got to try and disrupt them ASAP if you can. Here she is bowling to Jonathan. That one carved away delightfully through point for what should be at least 2. Shall remain 2 there for Jonathan. She moves into the 40s. But it is always a fascinating element of the game.
And rightly so. I think you look at moments in the game, and at this point in time, after you lost your early wicket, there we go.
That one darted in and dispatched through deep mid-wicket for 4. That one disdainful from Jonathan. Moves her on to 44. Yorkshire on to 91 for 1. The partnership continuing the build very healthily here.
And precisely as I was saying, a bad ball being dispatched, pressure back onto the bowler.
Well, how does Pavley respond after that? Yet again, it's a darting one. Zipped in with the arm. That time just a single on the offside.
Just judging by that shot as well, Aaron, I thought I rarely see that shot in the game, and in the women's game is the late cut. I don't see that much girls try to go hard at the ball. Just by the feel and judging by it, even if she would try to just put the bat on it, there was nobody at short third who could protect those runs. Just like that.
Well, there is protection there. If Hannah Baker can get across, puts in the dive, does an outstanding job. Does the leg spinner. And that'll be 2. Saves a couple for her side. So that'll be the end of the over. Yorkshire motoring along very nicely here. The White Rose 94 for 1 after 16. Jonathan just 5 runs away from yet another half century in the 2026 Metrobank One Day Cup. We were speaking about it earlier, Rufa, but she is the ideal player, isn't she, for a cricket side? Someone who has contributed immensely with the bats. Already seen those 2 centuries against Lancashire and Durham, of course, that one coming here in Scarborough. And with the ball as well, took 4 for 30 against Lancashire, 4 for 18 against the Bays, 3 for 24 against Durham. I mean, it is quite brilliant, really.
Very smart player as well, you know, she's understanding, she reads the game, looks like she's quite a strong head on her shoulders as well, you know. You mentioned about those 3 facets of her game, but also contributing immensely on those 3 facets, you know. You could have players who have all the skills but unable to deliver, but you having a couple of hundreds, getting 2 fills and 3 fills as well, trying to influence the game. Seems to be that she's had a fantastic start to the season, and long it may continue for Yorkshire.
Can't give plenty of flight, driven and caught. Baker, the difference maker for Warwickshire. And Yorkshire have lost their second. The White Rose 94 for 2. The partnership is broken, and of course it was going to be the wrist spinner, the X-Factor bowler, to come into the mix. Baker gets the big wicket of Georgie Boyce for a well-made 37.
Georgie might be a little disappointed with that shot. If she had given herself a bit more elevation, probably she could have beaten the short extra cover there. Having said that, nevertheless, partnership, good rhythm. And now another informed player walking in, Claire Callis. You know, she's who I think gets the tough runs for Yorkshire as well, and she sticks it in. So I think at this point it will be good to her having Jess around her and just, you know, talk to her through, because it's still a long way to go in the game.
There are plenty of overs remaining. Still 33 and a bit to go. And this, of course, the first innings of the game. We'll do the Warwickshire run chase a little bit later. Yeah, you mentioned there about Stair Callis. What a season she has had so far. Scored 38 against Surrey at the Oval, 61 against the Blaze at Headingley, 45 in the Roses match, 79 here again at Scarborough. So these two batting together could produce some incredible fireworks today. Scored 65 not outs against Essex and 46 against Hampshire in the most recent game at Clifton Park. So yeah, this for the Bears is probably the partnership, you'd argue. Georgia Davis there, deep in conversation with Hannah Baker. We mentioned earlier about rhythm as well. For Hannah Baker, getting a wicket early doors in your spell certainly helps as a wrist spinner.
I like that pace. I like that pace, the way the ball's coming through as well. Hannah is making sure that she is making Alice be a little unsure about her footwork. Stay of all runs that you mentioned, Arun, she would not get a better wicket to get more runs on. Scarborough is known for the good batting track. The sun's beating on it. It feels like we are definitely in Scarborough at this point in time.
It does. It's a wonderful place to come and watch some cricket at. I know we've waxed lyrical about it in both men's and women's cricket, but it is spectacular. Jonathan again slightly chips that one on the leg side. Georgia Redmayne admittedly isn't quite in that position to get near the catch. Redmayne very, very eager to with the appeals, noticed that a couple of times.
Yeah.
But that will be a top ball to round out the over. Successful one for Warwickshire. Just the 2 runs conceded and the big wicket, the post one of Georgie Boyce. So Yorkshire 96 for 2 after 17. And now Ruther out the rebuild again, isn't it, for Yorkshire? We saw a really good partnership between Boyce and Jonathan. It was worth 88 runs for the second wicket.
Little platform already been laid, isn't it? 88 runs for the second after losing the first one pretty early. I think that's good. And also for now, as we have the batters asking to see if they can move the side screen, gives us some more time to chat about it. It's also a rebuilding phase, but also a building phase at a good clip. Purely because, if Sir gets in and she has the time, we want her to really explore the other shot-making options that she has. And I think the time on her side is very important for her to just pace herself with this innings. They're still going it around, I think, about six runs and over, around that time, just about, yeah. Which tells you that it is a really good wicket. And, without put pressure on batters, they need to make sure they're making maximum use of the time that they have on the wicket.
100%, and we haven't really seen prominent turn either on the surface at this early stage of the game. As we see Pavley return to bowl. Yet again, really zips it in the arm ball. Reminds me a little bit of Dan Mosley for their men's side. Just needs to get a little bit better. About there. Right on cue. It's almost as though Carrie said us.
I think you have to make sure our microphones are not being put in your pockets as well to just make sure they're hearing us. But I think exactly what I'm saying. You are actually giving the bowler time to settle in. The bad balls need to be dispatched so that there's more pressure on the bowler. And that's the game of capital bounce we talk about. She's got away with one bad ball, come back with a stronger ball, change the strike, and she's just going to start rebuilding. I like the field that she has right now. She needs to make sure she's attacking the stumps.
Yet again, a nice area, isn't it, from Pavley in the same breath. Well dealt with by Jonathan. Moves her on to 47. Yorkshire 2 shy of the team century. That one just angled down the leg side. Worked, scored the wicket for 1.
That's exactly what Esther is really good at. She's good at rotating strike. She understands what's needed of her to get into the rhythm of batting, and she will be a very busy player rotating strike and making sure the soak balls keep sticking all the time.
Pavley just making a slight adjustment in the field. Deep square leg has gone to deep forward. Jonathan looks to whisk that one away. It's actually ended up relatively fine. Long chase on there for the fielder. Will be scooped up, and Australian limited to just 2 runs. There is the team 100 up for Yorkshire. Arrives in this 18th over. Probably hear the reactions as well from the Yorkshire players below us in the pavilion. Warmly applauded. Jonathan, of course, just 1 run away from her half century. And right on cue, the Australian delivers yet again. Jess Jonathan has been the very embodiment of the word consistency in 2026. Raises the bat once more, but as we've seen at this very venue in the past, we know that she can go even bigger. And that's the first milestone. The next thoughts in her mind: how can I double this and get to a third century of the season. So we see the end of the over. Team have gone. Yorkshire are 102 for 2.
Clearly, Jess is thinking the job half done at this point in time. You have about was to still bat, and I think she is really gearing herself for a big one. And I would like to see a big run because this wicket is looking better and better as the game progresses.
We're just touching upon that point, Ruth, because of course she played the game to a much higher standard. As much as I enjoy the Cotswold Hills 4th Division, I don't think it's quite to the level of Indian State cricket. Jonathan pushed that one through the onside even for no run. Is there a change in the mentality once you reach that half century? Do you almost have to gather your focus again in the next few balls?
That is a very good question, Aaron. Obviously, the league that you're playing in Division 4, the wickets are not that great, so that becomes a bit tougher. But in terms of the mentality of the players right now, they are looking to bat. If I was batting, I would bat those days when I've got the bad decision, the days when I've got a good ball, the days when I haven't got the runs and made it count. Now that I'm batting 50 and I've got 30 odd overs more to bat, I need to make it count. I'm sure Jess, from school of thought that she comes from Australia, she will make sure that, she makes it a big one, because not many times you get an opportunity like this. Sun baking on a wicket that's not doing much, coming nicely on the bat, and she's getting runs for fun at this point in time.
Well, that is an absolute perler from Hannah Baker. Stumps disturbed, and Stair Callis will have to go for just 3 runs. Well, that is a rip snorter of a delivery from the Bears spinner. In Yorkshire now 103 for 3. That could prove to be a rather pivotal moment in this game in Scarborough today.
Great breakthrough for Yorkshire, for Warwickshire, apologies. I think that is the wicket they went for. They knew that partnership could be threatening, and they knew that things could change their way, but they have really kept it tight, not given many loose balls, kept it to singles and doubles, and clearly one good ball from there has taken the game a different turn. A good phase of the cricket at this point in time.
Certainly is. Well, we didn't even get to mention the stats surrounding Stair Callis. Statistically, she is one of the best in the entire country against spin bowling full stop, whether it's wrist spin, right arm off spin, left arm orthodox. Well, we won't get to see any further role played by the Dutch international with the bat in hand. Hannah Baker has spun her web once more, and coming into bat next for Yorkshire will be Amy Campbell, someone who, of course, a former teammate of a number of these Warwickshire cricketers, played for the Central Sparks between 2022 and 2024, having previously been with the Northern Diamonds and now, of course, here at Yorkshire. So this will be a battle that both sides will relish. Campbell starts off confidently with a stride, but can't quite beat the fielder, and that'll be a dot ball turned out the 19th. So Yorkshire are 103 for 3.
Do have to put my apologies to Stair Callis if she would be listening back on this track. I had to say I would not want to put a marker on her, but I think it happens to everybody else, etc. as well. 2 left-handers now in the game, batting. I think that's interesting. Yorkshire was doing fine with the right-hand, left-hand combination. Suddenly, with the loss of Stair Callis, we have 2 left-handers batting. Hopefully that tells me that the bowlers would now set into rhythm, because they'll have the same line of attack or what they need to do. But at this point in time, Warwickshire are doing by crawling their way back into the game, gradually just chipping with wickets and keeping it tight without conceding many boundaries.
Well, we'll touch upon the point after this next ball from Georgia Davis. Bowling it to Jonathan, that's a really top delivery first up. So, since the 16th over, Yorkshire have scored just 9 runs. So they're at 94 for 1 at the end of the 16th. That will give plenty of flight. Sliding down the leg side. Of course, as you can see now, 103 for 3. So it's been a really good comeback from the Bears. And you can see here the plan for Davis as Campbell jetted off with a quick single. Smart turn back, but Michael mentioned the dimensions. It is slightly shorter to towards the popular bank. So those wooden bleachers out towards our left here in the pavilion. She's looking to hide this outside the off stump. If she goes too straight, could get dispatched for 6.
And all of a sudden, Arun, as soon as you get wickets, a couple of big ones in that case, the ball starts going to the fielder. All of a sudden the game starts to get home in a bit. You start getting more accurate, feel more confident about yourself, etc. as well. And then the pressure starts shifting from one team to the other. I love this phase of cricket.
Oh, it's brilliant, isn't it? It is brilliant. That's why we adore spin bowling. As Campbell pushes forward on that latest defence.
Yeah, Warwickshire are seizing the moment here. They understand that another quick wicket here would really make it 104 or 104 for 4 wickets, which would be great for them. And there again, it's a great over. Many runs score off of this, I guess. Yeah, still run, I guess. Yeah.
Just the one, yep. Indeed it is. So after 20, the hosts are 104 for 3. Yeah, the good work continues as far as Georgia Davis's side concerned. Really, really top work. And the catalyst has of course been Hannah Baker, the wrist spinner, which again is fantastic to see. Wrist spin is very difficult. The profils make it look easy at times, but trust me when I say it is by far and away the most difficult bowling style that you can try and master. Hannah Baker has shown great control and discipline so far, whereas Jonathan sweeps that one behind there for 1.
Yeah, I have to agree with that, Anand. I think you're right. It's not easy, and it's all about the mindset. It's about being positive about it, loving the art as well, and repetitions after repetitions after repetition. The more you do it, the better you're going to get at it. It's an art.
Has been a really good start this for Hannah Baker. Of course, someone with internet. Campbell that time just whips that one out towards mid-wicket. Might just be a single. Really good fielding out there from Karis Pavli. And that's what you want to see as well as a bowler, being backed up in the field. That right there has saved a single.
See the energy of the squad lifting up as well. And that's what a good fielder wants, the ball always coming to them. In this case, exactly the situation now where they feel the energy is up, they feel they have a chance, and everybody feels that they can influence the game. And all of a sudden the runs have dried up.
Oh, again, almost chipped back to the bowler. Baker's split second was interested in palm out. It goes to show the importance, doesn't it, of fielding. Boost the lift can provide. The team that one given plenty. They have actually gone through everything. The umpire's got the arm out stretch for the leg ball. Picked up by Phoebe Bretts. Just await the signal. Right on cue, there it is. Leg buys have been given.
I'm observing something, and you can correct me on that. I feel the outfield is not that quick enough. I feel just played that shot above mid-wicket. It's downward slope, the ball running away towards the nets area. I've just felt that the ball is stopping a bit. It didn't do much travel. It looks like the girls will have to read on hard. I don't think the ball is going to go to the boundary line that much unless it's a good clean head. Which tells me, again, when the sun starts beating and starts getting drier, it might just mean that you might need extra 5-10 runs more in the kitty just to protecting them. It's just my observation so far, and I don't think the ball. It is a lush outfield. It's always been at Scarborough. Lovely lush asking the groundsperson does a phenomenal job at it. It looks like the girls need to be aware of that, especially trying to defend a total.
Here is Davis, already testing Amy Campbell again. No, I think that is a very astute observation compared to what we've seen in the height of summer, of course. In August, it races square of the wicket. That one will be out. Slashed away and caught by Phoebe Bretts. Georgia Davis gets her first wicket of the game as well. Dismisses the dangerous Amy Campbell. Yorkshire now just having a little bit of a collapse here at North Marine Road. Campbell departs for a duck. The White Rose 108 for 4 in this, the 22nd over.
Great fight by Warrior Girls. Really, they bring in on a G here of hitting proper off or making the batters play, keeping it tight, not giving much room. They had the luxury of early wicket, and then they fought hard after that partnership, and to get 2-3 quick wickets, especially the middle order of this. Kudos in terms of the planning that they have in mind, and also making sure that the right fielders are in the right areas, making sure there's opportunities when they come along there. Good wicket by Warwickshire, well deserved those 3 wickets, and now Yorkshire have to rebuild.
Well, they do, because just looking now with regards to the position of the game for the wickets, 103 for 3 and now 108 for 4, so it has begun to subside here, the partnership.
And as if in a flash, if you don't concentrate hard enough to make sure the positions are quick wickets and the game starts coming hard at you. So that's the stage. Ines Blackwell has batted as an opener as well, I take it, this year.
She did indeed, yep. That was against the Blaze at Headingley that Ines opened the batting. 16 years of age, one of the most highly touted prospects here in Yorkshire. And it's again a ground where she got history. She hooked Lauren Filer for a 6 behind square at this very ground, but this will be a challenging start against a confident Georgia Davis.
Yeah, if a girl of 16, coming in to take the horns and take the game forward, somehow feel Warwickshire girls are missing a spot here, they should have a spin place, just to put that added pressure for a couple of balls to see if she can nick one. Look, I don't think the ball's turning the way Ines is shaping up. Looks like she's playing to see if the ball is going to turn into her.
Oh, almost a chance there for Davis on the court and bowl, just fall short of the Warwickshire captain. But you can just see there, the body language is exactly what you want to see from the leader of the side. Just geeing up her team, and that is again another fine over for the visitors. Yorkshire 108 for 4 after 22 overs. Wicket maiden, brilliant work.
20 minutes ago, Aaron, balls were flying all over the park. Batters were using their feet, balls going in the air, making sure that they're making the pay. 20 minutes later, hard to find a run. That is why we love this game.
Well, it is, and I mean, I'll have to do some maths on this. But the amount of dot balls which have occurred since the 18th over has been staggering. Well, that one will not be a dot ball. That'll be 4 for Jess Jonathan. Well, there is the release. It comes courtesy of a marvellous strike from the Australian overseas.
It's also very interesting to see as well, Aaron. She doesn't use her feet much, waits for the ball to come in the hitting area, and then she really goes at it.
It's not a pronounced dance down the track, is it? It's, as you said, she's waiting for the release of the delivery itself, and then it's just a little shuffle, just a neat pitch.
Absolutely. I think, we coaches talk about it as well. I talk about it a lot to my players as well. Having an imaginary box in front of you and waiting for the ball to come into that box before you make that movement. Watching the ball early and playing it late, so you can then maneuver, see the ball's done everything what it has to, and then you can capitalize on that.
There is Baker to Blackwell. The 16-year-old will 3 point for 1. Yeah, just going back to that previous conversation about the dot balls. So in the previous 4 overs before this one, 19 of the 24 deliveries bowled were dots. So that was quite the period of pressure built up by the Bears. It's almost what you'd expect in first-class cricket.
And also, I think Yorkshire can talk about it and say what right did they do. They didn't bowl magic balls. They just bowled percentage balls. Just made us play all the time, the field, etc. as well, and they just kept it dry.
That one played well by Jonathan out towards Surun Kumar for 1. We'll also have a change of commentary at the end of the over. I shall make way for the excellent Michael McCann. The dynamic duo back together.
Just before you go, Aaron, just make sure you get my ice cream and M&Ms on it, please.
We know it is coming.
Michael has avoided me all morning of what's been. I'm going to make sure I have my ice cream and M&Ms today.
Well, there you go. I'll leave you with some words of wisdom or maybe words of confectionery from Marie Garland's. I'll make way in place of the aforementioned Michael McCann.
The game's of two halves at the moment. Really, Yorkshire had a bit of a stutter early on in terms of the way it started, but then a great partnership of 88 runs, getting Yorkshire back in the game, losing 3 late wickets as well. I think the Hedge 115 for 4 of 23 overs.
This is enthusiastic in doing so. You do sense right now it's late order this season, and where she go, you sense they might be vulnerable to more of the same. She's cutting straight at Havley at short cover.
Yeah, I in a way I just feel that the girls must have talked about it in the last few games as well, to what they can do differently if they have to. Not necessarily that they have to do something different, but I guess looks like the weight is on Jesh's shoulders at the moment, and the Warwickshire girls, all they're doing is play percentage cricket, keeping the ball on spot, allowing Yorkshire girls to see if they have any mistakes. They're happy to concede the singles.
Yorkshire using that quick trio of wickets after, for a time, Boyce and Jonathan had looked quite calm in the rebuild. Now it leaves them somewhat vulnerable. I mentioned that list of collapses of wickets in clumps. Go through it in a second, but it really does paint a picture. As Jonathan is sweeping hard towards that short boundary, which is very well protected, but just a slight misfield. It won't cost Meg Austin anything. In all but one game season, Yorkshire have had what I would call a genuine collapse. And when I say that, what I mean is, I think sometimes when you talk about 3 for 35 being a collapse, or at some point you're going to lose some wickets in a cluster, but high as Blackwell's jabbing awkwardly forward. 6 for 56 against Essex, and then against Hampshire, 4 for 26 on 5th wicket stand. Change up here in the commentary box. Ruth Khan takes a line break, and alongside shortly once more Dr. Jane Powell, who's a Yorkshire president. I think you can forgive her a tinge of hope that the home side might ultimately come out on victorious in a tense competitive game of cricket, but might be a touch less pleased with where the game sits than she's last with me, but like she so often is in a bright side, because ultimately the love of the game comes first before anything else, and credit to Warwickshire, because this is a hard ground to defend. You've got a slope run down one side and a 60 metre boundary, you've got a 50 metre boundary on the other end, you've got a wicket that looks very true, and actually the Bears are keeping it pretty tight. Only JJ looks in some sense of control for Yorkshire. It's the first ball of new over is driven down the ground off Baker for 1. Brings on to strike Blackwell, the 16-year-old who we keep saying in different ways she's mature beyond her years. Well, this is a great chance for her to show it again.
Yes, I always find it fascinating that she's half the age of Jess Jonathan and half the age of Beth
Yeah, that's true.
So
like that.
you've got some real experience out there and some real potential in this Blackwell.
She's been making heads turn. Gives on plenty of flights with a spinner's version of Yorker. Blackwell hit a pulled 6 down away to our right in a pitch that's about 4 or 5 further across on from the one that we're using, off Lauren Filer of all people against Aaron.
She played the great, didn't she? And I keep looking at Innes Blackwell and thinking, it's really interesting to see a youngster coming through and she just plays each ball as it comes, and she'll make some errors and she'll get some luck, but she just gets on with it.
Yeah, you speak of getting luck, that's gone away off the outside edge for 2, and I mentioned she's been turning heads. Well, the clip of that on social media caught the attention of a certain Jonathan Mark Bairstow, who a few in the county of Yorkshire might have heard of at some point. I'm being very sarcastic, of course. He's busy piling on the runs for the men in the game against Surrey at Henley, or was earlier on today. He's out now. Bairstow and live historians overnight. I actually heard the Yorkshire women's team as I went to do a little lap during my time off stint. So I think it was Derby, Black, and that we lost. Local part of things. She is having 17 against Somerset, 13 against Surrey, but then she already got going 67 against Blaze, 108 away Lancashire, 104 here against Durham. She then missed the Essex game because the only thing at that point stopping her was her best friend's wedding because her form was that good. And then she came back and made 7 last time out in the game against Hampshire. And you do sense, there's no doubt, Bears will be happier at this point.
Yeah, I think the Bears have pulled it back really well. You know, when Georgie Boyce and Jess Jonathan were going after that initial very early wicket, then she were 92 for 1 at one stage, and then all of a sudden you look round, they're 121 for 4. So 30 runs and 3 wickets. You know, you've got to believe that the emphasis or the swell of the game is going with Warwickshire at the moment, and they look like they're enjoying the challenge. They look like they're enjoying being out at Scarborough. They're fielding well in the outfield. They're pardon me, putting pressure on the Yorkshire batters and picking up those wickets.
Yeah, Lauren Winfield Hill bowled by Taylor for 2. George Boyce caught by Brewer off Baker for 37 off 51. Jonathan 63 not out. Callis bowled by Baker for just 3 off 7 with one that had some lovely turn shape on it. And then Amy Campbell caught by Brett off Davis. So it leaves Yorkshire in something of a pickle at the midway point on pitch that you would have to say, as we expected and were promised by senior groundsman John Dodds, is not showing any signs of any remotely demonic behaviour. It's one of the 6 county pitches that they have here at Scarborough, and that means that there is a deeper compacted layer of 12 metres of loam, which if you're not sort of Alan Titchmarsh Gardner's world level of being up on this, much like me, what it essentially means is that it's their absolute top quality pitches. They actually use one of their quote unquote club pitches for game against Durham, but this is a fresh county pitch. So in terms of what they've got here at Scarborough, this is the very best available, albeit it's known for being always good pitches. They do offer extra bounce, but it's generally seen as a good place to bat historically. The first ball after drinks is driven by Jonathan down to Soaring half one.
Yeah, and Yorkshire will need some of the middle order now to actually contribute a lot more than they have in the previous games. So that's Blackwell, it'll be Maddie Ward and Rachel Slater and Beth Langston. You know, they'll be wanting them, although Beth Langston played a very good knock on Wednesday against Hampshire at York.
Yeah, Langston and Hall trying to rescue something out of the fire for Yorkshire late on as they fell to another close defeat, which has been a bit of a story for them recently. It lost by 16 runs against Durham in a reduced 38 over a side game, and a loss by 13 runs against Essex in this run of home clashes. And I guess that's the other thing that's important. Across a 16-game league season, you know, it's a run of home fixtures, so without me to state the bleedingly obvious, in a double round robin, they're going to have to go to all of these teams as well later on. Gives that one a bit more flight. Blackwell's under pressure against spin here.
Yes, you want to face this level of quality of spin consistently in the games in her 16 young years, you know, and that's why it will be quite difficult for her at the moment. She'd probably much prefer a seam bowler to come on and give her a little bit of pace that she can work with. And when the spin bowler's on, she's got to do all the hard work. She's got to put the pace on the ball with the bat. So you've got a choice of either moving your feet or, as that's driven nicely into the...
Better shot by Blackwell, 21 in the home game against Essex. That's the end of the first over after drinks. 123 for 4, a relatively quiet over on the resumption. Just to take you round the grounds here, similarly to Yorkshire, slightly struggling with the bat. Nobody's actually going particularly great with the bat. That's after 25 overs, powered by 48 not out from Eve Jones holding it all together. It's against Surrey at the Oval, and in Durham versus Somerset, Durham are 109 for 2 off 23. Maddie Villiers and Molly Armitage both in the 30s there. Remember, the top 3 going go through to the knockout stages. It's first over after drinks that has come from the Trafalgar Square end sees Hannah Baker continue. Baker part of this stacked spin lineup, and it is going to be a very spin heavy diet for Yorkshire to deal with today, so Blackwell's got to find a solution to the spin dilemmas coming at her. As Blackwell can't quite pierce the covers there. In fact, you were talking about the test she's getting here, the 16-year-old. It's Jonathan just comes down to give her a moment of advice. This may actually, as a rounded spin attack, be the best attack she's ever faced in terms of the quality of spinners. That's well bowled and blocked back by Blackwell, who has to be wary of building a run of dots here. The game within a game is can Blackwell keep giving Jonathan the strike back, and Warwickshire know that, which is why near enough everybody's up.
Yeah, they've very much got the field in her island as well. They've got the in-outfield on the off, and the same on the leg side with Freeborn in at that very short mid-wicket. So then those fielders in her view to put the pressure on her.
Blackwell whips this round the corner, and Jonathan wanted one. She's sent back, and I think it's actually fair enough that Blackwell's her back. Ball had gone just in front of square. It was Blackwell's call. Suren Kumar dashed in from next to the umpire, and for my money, Blackwell's getting run out of the bowler's end there.
Yeah, I think just said to her, intimated, use your voice, to speak loudly, as that's driven through the gap on the offside, and she'll get a single off that one. But I think Warwickshire are being very clever, because they've allowed her to take a single on the last ball of the last 2 overs, and then sadly she's dotted out the rest of them. So they'll be quite happy because they're only getting the single off the over, and Jess will be speaking to her there and just educating her.
And then the concern for Yorkshire is that Jonathan, who has looked $1 million, gets frustrated because she's lost strike.
Yeah.
Jess Jonathan, who is not quite top run scorer in this competition, but she's not a million miles off, as the diet will continue. Phoebe Brett is on from our end, the Peace Park end, named after the rather picturesque little boating lake and park that sits behind us. And Brett again starting right on the money, 17-year-old, none for 14 off her opening 5. She might not have taken a wicket, but she's certainly done her bit to build the pressure. And again, this is a really tough examination for Blackwell.
Yeah, it is. The most she'll have faced would have been 2 spinners in any of her junior games, perhaps. None of the quality that these are on, and with that she just dropped that a little bit shorter, and Blackwell went onto her back foot and was able to help it round into the mid-wicket area and picks up the single, and she'll be pleased with that.
Brings on to strike Jess Jonathan, who's just got to recompose herself here, having not really faced much in the last 10 minutes or so. He's the 3rd highest run scorer in this competition this season, Jonathan. And she'll get more runs here. Hammering this out, and it goes over the head of charging mid-wicket fielder. Bounces up and away over Chloe Brewer for 4 more to Jonathan, who's all too happy to target Baker, I beg your pardon. He's all too happy to target that shorter boundary.
Yeah, that one
down
just
towards 50 metres.
It did kick over her though, didn't it? It hit the ground and kicked.
And Hannah Baker's limping a bit as well, which is slightly worrying for Bears. At the very least, she has bowled 8 of her 10 red. And again, it's 2 different games here. Complete change of feel for Blackwell. Blackwell gets on strike, suddenly Redmayne's running into slip. There's a very close cover fielder of Meg Austin. Still 3 out, so there aren't gaps for a single.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, and it's easy to say after the event, that all she needs to do is just play out this ball, because they'd already scored 6 off that over, and that was a much better over, but she did just play out that last ball, and I think that's the key thing, is keep abreast of what's happening in the game, the big picture. You might not be scoring, but as long as you are supporting and still there, try, if you're facing the bowling off the 1st, 2nd, 3rd balls of any over, try and rotate the strike quickly and give that to Jess Jonathan.
I've got a quiz question for you. I've got a quiz question for Aaron Viles, who's off her away to my left. Jess Jonathan is the third highest run scorer in this competition this season. Who are two who've scored
Alice
more?
Beasley.
That's one. So Dr. Jane Powers won her up. Beaten Aaron Viles to the punch there. Who's the other one?
Jodie Grucock.
Aaron's whispering the
Jodie Grucock.
Aaron's whispering
Thank
the
you to
answer to
Aaron
DJP. It's a team. It's always a team effort here on Yorkshire Cricket TV. And the reason I mention that is because it is the highest run scorer in this competition, bowling to the third highest. Pavley has changed ends. Number 17 off the first two, where she wasn't quite at her best. And she's been whipped round the corner by Jonathan, using those fast wrists to help it on its way. So Jonathan continues to march on. She scored more than half the runs in the innings, and she's into the 70s.
Yeah, and interestingly, both Pavley and Grucock have both had England call-ups as well in the last few weeks, haven't they, for the development 11s and other teams, and that's really nice to see that their scoring is being noticed and is being rewarded.
Continuing, that's cut just wide of point. It might have even been a catching chance if Freeborn was in a more conventional point position, but she was a few yards behind, so it's back-to-back boundaries, and Pavley's under pressure here.
Yeah, you see the pressure going onto the bowlers now and onto the fielders when Jess Jonathan's there, and then the minute Innes Blackwell comes on to strike, it's almost like it completely flips. So this is where teamwork comes in, as that's helped into the mid-wicket area, and Jess Jonathan strolls a single. So once again, I think this could be the last ball of the over, and Innes Blackwell just needs to play it out. If there's a hitting chance, she's got to take it.
I was just about to say you got to be a little bit careful with that.
But non-risk.
Yeah. Yorkshire can't afford to miss out on scoring opportunities. It's a ring of 5 on the offside. There is deep mid-wicket and deep square leg protecting the shorter boundary. Probably will have to re-bowl that one, particularly when you think they are a bit behind the 8 ball here. This is a pitch.
They're on 5 and over at the moment.
Yeah.
So,
but Blackwell is only chopping straight short field. But when you think that, to me, this pitch looks as good as the Durham pitch, I think Yorkshire one's close to 300. I think par is, particularly in the women's game, our team's batting deep than ever before. Yorkshire have got to be greedy here.
I think you're right, but I also am very aware. I think it's a low-scoring game yesterday. It's possible bowling strength and with the fielders that you can actually, once you've got something, you can keep the pressure on.
Yeah, it was a very different type of game. That, say, Hampshire versus Blaze. It was on a used pitch at Trent Bridge, and it's actually the third game they played on it. And it's actually quite refreshing to see. Hampshire got 209 all out. The experienced campaigner of Drew Adams made 89 to rescue Hampshire from 2 for 2. Charlie Phillips took a 4-for. This was a clash, the second travelling to first, and Blaze won by 3 wickets thanks to Emma Jones and Lucy Himes seeing them home for a magical partnership for the 8th wicket. They won by 3 wickets with almost 5 overs to spare. And you might think, almost 5 overs to spare. Maybe it was a bit comfortable. It wasn't. It didn't quite become a full nail-biting kind of last over 1 wicket to win kind of thing, but it was a game that lived up to its billing. But just on the low scoring point, as the field comes in for Blackwell, they're hunting like sharks in the water for 16-year-old. Bears sniffing a chance to either get her out or let her dot up. Some people saying, a bit of a grind. Totally disagree. It was fantastic to see a pitch that really brought the spinners in. Batters had to earn the runs. So that's straight at mid-off. And look, we have seen 11 of the 12 highest scoring games in women's 50-over cricket ever in England in the last 18 months. The scores are going through the roof, but you want to see all aspects of the game. That's another dot.
Yeah, you do, and just looking at what is a good score here. Yes, I think you're right that higher 200s would be what you're looking for. However, you look at the opposition and you think, well, if we can get Paley out, we've got half a chance here, because she's the main run scorer out there.
Yeah, this is true. Caris Pavley with 463 runs, had a strike rate of 113 and a Bradman-esque average of 92.6 right now.
Yeah.
So she has been key for Bears. Jonathan, of course, similarly key for Yorkshire. And I guess, as well, blocks another one. And this is the bits of game management that Yorkshire have got to be wary of here. Is another quiet ode ticks by. 30 overs gone, 141 for 4. Yorkshire got to be wary of the fact that, as mentioned about 10 overs back, in all but one game this season, they've lost a lot of wickets in clumps. So for all, understandably, given the pitch conditions, the short boundary, thinking of towards 300, if Jonathan were to get out here, there's another world where Yorkshire suddenly find themselves
180 all out.
It could be worse case though, but I was going to say scrapping to get towards even 250. That's the beauty of why we love this strange sport, right? You just don't quite know what's coming next.
And we're just surmising what could happen and what might happen. When in essence there's just Jonathan hitting it out through point for a single, and it will only be a single as Suren Kumar feels that on the boundary.
But historically, Scarborough is a bat-first batting track where you're wanting a score on the higher end of things. Blackwell's got to find a way out of this little funk. Tough test for her.
She's got space just dropped around on the leg side if she can just work it round the corner, as they say. So this is the sort of thing she needs to be looking at, is where are the gaps and can I just drop it out into those spaces.
She is on 6 off 34. I hadn't actually appreciated just how many dots there's been, and I think quite rightly I like this from Pavley. She's saying deep square leg even with the 50-metre boundary on that side. Look, I want you up in the wing, Suren Kumar. I want to squeeze even more. It's a game, but well, can't find a signal. This is clever from Warwickshire, and it's not like they've just adopted this field now. They've had this field the whole time. They would have done their analysis on Blackwell. They would have decided that right since she came out, this was a good thing to do. But Blackwell has managed to pierce the gap there between point and short third, and she'll pick up a couple of welcome runs to her tally. She's on to 8 off 36. Ness Blackwell. Richard Pyrie, Yorkshire head coach, saying we've thrown her in, and the composure she has for a young cricketer is outstanding. It's something you rarely see. She's a good cricketer who will only improve. She's already consistently performing in Tier 1. As Blackwell can't quite find the gap that time, and she'll bowl at a good pace in a couple of years. She's also just pulled one of the quickest bowls in the world out to deep backward square for 6, which shows the talent she has. Speaking about that pull shot we alluded to before against Lauren Filer in the Dome game. Pavley sending a couple more out now. With the over almost done, he's saying to Blackwell, you can have one if you want it. Blackwell will take one there. The question for Jonathan, who again has lost strike. Well, I say lost strike, she's barely had any strike now for quite a few overs, is as and when Jonathan eventually gets that strike back, what does she do with it? She actually have to change and go through the gears a bit more because of the situation.
No, I mean there's still 19 overs. There's no.
You know. You feel. You also watch those dots
and
at the other
I think Jess Johnson probably just needs to keep playing the game she's playing, because she's not hung around at any stage throughout her innings. But she had been wise enough to know that you can't hit every single ball for 4, but she's got the ability to do that. So she's talking long and hard at the moment to Innes Blackwell, and no doubt imparting some experience and knowledge there, and hoping that the youngster can take action for it, because she'll be keen to get down and on strike, as you're saying.
So Suren Kumar has gone for 9 from her only over.
And this should suit.
Yes, Blackwell much prefers pace on the ball. That's been very obvious from her. And you do often tend to get that, particularly with younger players. She is still literally growing year on year as well. So when it comes to having to impart pace on it yourself because you're facing slower stuff, that can be tricky.
Yeah.
Suren Kumar's an awkward customer in her own right, though. She's got keeper up to the stump. She's skiddy and awkward. Has nice variations. So it's turned straight to short mid-wicket by Black.
She's only bowled the one over today, which went for 9 runs. So she's coming. She probably won't be as confident as she has been coming into this over.
Yeah, I'm just double checking, because it's rare you find this even in women's cricket, particularly now where teams are moving steadily a little bit more towards him. This is only the 7th over of non-spin in the 32nd over of the game. Oh, good from Suren Kumar. We've had 5 from Taylor up top, and then that one from Suren Kumar, and then this. Although it is something that Warwickshire do a lot. They do tend to bowl more spin than pretty much anybody else. Having a better season than they did in this competition last season, they sort of became a bit of almost a T20 specialist team last time around. Well, it looked like a full toss, but it dipped a little bit. Blackwell ends up a little bit stuck in her crease. Last season, Warwickshire Blast runners up. They finished 3rd in the table, 8 wins, 5 losses in a tie. They beat Blaze by 20 runs in the eliminator at the final at the Oval, but then later that day lost to the home side Surrey by 5 wickets with 20 balls to spare. So that's good again from Suren Kumar, and smart keeping as well. And we're very good in the County Cup. They of course polished Yorkshire by 10 wickets in the quarter-finals. They avoided a banana skin by beating Devon by 38 runs in the 3rd round. In the semi-finals they lost very narrowly to Surrey at Taunton on finals day. They lost by 3 wickets with just 2 balls to spare. That's a little shorter. It's a nice looking shot from Blackwell for none. Surrey did what they're making a bit of a party trick of doing, where they just seemed to bat endlessly. Surrey was 62 for 6. And it was one of those moments where everyone was looking at each other, including us in the commentary box, thinking, how are they going to fight their way back into this? And Kalia Moore produced a knock that got them over the line, chasing 135 to win. Lovely stuff this from Suren Kumar. You might be thinking from that, County Cup semi-finalist Blast runners up as Suren Kumar's second ever comes to an end. It's a lot better than her first. It's a maiden on Blackwell. It sounds like they had a pretty good season, Mike. But in a Metrobank One Day Cup, they were 7th from 8. They were second bottom. They had 2 wins, 10 defeats and 1 no result. Now, actually having a quick chat with Ali Maiden today, one point he made that I think is fair enough is he was saying he felt like they were often quite unlucky with just how much they lose to England. You think of Emily Arler, you think of Izzy Wong, you think of points to be pairing. She's currently injured, just to be clear. She's not with England, of course. She's got a hamstring problem. Katie George has got a groin injury and has had a few injury issues. And Alexis Owenhouse, recently acquired from Surrey, is now in England contention as well. As Paddy's new overseas have cut out to deep cover, so they had a bit of a 2 very different seasons in the 2 different formats, but this season they're definitely looking 50 over stuff. 3 wins, 3 losses, 1 no result. So after this game they're halfway there, and they've already got 1 more win than in all of last season put together.
Yeah, definitely an awkward side to play against with all these quality spin bowlers.
That time, Pavley just stops a little shorter. This is a great shot from Blackwell. Just goes back. Good footwork. She's been stuck in her crease recently, but that was much more proactive. She committed to going right back. She played the ball right under her eyes with a straight bat and just guided it down that hill in the covers when the bowling's coming from that Trafalgar Square end for a desperately needed boundary for Yorkshire and for Blackwell, 150 for 4.
Yeah, she's got a lovely shot through the covers that she's just shown and just needs to be a bit more confident at playing it. And with that, she drops a bit shorter, tries to pull it round and didn't time it.
Took her into double figures, 13 off 47 balls. She has occupied a lot of time at the crease, but now she's done that, she's got to stay in the present and try and build that into a more substantial innings. Got to try and not let that bother her in terms of missing now, if she's respecting what's a better ball from Pavley. She's quite a character, Karis Pavley. We actually had a bit of a chat during this innings for quite an extended few overs. Someone that's got plenty of energy about her. So that's straight into the covers. Of course, some of you that really keep up with things might already know this, but you might expect that for someone who's got ADHD. She's talked very openly about that, and I know quite a lot of young fans have seen that as somewhat inspirational for them working through their neurodiversity. Blackwell is nudging around the corner. She'll get 1. Well, it's the end of the over. Blackwell takes a single, and you can understand why Yorkshire take it. 6 off the over. And while Dr. Jane Powell tells you her thoughts on where this game is going, I'm going to trot back through and look at how much Jonathan's faced in the last 10 overs. It feels like she's pretty much been on a spectator's ticket there.
Yeah, they're managing the rotation of the strike, Warwickshire, very well, and they are giving the single off the last ball. You do want Jonathan on strike a little bit more now. She's on 81. She's looking very good out there, but she does need to face the ball a little bit more. So in this Blackwell, we'll be looking to try and pierce this tight ring field that Warwickshire have got, and with that, she just gets it backward down to third man for a single, and that's exactly what she needs to do. And now Jonathan is on strike.
I can tell you that at the start of this over, Jonathan had faced 3 balls from the previous 4 completed overs, which in terms of a bias from one batter to the other, that's pretty extraordinary. Blackwell faced 21 of the 24.
Yeah, that's quite, and that's good management by Warwickshire. That's what they'll be wanting to do. So, there's always 2 teams in every contest, and whilst one appears to be stalling, the other one has to do well to keep them stalling, and so all credit to Warwickshire for doing that.
So Kumar coming right arm around to the lefty. And that's just helped round the corner. That's the problem with that angle. You're always at risk of straying onto the pads, and it's a bit of a gimme for someone of Jonathan's high repute and ability. And she goes on to 85 as she marches towards what could be 3rd ton in this competition this season.
Yes, as you say, she just helped it round. This is the issue for Suran Kumar, that if she strays at all facing the bowling against one of the quality players like Jonathan in this league, then she's going to be punished. That's a much better.
Square on and having a pretty decent of that. I think if she'd committed, she absolutely had to keep that catch. And for me, when you've got Justin on 85, you have to take that chance in terms of at least having a go at catching it. It goes for a boundary, so do it, but maybe she just misjudged it, as that's a wide from Suran Kumar.
Yeah, in Baker's defence, she had one earlier that actually kicked off when it bounced, and so you're a little bit nervous on that boundary when it's being hit as hard as Jonathan hits it out there. So you're sort of like, do I go for it, don't I go for it? And she obviously caught in 2 minds, didn't go for it, but stopped it very well.
Yeah, I know she also picked up a bit of a niggle in going for that, or so that attempted stop earlier on. So again, so much the game is played between the ears. I wonder whether that was also somewhat understandably in the mind of Baker.
Yeah. Suran Kumar in from the P-zone park end. Blackwell drives that one into the covers, but it's stopped quite easily by Redmayne, and there's no run there.
So news to begin. Across the 15.4 overs that this pair have been together, so they've been together for, I got it as 94 balls. So 94 balls is the partnership between Blackwell and Johnson. 158 for 4. 7 off that over. It's a better over for Yorkshire. They need it. But the partnership's 94 balls in. Right? Have a guess of those 94 balls, how many Jeff Jonathan has faced.
Probably something silly like 18.
You're going 18. It's 29.
Oh.
So she's had just 31% of the strike across the partnership. And that is just something in terms of game management. That great credit to Warwickshire. They've been very clever in what they're doing, but Yorkshire have just got to try and figure that out better and hope that Blackwell just starts to find a bit more fluency. She's on 15 of 52. Pavely continuing. Number 37 for her 5 has been the most expensive of the Warwickshire bowlers. Cut out by Johnson for 1. In England and international, Cass Pavely played a senior debut against Ireland in September 2024, when quite a few players got their first opportunities, with a World Cup looming and some of the more regular England players not involved on that tour. Took 3 for 19s. Blackwell can only find mid-off. She was saying to me when we were having this stat on the boundary, she was saying, I want you to stay here because you're a good luck charm, we keep taking wickets and it keeps me occupied in the field. But she also told me about how people pronounce her name, and she said a phrase that she couldn't have sounded more sort of from the region of Warwickshire when she said it, and I'm not going to try the accent, but she just said, does my head in. She's like, it's Caris Pavely. And she was also very critical of her mum. So that's short, a little too short, and Blackwell does get this past Surankuma, and it will go for 4, where finally Ines Blackwell gets another boundary. That will mean so much to her. She's been struggling along a bit here, the 16-year-old, but that's a good shot, picks up length and takes advantage of a bit of a help yourself ball from Pavley.
Yeah, she did pick that one up quite well and played it very well as well. You know, her favoured side is driving through the offside, but she moved her feet well to that one and hit it through mid-wicket.
Better ball from Pavley. Yeah, so for those unfamiliar, she's got a H in her first name. It's Charis. She's just saying it does her head listening to it being mispronounced all the time. So she said when you go back, there's a public service announcement. I'm glad that you already knew it, but I'd just like you to tell the people that. Blackwell's nudging. Clever cricket. She's going to get 1 for it. And it's not Pavley either.
No, Pavley.
Yeah, absolutely.
But
we were right, thankfully. She's all with Yorkshire Cricket TV. Under the over 164 for 4, 35.
And that was a good over from young Ines Blackwell from a scoring rate. She hit the boundary and then just worked it round into the space, which I think is often there and underused from a female cricket perspective this season, is just dropping the ball around leg side and just picking up the single, rotating the strike. And even now, when you look at the field, there's definitely still a single if you just run it round the corner, because by the time the non-striker has run down to that end, the fielder will only just be picking the ball up.
Now we're going to get the pattern of pace on continuing from our end of the ground, Peace Park, but Mary Taylor is on in place of Surankuma, and Taylor's switching in. He bowled 5 overs previously from Peace Park end, including getting Winfield Hill. But this time she's a little too short and wide, and that is a delightful shot from Blackwell. He's got boundaries of back-to-back overs, and he's just starting to find her groove.
And this is what we said about young Blackwell when she was facing all the quality spinners. She's more used to batting against seam bowling, and she's more comfortable against seam bowling, and that was a lovely shot, first ball of this over from Ines Blackwell.
Well, Noah was doing some partnership stats in terms of the strike rate disparity, but the partnership also in and of itself in terms of runs is plus 50. It's a steady 50, but you don't need a statistician to tell you. Innings like this just demonstrates it from the eye test. She is right now, as a lot of players often are, naturally stronger against pace on. Taylor with a better ball.
Yeah, and good fielding from Warwickshire. The inner fielder often doesn't pick up the ball, and that's Redmayne, who's throwing herself around in that short cover position. But what it does do is it stops the batters from taking a single. If that field didn't make the effort to go for it, and the mid-off is just waiting for it, there's a single there every time. But you can't afford to do it if somebody's swooping in on the ball.
Taylor driven straight to Georgia Redmayne, the 32-year-old ninth highest women's big bash run scorer of all time. Pretty handy person for the Bears to have the service of. Played for the South East Stars in the regional era, and way back in 2012 for Worcestershire. Qualified doctor too. Taylor with 3 almost identical deliveries of over that have been met with near identical shots.
And that's where Ines Blackwell needs to work now on that top hand, so that instead of hitting it straight to the field, you just open it slightly, or you just close it slightly, and you just alter the direction that you're going to hit the ball.
Oh, and that's good again from Taylor. So end of the over, 168 for 4 off 36. The partnership building is steady rather than spectacular rate. Yorkshire will be eyeing the point where more Cellerando is needed. But for now, some more thoughts from Dr. Jane Powell before she's joined by the fantastic Aaron Vars.
Yeah, and Jess Johnson again using the break of the over to go and speak to Ines Blackwell, and no doubt talking about increasing the run rate. There's 15 overs left, 168 for 4. Yorkshire will be keen to push that up to around the 260, 270 mark, and hopefully beyond. But they've got to increase the strike rate in this next 15 overs to get close to that.
Yeah, they certainly do, Jane. We have seen some lovely shots there, haven't we, in recent overs by Inez Blackwell. Looks a very technically correct batter.
Yes, and she plays some lovely shots. I think she just needs to be a bit more free-flowing now as Jess Jonathan defends that one out to Suran Kumar, just cover point area.
Yeah, completely agreed about the discussion that yourself and Michael had a little bit earlier on about field placement for Warwickshire. That job slightly shorter, hacked away behind square two, he threw for one. It was sustained pressure building, wasn't it?
Yes, very much it was. You know, you almost felt like the field was encroaching on the bat at times and putting pressure on Innes Blackwell, and we'll see now whether that last over where she played a couple of nice shots, whether she can translate that now to the spin bowling.
That one flies off the edge. There'll be a chase on here for Phoebe Brett down towards the P-zone mark end. 2 runs have been scored by the Yorkshire duo.
Off the outside edge, but it doesn't matter at this stage. You know, you've just got to be a bit more adventurous with your shots, just be a bit more risk-taking and go for your shot a little bit more. Good partnership, this one, over 50 scored, and sometimes those outside edges are just what you need.
That one hammered away by Blackwell, just out towards deep mid-wicket for one. It's the cliche, isn't it, in cricket, but it doesn't matter how the runs are scored, it just matters that they are scored.
Yeah, and she started to move her feet a bit more now. She looked a little bit rooted to the crease when she was playing earlier against the spin. She's now started to move her feet and probably just relaxed a little bit more so that she can actually go in as Jess Jonathan pulls that one to backward square for another single.
Of course, then you get the customary change of field between the left-hander and the right-hander. Blackwell it will be, back on strike. Covers up on the defence, and that will be the end of the over.
And the end of me.
Well, not in general. Yeah, Dr. Jane Powell go for a well-earned rest. Welcome back. Dorset tones of Maroof Khan, sooner rather than later. So that is the end of the over. Yorkshire 173 for 4. Welcome back, Mr. Khan. I mean, Maroof, from what you've been witnessing here on the pavilion balcony, 13 overs remaining here for the White Rose. What do you think would be a good score for the home side?
Yeah, you actually stole my thunder on that one. I don't know if I was trouble to put you on the spot on that question, but just like good commentators do, you read my mind, didn't you? So I think at the moment, 13 overs to go, 6 wickets in hand. I'm looking at 5 runs an over for the first 5, and then probably ump a bit. So I think if I can get somewhere close to 245 to 260 in that region, I'll take it.
Fair enough. It does feel like a lot of run scoring though does lie on the shoulders of this batter. Jess Jonathan, the Australian, currently unbeaten on 88. I mean, what an average she possesses here in Scarborough as well. Let's not forget that against Durham, she's got 104 in that game.
Can I just say as well, fantastic cricket by Warwickshire girls. The way they have played this innings for the last 15 to 12 overs, incredible. They have understood the game, and Jess Johnson is really doing well. They bowled flat and hard at her, given her the single, then attacked in as young 16-year-old, trying to find a way and fate as to how she's doing. But they've really played a game where she's chewed up a few balls, and then when the last 4 balls are done, a couple of balls remaining in the over, spread the field out again, can get Innes back on strike, starving Jess Johnson all the time, constantly for strike, and I think I heard Michael talking about it quite nicely as well, as in terms of the percentage of balls that she has played, and that's where Yorkshire in that position. They would have been happy being above 200 at this stage, but that's not the case, which means Warwickshire has done a remarkable job in sticking to the plan.
Well, they certainly have. Here is Mary Taylor then, bowling up first to Jonathan. All very full and driven, full-blooded back down the ground. Chaser here for Suran Kumar. She's done well there. It's restricted to 2. Justin moves into the 90s.
And a good word for Suran Kumar as well. I think she's an athlete runs across the field quite well, has a good strong arm, and looks at a player who's quite interested to see. I felt George Davis missed the point a bit where she was giving Suran Kumar a couple of overs, not required at that stage because it was bowling that well. At this stage, Yorkshire need to just up the ante.
Well, Jonathan is certainly trying. Can't quite beat the effort of Redmayne, who does well there on a tumble. But the Spinners really did do a marvellous job. Especially her Baker. She has been terrific. Davis herself going at, 4 and over. Can't really have much more in those little over passages. Really has provided a great deal of control for the Bears. Is that one too wide from Taylor? We'll have to re-bowl that one.
Nat Wade is doing a remarkable job behind the stumps as well. She's really kept up well. She's got good hands. You know, she follows the ball, leads up quite well to it. You know, she's got good skills, and I think that's giving her the confidence of standing up to the 2 medium paces as well, which is good to see.
Yeah, she's a terrific wicketkeeper. Johnson goes uppish again through that region down the ground. There's a little bit of a slip there from Surin Kumar. Does well to regather the ball. Of course, last season Freeborn was the starting keeper, and Wraith was outstanding during the T20 Bastons. Of course, as we see now, she does get given the gloves, and I imagine that will be the case in the Blast.
Yeah, she feels confident. She looks like somebody who owns that space. You know, she'll understand. Look at the way she's trying to maneuver the field as well. You know, she's giving a helping hand to the bowler as well, so the captain is right before they go on to bowl. And being up to the stump, she's not even wasting much time when she has to run in between the wickets as well. So no, I think she's confident, and long it may continue for her.
This time it's Blackwell on strike. Yeah, Nat is only 23 years old as well, so really good to see that leadership at such a young age. I mean, she made her county debut, of course, when Michael's mentioned about the previous iteration of the county circuit. She made debut when she was 14 at Gloucestershire, so she has been playing county cricket in some guise now for the best part of a decade, but she's got a real opportunity here at Warwickshire to take that game to the next, continue this evolution, this progression across the 2 white ball formats.
Yeah, another year and that'll be 10 years of cricket, at the age of 24. I can't buy that. That's experience for you. That's how she will learn. And I really like the way she's shaping up for this game, and I'm sure, looking behind, when I'm running as a bowler on top of my mark, I see a keeper who's confident, I have the confidence that, they'll be doing a good job for me. Allows me to also concentrate on the areas I need to bowl. This is very good cricket once again. I like the way Georgie Davis is handling the players as well, having the conversations when it needs to be, especially when Jess Jonas is on strike. They understand and they're going through the plans again, they're trying to stick to it. And really cat and mouse cricket at the moment, and the next 12 overs defines which way the game's going to go. Once the 78 for me at this point in time, Yorkshire about 20-25 runs short.
Especially from the rapid start they had. And they brought up the 100 within 18 overs. So since then you can see there has been a rather marked drop-off in the run scoring. Just have bowls here now to Jocelyn. Really slow delivery, that lovely change of pace there from the Warwickshire seamer.
That was a discussion that was being had between her and Georgie before that ball. So, this is good to see. I like when there's communication happening. I like when there is a plan, and I know there's a method in terms of what madness has been showed. For me, from coach's perspective, or from somebody who's trying to analyze the game, I love it. I love to see the communication, which is the key, really. And especially at that stage when, let's face it, they haven't taken any wickets in the last 8 to 10 overs. I'm not sure, maybe my stats might be off a bit there, but I think they have still stuck to the plan, haven't given any runs. Yeah, they would be happy sitting at 170, 185 for 4 at 40 overs, and they just have 60 more good balls to bowl.
Jonathan there, nice shuffle down the track. Well, it's funny you mentioned that, Rupert, because the last wicket to fall was in the 22nd over. Of course, that was Zane Campbell, who was dismissed by the bowler who's bowling here, Anna Baker. Just slashed it to Phoebe Brett at third. Dismissed for 1 from 7 in the end.
And from innocent perspective, I would like to see some intent.
A bit like that.
Like that.
Well, that one should race away for 4. Indeed it does. Plenty of momentum on the cricket ball. And I just had the conversation there with Dr. Jane Powell as well, but in terms of the technique, especially the defence, you can see there's a real cricketer here with Blackwell.
Looking at Ines, outside in, not seen girl before, let's say, if I'm coming to, she looks like a touch player. A player who's got a lot of time on her hands, or who's very well balanced, understands and that tells me she picks up length quite well, etc. as well. And she's only 16. At times, she will get stronger, she'll understand the game. For me, the intent is also not about hitting boundaries, also about maneuvering the ball, especially when Jess has been batting with her for the last 16 to 18 overs. I would have had Ines play fewer dot balls.
Jonathan goes for the sweep. Warwickshire do have protection out there in the form of Chloe Brewer.
I know she's batting 33 odd runs at this point. She would have easily batting 50 had she was just maneuvering the ball. And that is what she will learn, Richard and everybody else will have a chat with her. And she will only improve from this stage.
But you see there, I mean, that is a confident shot, isn't it? It's just a case of being able to beat the field.
Just on that shot itself, do I need to play that late when there are two players there, or do I can play in front of point and take a single and rotate strike? Oh, that's great keeping.
And that's going to bounce. Stumped off the wide. Nat Wraith, we were mentioning the quality of her keeping. That was lightning fast. And within a split second, Ines Blackwell's stay at the crease has come to end. A well-made 33 from the youngster. Yorkshire will be 188th for against that. Wide has been totted onto the scoreboard. Well, that was brilliant keeping from Nat Wraith.
And she deserves it. I think she stood up for the last 38 overs, and she's been waiting for that chance. Focus was there, concentration was there, expectancy there that she was receiving every ball. That is lightning, Jack. That is incredible keeping. And well deserved. Great credit. Once again, Yorkshire trying to shape up a partnership. Going into the last 10, have lost a wicket at the wrong time.
Well, the partnership is broken, courtesy of a moment of individual brilliance from Warwickshire's wicketkeeper. Even so, really good partnership between those two. Just steadied the ship, but now it's a case of up in the ante, as you mentioned, Rufa. So, coming into bat now for Yorkshire will be Maddie Ward, wearing the number 19. For Maddie, she'll be hoping for a sizable score here today. Scored 3 against Hampshire, 6 against Essex, 10 against Durham here at Scarborough. Has a high, at least this season so far, of 20. That came against Surrey at the Oval. Far better cricketer than that. And that'll be the end of the over. 39 have been bowled. Yorkshire are 187 for 5.
Great batting once again by Warwickshire. I'm not sure if I may be wrong, but all the wickets have got to the spinners. Is that in my understanding, or is it? I'm not sure. I didn't see Lauren.
The first one. So the first one was a brilliant piece of bowling from Mary Taylor. Yeah, since then it has been spin to win.
Correct. And at that stage, in the last 60 years we spoke about, we had bowlers coming from our end, but we are sitting to have some medium basis bowling. So once again, spin on both ends, cramping the room, not much runs given, wickets falling again, and Warwickshire trying to put the squeeze on the game.
They most certainly are. So will be Johnson on strike here. The Australian on 95. Scored over 50% first sides runs here today. Facing off against Georgia Davis, Warwickshire skipper.
Just a bulk of runs that she's got, and she's still full under pressure at 95. She feels she has to stay there till the end. If Warwickshire she's done everything right for herself. She's created the gaps, she's created the opportunities, she's rotated the strike where she can. If you look at her pattern of batting the first 2 or 3 balls, she's always gone the run and taken off strike. Once again, Warwickshire to be commended for that. And then what she's not had is a response back from the partners to keep rotating and keep her back on strike where she can be more damaging.
Here is Ward. Again, Davis, that's a very, very good delivery first up.
Brave bowling that, really brave bowling, giving a bit of air, enticing for me to come on down the track.
But yet again, more flight dip from Davis.
Once again, exciting part of the phase as well. Nilada coming in, putting pressure, dot balls. Good batting.
Yeah, it was. Gets Ward off the mark there with a single.
I know you asked that question to Yared. What are you thinking what the end's going to look like? Probably M&M's and ice creams on steak at that one at the end of the 50. So
it's a tough one. I think it all comes down to Jonathan. I think if he's there to the end, so see Davis bowling here to Jonathan, goes for the big shots. I think that was sliding down leg with the angle. I think if she stays until the 48th, even 49th, 50th over, Yorkshire could potentially, given her destructive batting capabilities, get to 270. But I think a lot depends on how Jonathan bats and how much he gets to bat for as well. We've also seen Beth Langston in recent games. She can certainly hit them all long and hard, so too can Rachel Slater. So Yorkshire still have got batting in the tank. Also got Claudie Cooper, who won't necessarily hit the 4s and 6s. When it comes to strike rotation, she did that expertly against Hampshire at York. So I think on both sides it's very much in the balance.
If they score 275 from here, momentum will be with Yorkshire. That will be scoring at about what? Yeah, that will be incredible. Because anything less than that, I'm going to get my ice cream, which I've been looking for the last 3 hours. Having said that, 25 overs.
It's Phoebe Brett bowls here to Maddie Ward.
At the end of 20 overs, Yorkshire were 104 for 3. At the end of 30 overs, 145 for 4. At the end of 40 overs, 189 for 5. Warwickshire has kept the snooze on all the time and another wicket.
There certainly is. Phoebe Brett gets her first one of the game. Maddie Ward looking to cross that one out towards the popular bank and has the leg stump bail dislodged from its place. Yorkshire now 189 for 6. Warwickshire do go bang bang in the wickets column. And yet another potential partner for Jonathan goes. White Rose 189 for 6 here in the 41st.
Once again, wickets seem to fall in clusters. Yorkshire find a way with some runs, and then when they look to push the game forward, get some more runs on it, they seem to start losing the wickets. It's like track and stop kind of a scenario for them. They would be frustrated by it. But having said that, we still have 60 balls to go. Beth Langston can use the long handle. She would run around the world, and still, for Yorkshire's sanity, really, we still have just 96 runs.
Yeah, she has played majestically today, as Jonathan. Hardly even given a remote opportunity to Warwickshire, let alone a clear-cut one. Has been in complete and utter command of this innings so far, and without this 96, well, we could be having a very, very different conversation. Here is Phoebe Brett then to Langston. As said, Langston very impressive in that previous game against Hampshire. Scored 26 not out from 21 deliveries and played some marvellous shots while doing so. Certainly capable with the bats. She plays on very deftly, very late. Would be a single cut off by Chloe Brewer.
And that's exactly what experience does for you. She's understood what ball is going to come her way, what shots. She already had a plan in her head. That is the first time I've seen a late cut for single, which is easy single. Every time the ball is 6 inches outside the off stump, that's the one go-to shot we have in a 50-over cricket, is rotate the strike, go to the other end, and just reassess. It's good batting by Beth Langston. Once again, putting just one strike on 96.
Question is, which shots does the Australian go to? Well, looks to go down the ground, half stopped by Phoebe Brett. Will just be a single. Miss Jonathan on to 97.
If Yorkshire are to get to your score of 275, the next 5 overs, this partnership needs to be together.
It won't be easy where Warwickshire have been metronomic, especially the spin bowlers, as to the end of the 41st over. Yorkshire 191 for 6.
It's so refreshing to see so many spinners on display and also doing a job. We have a leg spinner, we have an off spinner, we have a left arm spinner. It's so wonderful to watch girls bowling so different skills and so many different arts, challenging the batters all the time. It's really, really impressive, and I think plan for Warwickshire has always been to just keep tight and keep squeezing, and they have done a phenomenal job so far up until the first over.
They really have. Here is Georgia Davis then, bowling to Jonathan. Steps into that later shot down the ground one. She moves on to 98. Yeah, it's a variety, isn't it? And for the upcoming T20 Blast, I imagine that Mee Taylor has to play in that with the left arm wrist spin. It's the leading wicket taker in last year's competition. So you've practically got every single base covered. Was that one slightly off the edge? Races down towards the Trafalgar Square end. Long chase on here for fielder. In the end, Phoebe Bretts will scoop that one up. 2 runs scored. But even the seam department, I know that Alexa Stonehouse now is away with England, but you've got a left arm simmer there. You've got genuine pace with Izzy Wong and Emma Arlett. And different styles of bowlers. You look at Soren Kumar, for example, skiddy. So it really is the calling card for the West Midlands outfit. It's that plethora of different options.
Yeah, very exciting time for Warwickshire. I think, Ali Maiden and the team, they have done a good job in the last few years, getting the team together, having so many different skill sets on display.
They're a team who last season really did have a point to prove, especially in T20 cricket. I know that Michael spoke about it earlier. The one-day cup campaign didn't quite go to plan. Just the pair of victories for the Bare Ragged staff, but a lot of people wrote them off before the season. Not down to lack of skill, it was lack of experience. It's a very young team, and statistically, in Tier 1, Warwickshire do have the youngest side across any of the competitions. The average age of the squad is 22.7 years of age.
Wow. That is why I leave the stats to you, Aaron.
Yeah, it's something I spoke about at the start of the season as Davis gives that one plenty of flight, muscled down the ground by Jonathan for 1. It was something actually I spoke with Davison's maiden about at the media late. Something which they weren't aware of. It was something which you can kind of gather just from a gut feel, because it is quite a young team, but for it to be the youngest and achieve a runners-up finish last year in the past semi-final appearance in the County Cup really was great work.
And just to add to that as well, imagine the experience at that age, at the average age of 23. That's remarkable. And if Ali and the team can keep the girls fit and together for a long period of time, there will be a lot of trophies that could be achieved at that age as well. I think it's all good to see the planning, and it's good to understand what they want to achieve. When was the last time we saw spinners bowling from 36 overs onwards up into the end 50 overs, right? Which tells you that the girls are confident and they're willing to put themselves under different situations.
Here is Brett bowling to Jonathan. Jonathan plays that one confidently. And this will be yet another century for Yorkshire's resident Australian overseas superstar. It's a second century for the Aussie international here at North Marine Road. Her third of the campaign. She has played quite marvellously today. The century arrives from 95 delivery faced, includes 13 boundaries. Tape out, Jess Jonathan. This has been a delight to witness from the country box.
The last time we came together, she was batting on 50, and I said half the job done. Come back again, she's batting on 100, still half the job done.
Well, here is Brett bowling to Langston. Langston proactive there with the footwork.
And Langston understands the position now. She is looking to rotate strike and get Jess on strike for the last 6 or 7 overs.
Just like that.
Just like that.
Right on cue. Is that one out to Carrie Haveley?
So I'm going to say this before she plays the ball. Just these 2-3 balls is very crucial for now. She needs to focus again. She's just at 100. There's a fear of throwing it away in the next 2 or 3 balls. She needs to just regroup.
She won't throw it away with that shot.
That's on the way to the boundary. That's a great shot back. But yes, I think it's important. Now she reassess the situation. I don't know how she's thinking, but I'm thinking how many balls remaining, how many balls can I get strike. If I can run a ball from here, that will be 35 odd runs, and all boundary 50 runs there. So 255, 260 looks to be a realistic target.
Certainly does. Especially with shots like that. That one ruffled by JJ. You could see what she was trying to do there. Just can't quite beat the fielder at short mid-wicket.
And I like the way she waits for the ball as well. She really has a good balance around her as well. She waits for it, that the ball comes into her hitting area, and then she places the ball nicely. That's good batting for youngsters to watch as well. Keeping the shape for as long as they possibly can. maneuvering the ball. Once the ball is left the bowler's hands, there's nothing the bowler can do. It's all on the batter, on its downward swing. How you control the ball flight and how you control your bat angles helps you take singles and rotate the strike. Very good batting by Jess Johnson and well-deserved 100.
It really was. So we just see there some shots of our colleague, Michael McCann, now on the boundary, doing some scouting.
I thought he's gone to get my ice cream.
Shout of catch.
Oh,
Brilliant bit of footing that from Hannah Baker. Effortless.
Anna Baker, beautiful. She actually was watching the ball all the way through to her hands. Great anticipation, long strides towards the ball. Good one hand grab, if you like, straight, zip that ball straight to the keeper. Good fielding.
Yeah, again, it's moments like that just galvanises the team out in the field.
Shot.
A nice shot, isn't it, from Beth Langston? Yet again, it's Baker heavily involved there.
And this will help Jess as well because now she's got a partner who can rotate strike with her, so she can think about that and think about which balls to attack. Do I go early? Do I go late? You know. And look at her using the feet. Beautiful batting there. Great shot making. Watch the flight of the ball. Gave herself room outside the leg stump. Free flow of the bat. Watching it all the way onto the bat. Full extension of the arm. Good cricket. Good batting. 4 runs.
Yeah, it's almost premeditated, wasn't it, from Jonathan? A real pronounced trigger, a shuffle across, give herself room, just to open up the arms with all of the stump showing. And the execution, top notch. Moves her on to 110. Oh, that one, very close. In fact, this is the Australians' highest score of the campaign so far as well. Surpasses the previous best of 108, which came against Lancashire in the Roses match. So that one turned into a full toss, could be a catching chance, and it will be taken at the backward square. Jess Johnson departs a magical 110. Yorkshire 209 for 7 in this 44th over. We'll hear it through the ambient mic here at North Marine Road. The spectators, her teammates, her coaching staff will rise to their feet and acknowledge what has been a Herculean effort from JJ. Single-handedly got Yorkshire past the 200 and continues to make her presence felt in the shirt of the White Rose. Well batted, Jess Johnson.
Incredible innings. Really fought hard for the team. You know, wickets fall all around her. She made sure she was there till the end. Bit of passive play, which I was worried about after 100. I knew something could click, and if she would have stayed a little longer, could have more runs. But nevertheless, taking nothing away from Jess Johnson, that is a wonderful knock and well played.
Yeah, superb for that from Johnson. Brings Rachel Slater to the crease as we partnership against Hampshire on Wednesday. That game taking place at the lovely Clifton Park, home of York Cricket Club. Here she is then, the Scottish international, facing off against Davis. Straight away you can see there's intent.
Yes.
Just break down the numbers of that Jonathan century as well. As we see the end of the over, Yorkshire in 209 for 7. 110 runs off 102 deliveries, which include 15 fours, and every single one of those fours, if you were to compile a highlight reel, you just watch back time and time and time again, especially the shots down the ground. Really was impeccable. A pleasure to witness that knock today.
Yeah, Scarborough is best to see that, especially in the Scarborough sun as well. You know, few supporters do walk in, applauded the 100 as well, and then went back in the shed, you know, singing nice cup of coffee. But having said that, really great knock. I mean, nothing much more could have been said about it. But at the moment, still Yorkshire need more runs. 209 for 7. Warwickshire are happy a lot.
100%, especially given the start that we saw between Georgie Boyce and the aforementioned Jonathan. I mean, that partnership was worth 88. Since then we've seen a good partnership between Jonathan and Blackwell. That's worth 79 for the 5th wicket. Aside from that though, every other partnership so far, bar the 7th wicket, which is worth 20, has been single digit. So that one loopy from Mary Taylor. Really is a distinguishable slower ball. It's one which has served her well over the course of the campaign so far.
And it's also a ball that's been disguised quite, but I don't think the batters are picking up. I'm not necessarily saying because we have low other batters batting. I think because there's less pace on it and it's pitched up, and the batters don't have a time to go behind and put it or take it away from its presence really. But I think that is, and to be able to be brave enough to bowl that ball, the first ball of the spell, from a different end, it shows the level of confidence that she has in her ability.
Yeah, she's certainly growing into a role here at Warwickshire. Is Mary Taylor. One slightly shorter, cracked only as far as short mid-wicket for no run. Next in the fielder there.
What stats do you have for us on Mary Taylor then, Aaron?
Well, depends what kind of stats you'd like.
Progress so far when she's played the cricket?
Well, we've already spoken about that a little bit earlier on, but product of Sussex. The Taylor twins. Not just Taylor sisters, of course. Mirror twins, which is even rarer. Both attended St Bede's School down in Sussex. It's that one. Uppish just splits the gap between short wicket and mid-on. In terms of a journey, in recent years, of course, we've seen her involved with the St Vipers. Last season was at Hampshire. Played a really good knock in the semi-final. Really, really handy. So she can bat. We saw that last game against Lancashire. Scored an unbeaten 42 against the Red Rose at Southport, but definitely in the side for a bowling. Slater carves that one away. Backward of point. Long chase on here for Pavley. And the ball will just emerge victorious. Good effort though from Bears all round it.
Judging by the field that's been set, doesn't look like there is any room for giving any width outside the off stump for that kind of field. Looks like we have a mid-on, a mid-wicket, deep square leg and a front leg, which tells me that the lined up attack is more towards the body, cramping the batter for room.
Here is Taylor to Slater. That one rifled back down the ground. That'll be 4 runs. Slater just ambles down to the non-strikers. You could tell that the second that left the bats, there was only ever one outcome from that strike.
And such good smart batting as well. Understood the game and understood the play what's coming. Still was ready for it. Had her left leg out of the way, making sure she has full room on the full floor of the bat. And she realized that the ball's going to be coming more towards the body, and she was ready for it. A good way of making good contact. Like a tennis forehand for me, but I'll take the funds.
Yeah, it's just flat batted, wasn't it, really, from Slater. Take 2 then for Taylor. Yet again, it's the slower ball. Can't quite beat mid-off. And that will be the end of the over. So Yorkshire, 218 for 7. 5 overs remain. And of course, they no longer have the destructive Jonathan to finish off innings with a flourish. With being said though, we did see both of these players against Hampshire showcase the hitting capability, so Warwickshire certainly cannot rest on their laurels. They can't just go, well, we've got tail enders in. These two are not tail enders. They can hit many a boundary towards the death.
Spot on, Alan. On that note as well, do you want to revisit your score of 275? I'm a friendly person and I want to make sure that I've given you the chance to come back for my M&Ms and ice cream, but this is your chance after this ball. You can revisit. Let's go if you have to.
I think we may have to. So Carys Pavley from the Piso Park end. Bowling up first here to Langston. Delicately played down towards deep third. No protection down there, so you guaranteed runs. Real veteran shot that from experienced seam bowler. Also like the setup here of Langston. You can see before every single delivery, just looking, just making sure she knows where those scoring areas are, and straight away it brings about the change in field. Abby Freeborn still stays within the 25-yard circle, but she's taken from the onside into that position at third. Pavley really zips that one through. I think from this point, Ruth, I think 250 more than 275. As I said, a lot of that depended on Jonathan. If Warwickshire can get a couple of quick wickets there, that could easily turn into 40. And even at this stage, that latest one, even though it isn't a wicket, once you're in the close stages, whether it's a 20 over, a 50 over game, those dot balls really are gold dust.
Yeah, and looking at the players now, I see a lot of quiet faces. I don't see much noise coming through, if you see that. It means that the pressure and the momentum is shifting. Girls know that followers could decide, are we chasing 240 or less? Are we going 250, 260? And they're playing that. This is a stage when we can, then players can capitalize as a bowler or as a batter. So far, very good bowling.
Really is. Pavley's tickled around the corner there by Langston.
What Pavley has understood is that she cannot give any width to Langston. She's keeping her tucked around the corner and making sure she has the right fielders, two sweepers on either side, making sure that if she goes for a hoik across the line, it has protection there. If not, she's happy to concede the singles.
It's an inviting gap, doesn't it? The onside. For that shot right there, the fielder is out there, Surin Kumar, the sweeper in the deep. But Warwickshire don't have a deep square leg, it's deep backward square, so it's quite distance between those two fielders. But of course, the flip side of that, if you miss-aim it, you miscue it, or you misplace it to one of those fielders, it's going straight to them, so it's almost that double-edged sword. You take the bait.
And I think that's also not part of the boundary. So even if you're bowling it short and it's the areas that you want the batters to hit, it is a long hit. I'm not in terms of the yards, but it is a long hit. And rightly having two sweepers at the back is there. And at this stage, any bowling side would be happy to concede the singles, minimize the boundaries as much as possible, and we'll take even if they're conceding 6 sixes and over, that's fine.
Here's Taylor. Slater, the Yorkshire batter on strike. Yet again, pace take off. Pushes it down the ground for the single.
Third time in a row, the first ball of the over is a slow one, which tells me that she has a pattern and she sticks to it. Nothing wrong with that. It's just that if that's her way of getting into the over, and if she feels confident with it, she should stick to that. I suspect this ball is going to be as quick as possible towards the body.
Well, let's see. Here is Taylor. Well, pace taken off again. Just pulled behind square for one.
Which is not a bad idea, to be honest. Asking the batters to generate pace because she is not giving them much pace from the ball. So I think smart cricket, either way, smart cricket. Now the next 3.5 overs is crucial to take us to that score of 250.
It definitely is. Feels like an incredibly important phase of the game. Pace taken off again. It's a definite poise from Taylor, and to be honest, I don't mind it, especially on the offside, because even though at the same level of protection, the dimensions are longer. She's got a shorter onside to work with here. Michael mentioned this right at the beginning of the broadcast. It's around about 50 metres on the left side. It is, I'm not going to say significantly longer on that side, but it's more towards 60 on what is the off. Trust me, that does make a difference. Taylor again, paid off. Pull in front of square this time. Surin Kumar gives chase. And that is one thing which I think Warwickshire will be very happy with today, the quality of the ground fielding. They have backed the bowlers incredibly well.
I'm also Surin Kumar, like a pocket dynamite there. She's really crossed the surface, attacks the ball, doesn't wait for it to come through, has a good strong shoulder to the ball as well. 4 consecutive slow ones. Definitely a plan.
And it's again, pace take off. I'll tell you what, at this stage, why wouldn't Taylor do this? Because the over's gone for just 4.
As I said, she has done this is why it's very fascinating to see what the plan is, and it's also interesting to see that you are sticking to the plan. She figured out pretty quickly that it's hard for me to keep generating that pace. Definitely the ball is a little older as well. Just keeping it on the spot, changing the pace, keeping it slow and slow as possible.
There it is again. Slater tries to muscle that one through mid-wicket, and yet again it's another single. I'll tell you what, the Bears will be delighted with that from Mary Taylor. You can see just 5 runs from the over. Yorkshire now 227% after 47, so 18 deliveries remain.
Really, really brave bowling, really smart bowling as well. Stuck to plan, 6 consecutive slow ones. Everything, if we have a pitch that would be on that spot or about it, within a handkerchief length from each other, really. had the two players at the back and one sweeping on the onside as well. Happy to singles, really smart cricket, brave cricket, well deserved to give us 4 or 5 runs and over.
Here is Davis then from the Peas Park end. Straight away Slater smears that one through the covers for 1. This of course will be Davis's final over the innings. Previously had 2 for 37.
I feel something's going to give here. Are the boundaries and opportunity coming?
Well, it has to at this stage, doesn't it? 17 balls remaining here for Yorkshire to go into the innings break with a little bit of impetus. So that one goes down to Pivley for 1. But across the board, I must say Warwickshire have done very well today. Look at Hannah Baker, she's definitely been the standout. 3 for 45 from her 10 overs. Davis here, she has 2 wickets as well. It's been miserly as well. We've not seen too many boundaries conceded by the Warwickshire captain. You look at feedback for 30 from her 9 overs. Has been really good from the spinners.
Davis changed her length beautifully, flighted when it has to. Kept it tucked around the corner, again a single or double this time.
Yeah, it's going to be 2. That's good running between Slater and Langston. Slater.
Yeah, at this stage, Warwickshire would be very happy against the singles and 2s. That was not going to hurt them at all. What hurts at this stage is boundaries, and they have kept it to a bare minimum.
That one again given plenty of flight. Just tipped around the corner. That time by Georgia Redmayne. Single scored.
Be interesting to see when was the last boundary scored, Aaron. Which over?
I can check that for you. We do have a ball by ball. Well, that won't be a boundary, that'll be out. Straight to Georgia Redmayne, and Georgia Davis, the Warwickshire captain, has her 3rd wicket with her very final delivery. Yorkshire 233 for 8. And well, I'll spark a quick change here in the comms box. I'll make way for Michael McCann. Ruther, I'll leave you to dish out some words of wisdom.
Georgia Davis deserved that victory, that wicket as well. She really stood up as, still had the mirror off and cover and pop. Fighted this one up, she knew the ball was coming at it. Took a chance, got a wicket. Yorkshire are 233 for 8 on 47th over. Really, really good cricket by Warwickshire at this stage. Welcome, Michael McCann.
Thank you very much. Yeah, back from getting my Strava stats up by Glenn steps in with a lap of Scarborough. A very handy little knock there, and you can understand why she was so frustrated. There was a wry look up to the heavens. And the fact, when you strike ball that cleanly, you always feel a little bit unlucky to go.
Yeah, I think Yorkshire needed the runs. Georgia Davis understood what's expected from them and just kept it into a simple game of cricket.
Taylor, continuing from this end where she got Lauren Winfield here in her first spell. One thing I noticed, being pretty much behind the bowler's arm for much of her work in this 3rd spell, the majority of her deliveries are properly pace off. So it's something we see a lot from seam bowlers these days. The pace on ball at the end of the innings is almost a surprise ball. Experienced Langston, seeing what she can do. That's another one that, I mean, it's quite a lollipop. It's almost a seamless version of it, and I say that as no criticism to her, quite the opposite. It looks very awkward to face.
Having said that, me and Aaron McConaughey, this is her 8th consecutive slow ball. She's bowled a floor ball of 6 overs previously and followed up with 2 more, same spot, asking the batters to take the chances, sticking to her field. There's nothing wrong she has done, she's just stuck to her plans.
Oh, that sliced off the trusted outside edge for Claudia Cooper, and possibly has winded the field of Phoebe Brett there, who's getting up a little bit injury as if she might have accidentally booked herself a trip to the dentist.
Well, she was brave enough to put her hand in, the ball just flicked up her hand onto her chin.
Wonder whether she's just wiping her hand along the mouth. Yeah, no gaps.
Lunchtime soon, yeah.
Fallen out. No, all jokes aside, Phoebe Brett back to her feet and seemingly okay, which is good to see. It's another one that's properly paced off. It's hammered straight mid-off. Direct hit would have been miles out. Well, at this stage you can understand why Langston took it on, but mid-off had the opportunity to put Yorkshire 1 wicket away from being all out.
Yeah. Irrespective of what the scoreline looks like, Yorkshire need to make sure they're playing the last ball off the 50.
It was Georgia Davis who was shying at the stumps there. This time Cooper sweeps and sweeps pretty well for one. Willie Cooper so far this season with the bat, with 0 against Surrey, 1 against Blaze, 0 against 0 against Durham, and 6 against Hampshire, so 7 runs in 4 innings. Of course, better known for her excellent offies. She's done a good job there though. She's got Langston back onto strike. Langston very much the senior partner here in terms of both experience and track record. Again, pace off. Langston goes down the ground. She hasn't got enough of it, and it's a simple takeout at long on. Judged the catch really well. Hannah Baker coming around, make sure there was no doubt that she was going to stay in the field of play. 237 for 9. Yorkshire lose yet another wicket with the departure of Langston.
Once again, I think credit goes to the catcher. That is a great catch there. At the boundary line, the ball not having much pace, but Langston giving it everything she could possibly on the catch. Not in her favour. Once again, slow ball seems to be working for Mary, and she's just stuck to it. Yorkshire 237 for 9.
It's been a very disciplined bowling and fielding effort from Warwickshire. There's been so much to admire about it. Jess Woolston comes out, and it's up to Woolston and Cooper to see what they can do. See what can scramble. 250 feels a little bit of a way off here, but that might be the mini milestone that they'll be dreaming of.
I asked Alan a few questions, Michael, when you were away. His first answer was 275. I asked him to revisit that.
Yeah,
250.
I thought you were going, yeah. And while DJB and I were on good 20 overs back, I was saying I stand by. You probably want close to 300 here on this pitch with 50 metre boundary on one side. You think the Durham game was 290 tied.
And the wicket only going to get better than baking on it. It's going to dry and quicker and quicker. Fair to say the Yorkshire are a few runs short at this point in time.
Yeah, but would appear to insert all the normal cliches about both sides batting on it. Oh, that's fantastic. The innings is over. Phoebe Brett, the scourge of Yorkshire last season when Worcestershire beat the White Rays in April, is at it again. And Yorkshire, unfortunately, have continued an unwanted theme with their season in recent times of failing to bat at the 50 overs. Leave a little bit of the back end unused. 238 all out.
Just wanted there. Didn't see. Imagine if Jess Johnson's runs are taken out of the scorecard right now. That would be such a different scorecard looking at it as well. Nevertheless, I think Warwickshire deserve the praise. Get team all out, especially on a good batting track. 238-39. They'll be happy more than not in the dressing room. Yorkshire has a fight, and I'm sure they'll be up for it. It'll be good, interesting watching once we come back after the change play.
So half an hour or so for both teams to regroup before the chase. Warwickshire chase a 4th and from 8 this season to potentially, if they got the bonus point, go above Surrey up into 3rd. And to be honest, even a win without the bonus point might take the Bears past Surrey because they're 4 points behind coming into today. Yorkshire know that a win would take them up into 4th above Essex, Somerset and Warwickshire. We'll see you for the run chase in not too long. 239 to win it will be for Warwickshire. She's 16, like it's a learning curve. This keeps sorry, I sound really impatient. I just literally want to start running again. I was just wanting to write out Langston. How is she out? I've got the score. How is she out?
So she's scored one day,
yeah. Slater. 2, 3, 8 all out. What did the 8 wicket Listen, I told you so. Remember I read them all out? Yeah. About to change. I felt terrible because I read them out and then I was like, but he's got to change. I was like, I could see we were ready to have a discussion about it. I was like, no, but we need to get you spots. So you were just about to speak and I was just like, it's a theme, not sure what the sort of time. Oh, bowling figures, Aaron? Yeah. Give me the full.
10 overs,
Yeah.
9 maidens, 2
Yeah.
Right, 2 Brett was next.
Yeah.
1.2 overs,
Yeah.
9 maidens,
Yeah.
15.
Yeah.
Davis, 10 overs,
Yeah.
1 maiden,
Yeah.
4
They've got a great spin.
Yeah.
Suing Kima?
3 overs, 1 maiden, 1 following.
Baker? Baker 45?
Yeah, 10 overs.
Yeah. Paisley?
Paisley, 7 overs, 9 maidens, 9
Succeeded bowling. She was telling me
One every 3. Yeah, but there you go, yeah. They get 2 in 1 for your.
Trust me, this is why I do the boundaries. You learn things up here in our crazy consigns. It is nifty.
Is it nippy?
Mate, I've done both laps in hoodie. Yeah. It's got.
It's there as well.
There's a few of them out there who will regret
Which
it.
rivers are doing order? Is it for
I just wanted to, because otherwise, you start the second innings and you have to play card from the first one, but particularly up here, it's a good setup.
Yeah,
The only
yeah.
thing is we've got no.
or monitor?
Yeah, exactly right. So you don't want to be those people that just sound like they have no idea what the bloody score is. My hotspot sometimes works really well up here, and sometimes not.
Higher. Bit higher. Bit higher. Bit higher. The last few overs. I enjoyed them. So getting hot after the one. Done what? They're not away. It's actually the Kia Open. The Durham is actually. Well, that's the thing. I could check to figure out how they're going to this. No, I'm guessing. It's always outside of
it's sort of still. Just give it a shake, Jane, then it'll be sparkling. Yeah, so it's nice because you do that more. Can I show you something that says experience already? No, I'm serious. I'm not playing. It's not aviation shit, but it's just, you know, sometimes you just need to look at it. You're sending to use it as a way of that. Rather than park this one, so just what I'm about to say means nothing. So you can hear it all. I notice you haven't said yes. If you haven't said yes, then maybe go on. Also, not in a bad way, but you know,
You got a long time yet? You lot? Yeah, 10 past start.
I don't like doing it start.
15 minutes. Yeah. Yeah.
You're smart, you are.
Yeah,
Welcome back to Scarborough for the run chase. It's definitely more Scarborough than Scarbados right now. It's been a day where sometimes the sun's popped through and it's been quite nice, but I can inform you from a couple of laps around the ground, overall definitely on the chillier end, but I'm delighted today alongside yours truly, Michael McCann, to open batting for the run chase from a commentary box point of view on this Yorkshire Cricket TV stream powered by Vertu. Is someone who never makes me feel chilly, always makes me feel warm inside, to have a fantastic and expert opinion on all things women's cricket, as well as her company in so many more senses. A very good cold afternoon to Dr. Jane Powell with 239 to win for Warwickshire.
Yeah, good afternoon. It is chilly, that's for sure. I'm starting to feel the cold in my old age, but it'll be an interesting chase, and a lot of it will be decided, I think, in many ways in the power play. So depending on which team gains the upper hand will definitely help them as they go through this afternoon, as we see the umpires out there with gloves on as well as their jackets firmly fastened as Rachel Slater comes into bowl.
Slater starts by being driven through the covers. It's half stop, thought of running a single, and now they will run a single. I think Yorkshire have got an injury issue, could be a run out as well. It is a run out. It's absolute chaos from the first ball of the innings. My goodness me, we'll never run on this field, they say. Chess Woolston was static on the ground. Meanwhile, in swooped Yorkshire to gleefully get themselves a wicket. None for one. What a bizarre ball.
I'm almost at a loss for words, if I'm honest, because it was a misfield. She made a good job to stop it, and I thought the batters had decided that that's it. They won't take the run, and then all of a sudden they're running, and it was recovered and thrown into the bowler's end, and without seeing much, Georgie Redmayne is on her way back into the dressing room.
Well, there was a very late decision. We haven't got an output monitor, so we can't quite see the pictures that you're seeing right now across our two camera feed and replays coming in as and when. But you'll notice when you see that replay, there was a lot of hesitation between the pair. So now Amusu and Kumar must recompose herself, having been involved in that run out. She is joined out there by Meg Austin, having lost Georgia Redmayne, that Aussie overseas, for Golden Duck. It was a smart bit of work from Beth Langston in the carnage. Trust the experienced campaigner to be doing that.
Yeah, if anybody's going to react quickly to that, it would be Beth Langston. So here we go, second ball of the game after that eventful first ball.
Straight to Woolston once more. And when you've got an under par total, I think we can say that almost factually, speaking of both teams, the history of this ground, the analysis, how this pitch is looking as well. Yorkshire will know that, particularly as the home team. That's just what you need. It gives you a massive shot of adrenaline at the start of the run chase.
Especially somebody of the quality of Georgie Redmayne.
Slater has this one driven back to her by Suren Kumar. Yeah, we mentioned it in the first innings, but this is someone, and I know it's a different format, but she's the 9th highest run scorer in Women's Big Bash history, which you don't end up on a list like that if you're not good at wielding the willow. And she's pretty much, you think of the 8 above her, and it's all the types of names that you would expect. You're looking at Aussie cricketing royalty.
Yeah, there's Rachel Slater coming in. That's off the thigh pad, and they'll take a single.
Yeah, Slater back into the team today in place of Grace Hall, who made her injury comeback a couple of days ago, but unfortunately picked up a knock, I understand, in training yesterday. Slater had missed the game at York on Wednesday with a minor medical procedure, but thankfully bowler counts went okay. The Scottish international back into action. She'll of course get the chance as sort of Yorkie Scott, as one of her teammates sort of once called her, to play at Headingley in the World Cup this summer, which I know she's buzzing about, against England too. Just straying down the leg side again there, has to recompose herself. She's got quite the collection of scalps this season, Rachel Slater, in terms of wickets she's got. And these aren't just players she's got out after they've been in for a long time, and Rachel Slater's second or third spell. These are all wickets in her first spell of the game in the power play. It's Heather Knight, the former England captain, against Somerset. Bryony Smith, the Surrey captain, and one-time England international. Eve Jones of Lancashire, and Tammy Beaumont, who you may or may not have heard of, being completely sarcastic, of course. Beaumont, another England legend. So, not just that she's taken wickets, but she's taken big wickets as well at various points this season. And if she can do that again, All of a sudden, it's Warwickshire who are really sweating when the momentum of this game at the back end of the first innings was swinging completely in the other direction. Slater again, just need to adjust her line. There's a frustrated glance up to the heavens.
Yeah, she's just correcting her body position as she's walking back, putting her hands up, keep upright, take everything to the target. At the moment she's just falling away just a fraction, and it's just sliding down leg side.
And that's straight at cover, fielded by Cooper, and Yorkshire, as you'd expect, have got a bit of zip about them, having taken a wicket in the most unusual of circumstances in the first over. Golden duck for Georgia Redding, run out from the first ball of the reply, 3 for 1 after 1.
Yeah, he's so unusual. I was just chatting to somebody in the lunch interval, tea interval, whatever we want to call it, and saying Innes Blackwell has got a record of being stumped off a wide and run out off a no ball. That's her total. That's the way she's been dismissed twice at this ground.
Oh, I see. Yes.
So she was run out of a no ball in the first game against Durham, and today she was stumped off a wide.
So you're thinking, how can she go through the more obscure dismissals?
I'm just thinking
get out handball or something like that.
The first ball of this chasing innings was a bizarre wicket, but you'd almost say Innes is in that bizarre range as well.
Suren Kumar.
And as I speak about Innes, she's bowling here.
Just tickling away the first ball of Blackwell's over. I believe this might be the first time Innes Blackwell has taken a new ball for Yorkshire in a women's senior competitive game.
Yeah, she normally comes on first change or even second change sometimes, but they'll be wanting to try and get off to that tight start, and we'll be delighted with the first over.
Got 33 with the bat early on, and has a play and miss induced from Austin there. We've talked about the talented young Innes Blackwell, but Austin and Suren Kumar certainly not far off the age bracket. Suren Kumar 18 and Austin 20, and both in their own rights very impressive. Suren Kumar had that partnership of 147 for the first wicket against Hampshire with Davina Perrin, which is a competition record this season. As again it's Austin pushing outside off. She gives you a big dilemma, Blackwell, with balls like that. I wonder whether it's something Fraser here uses a lot these days, which is the wobble, basically. And I know they've been working with Blackwell on a version of it, one that basically holds its line, because she gets these big booming in-swingers. So you only need a couple to just not go with the in-swing, and that's going to live rent-free in a batter's head. That time it's a sensible leave from us.
Yeah, and the advantage that Blackwell's got this year is not many of the opposition know her at the moment, and if you're not used to the in-swing, you're probably playing her as a fairly straight-on bowler, drifts away occasionally, but then you suddenly find this ball coming back into you. So if it's a little bit short and you're trying to cut, be careful.
And again, Austin leaves. Nice from Blackwell. Actually reminds me of a phrase I've heard a lot of women's cricketers and men's cricketers use on both circuits, which is first season syndrome.
Yes.
And basically what it is that nobody knows anything about you.
Yeah.
And so it gives you a heightened chance to come on and impress, because teams throughout the campaign haven't got a lot of analysis to go off what to expect from you. So that's good ball from Blackwell. That's one that's a bit more of an inducker to fish what is a very nice over from her to start with 4 for 1 from 2. Blackwell concedes just the single.
Yeah, first over from Innes Blackwell, the way that she just hold that line and length, and they'll be delighted with that. There have been Yorkshire been guilty at times of keeping it fairly tight from one end and then going for quite a few runs from the other, and that didn't happen in this game, which is probably what they need, because not having such a big total, then it's a type of thing where you need to keep it tight from both ends.
Slater back for a second from Pino Markend. Oh, that's what a bit of luck for Suren Kumar, who's managed to inside edge that through finest of fine legs for a lucky first boundary of the innings for Warwickshire.
Yeah, and that's the sort of thing that if you're a Yorkshire fielder out there, you want things to go to hand, and that was lucky, but it didn't go anywhere near the hand, so it was a lucky shot, but she definitely got away with that edge.
Better signs for Slater though, who was struggling with her line in last over. That's much more where we're used to seeing Scott has his deliveries like that. So when Kumar pushing forward, it was Winfield Hill trying to catch her out, but when she's on her increasingly both informative and regular media duties, Lauren Winfield Hill has been glowing in her praise of Suren Kumar, saying that she was basking in admiration for some of the range of shots the youngster's shown in a couple of innings with Warwickshire this season. Suren Kumar more resolute in her defence there. From Bournemouth, went to rugby school and initially was actually seen as a little bit more of a bowler, was in Middlesex's academy as an under-11, was then in Sunrisers Academy 5 years ago. She joined Essex in 2024 but signed for Bears in 2025 as part of the England under-19 World Cup squad in Malaysia last year. Suren Kumar didn't try and hit it too hard, and it has managed to bobble over, carries it mid-on with a desperate dive, and Suren Kumar gets easily, of the two boundaries we've seen in the over, of course, by far more convincing. Straight drive that gives you so much confidence, high elbow as well, lovely to enjoy.
Yeah, it was Beth Langston diving there, and as she dived to try and stop that one, it literally bounced over her, and in so doing she's lost her GPS signal, so she's just having that replaced now, back into the brought that where those GPS.
You had to do that all the time back in the 80s.
Didn't even know what GPS was in those days when I played.
Slater again in a nice spot. Yeah, it's safe to say the game has changed a little from when you captained England in a World Cup final at the MCG in 1988 to be precise.
Yes, it's changed massively, and it's interesting to see how different innovations come in, and not least of which is, you're wearing trousers and coloured clothing.
It feels bizarre to think it. Slater induces a bit of a bottom-handed swipe from Suren Kumar. It's swipe of frustration, but it needn't be because they have taken 8 off the over, 12 for 1 from 3.
This feels like a much better balanced opening attack for Yorkshire than what it has been, with the left arm over the wicket of Rachel Slater and the right arm in duckers almost from Innes Blackwell, and both of them will cause the batter a slight concern as they have to deal with a different line from each of the two batters, from each of the two bowlers, so it does feel slightly more balanced than it has been of late.
Well, continuing. Yeah, Richard Pye referred to Rachel Slater as being gold dust, and again, her very present back in the team gives you that left arm option. And Jess Woolston not opening the bowling as she has done so often for Yorkshire this season, and last season when she was fit and Diamonds in the regional era, she's got to wait for her chance. She's only taken 1 wicket this season, hasn't quite had a campaign she'd wanted. Oh, that's an absolute bullet. That is smashed by Austin. Half volley for Blackwell, over pitched. Meg Austin has crashed that down the hill.
Yeah, great shot from Meg Austin there. So it's Blackwell slightly over pitching, and Meg Austin just leaning into it and bringing that bat through with extreme speed that gives it that powerful connection to hit the boundary almost before anybody else had blinked.
Absolutely whistled away. It's travelled as quickly. You see people do this on the socials now. Come back to that as Blackwell gets the dot. I think I first saw it last season, but the number of seconds and milliseconds the ball took to get from the batter to the boundary, and in terms of that shot, I think we're probably looking at between 2 and 3 seconds. That was rapid. That travelled from Austin, but Blackwell responded nicely. It's part of the game. Got to slip in play, got to pitch it up, induce drive. It just went a little too far with that on that occasion. That was much better from Innes Blackwell. Will be taking the confidence from her knock with the bat. She might have started a bit slowly, but ultimately 33 is a New Yorkshire senior best. She had 30 on debut in August of 2025 in Metrobank World Cup League 2 in a narrow loss against Middlesex, but it's a best in her Yorkshire career, her fledgling Yorkshire career. Another well hit cover drive from Austin, this time straight Ward. will be fascinating to see how Lauren Whitfield Hill uses her bowl. Her attack has a very different composition to the spin-heavy players that we saw. Mary Taylor's 10 overs and 3 from Sen Kumar, all of the non-spin that we saw in the innings. Yorkshire will definitely have a lot more seam within their lineup between Slater, Blackwell and Wilson, and Langston as well. Remember, there's Cooper and Ward to offer spin options as well as Johnson. Full toss, over pitch, and Austin for the second time in the over. Gladly punished the error from Blackwell, who's not quite learned from her first mistake. 2 boundaries from the over, and 4 boundaries from the last 2 overs. 20 for 1 off 4.
And interesting, just to throw into the mix something slightly different, is that it's actually raining at Headingley at the moment.
Ooh, okay.
So if and one bringing that in is Duckworth Lewis, because of that wicket, the very first ball, Duckworth Lewis is standing at 28.
Yeah, good point.
You know, so we do have to keep mindful of the fact, I don't know where which direction the weather's coming from and going to, but that could be a consideration.
And of course, it's points like this where you remember how massive geographically Yorkshire is, because it might be raining at Headingley, but Headingley is a long way from Scarborough.
Yes, it is, but if there's rain around, there's those considerations. And the reason I say it is because you can't believe that it's at 28, but it's because of the wicket, the first ball of the game.
Slater slanting it across Sen Kumar.
See, lots of fielders putting their hands on their head because I think that was quite close.
Yeah, DLS something that is often seen as a bit of a mystery, but as Dr. James Powell alongside rightly points out, there's some guiding principles that you can understand with it, that it really highly values wickets in hand, and it really highly values not losing early wickets in particular. And again, it's almost a repeat from the previous one, kind of thing that a wicket-keeper that might want to be in the ear of 18-year-old Sen Kumar might be saying, strike 2 at the ball game. She is someone that will naturally want to try and be aggressive.
Yeah, I think Warwickshire have sort of grown up playing shots. You know, if we think that, missing today because of injuries, Davina Perrin, there's somebody who really does play shots right from the start. So Sen Kumar has probably seen Davina Perrin and thinks that's the way I'm going to play as well. And good luck to her, because if you do get off to a flyer, it really helps your team.
Davina Perrin with a hamstring injury, unfortunately. That's still being assessed as how serious it might be. Same can be said for Katie George, the sometime England all-rounder who's had awful up injuries over the years. He's an explosive fielder and would have been quite the asset for the Bears today. Slater with a good Yorker, and it's a good response as well. Sen Kumar's had just a little patch of not the form she'd have wanted. 59 against Surrey, 51 against Hampshire, and it can be difficult to deal with the added attention as a young player that comes with delivering career best back-to-back 50s like that, and then 3 against Essex, 16 against Blade, 10 against Somerset, 7 against Durham, and 4 against Lancashire. Has really struggled in more recent times.
Yeah, I think it's sort of easy to make an impact as a youngster when you first come in, when people don't know you. But as you go through, then you're going to face ups and downs, and sometimes you'll get more downs than ups. And it really is a question of how you react to those downs and how you react to things that don't always go your way, and that'll be the mark of a player as they go forward.
Back of the length. This is a gorgeous over from Slater. It's her best over her spell so far by some distance in terms of threat that she's offered, beating the bat over and over. 21 for 1 after 5. We've been talking about the rain, and it's so quintessential English here. Away to our left, there's a pretty concerning dark cloud, albeit the forecast still seems we're not going to get any rain. But away to right, the sun is popping out, and so not for the first time today. Nathan, our very hard-working head of production, as well as Aaron Viles, who's part of our hard-working commentary crew, are going to put sun cream on again. It has become a bit of a theme of the day that pretty much the moment they get the sun cream out before they've even applied it, they then ended up having to reach for the jacket because the winds when they've been cold. It's that sort of a middling kind of day. More from Blackwell. Just getting some nice shape on that. Dumped into the pad of Sen Kumar. Got herself in a little bit of a tangle. Slater square leg. Well, from you again, the hit for Sen Kumar out to deep mid wicket is just 50 metres here. Deep fine leg as well, so 2 out in the power play, both behind square on the onside. And that's understandable the way Blackwell bowls.
Yeah, and Suren Kumar and Austin, they'll be finding that Rachel Slater is potentially, the line is just going across them, so angling towards first slip in some respects, whereas Innes Blackwell will be bringing it back in. So they're having to get used to two very different lines, and the only time that I thought that was going to be a caught and bowled down, that was very uppish back towards Innes Blackwell, but no, was there a hand on it?
Well, it's one of those. I thought that was a caught and bowl chance, very tough, but I don't think she's hit that into the ground. I think she's hit that on the up, off the half volley. I mean, the way everyone's reacting, it's more, I think, in the stop category than a legitimate stop catch, because Suren Kumar's timed that nicely, but she did get a hand there. Blackwell, that would have been one of those dismissals that millions of views on the socials. She's already shot to fame in that regard after the pulled 6 off Filer in the game here against Durham. Suren Kumar held back and just leant in the bat, didn't try and hit it too hard. It wasn't quite that half volley drive. I've had to respect a little more than how dismissive Austin was against Blackwell in the previous over. We should take you quickly elsewhere. Lancashire have posted 246 for 9 at the Oval against Surrey, powered by 69 from Eve Jones, 39 from Grace Johnson, 3 wickets for Maitland Brown, 3 for 46, and Danny Gregory, the bladed rounder, with 3 for 42. So Austin finds Ward out at deep cover, who's gone out there after Austin crashed those drives out there in the previous over, and Sophie and Alice Monaghan have just gone out to start the reply for Surrey. Lancashire second bottom, needing a third win to try and not lose touch with the top 3. Surrey meanwhile third and can close the gap on Hampshire in second, or maybe even go above them today and get the bonus point. Sliced, lots of fortune for Suren Kumar, no luck for poor old Blackwell. Away it goes. So Suren Kumar's edged one off Slater that's missed the leg stump by millimetres and gone for 4, and now she's done that, so it's the kind of thing that maybe makes you think as a batter, my luck's in today.
Yes, and she won't be very happy at the moment with the execution of her shots because of that. The fact that she scored 2 boundaries, one off an inside edge and one off outside edge, basically. But she's still there. Absolutely.
And when you go back to that point about her form, back-to-back 50s and then 40 runs at an average of 8 in her last 5 innings. So you just got to keep telling yourself, maybe today is the day that my luck turns and actually I get back in the runs. Slater to continue. The wind's a factor here as well. Those flags really are fluttering. Slater's bowling somewhat into the wind here. It's a little bit of a crosswind too.
And bowling that really tight line that the batter finds awkward to try and do anything with. The only balls that have really been punished are those that have been over pitch so far by the Yorkshire bowlers, and Warwickshire, they've got plenty of time. They just need to be patient. Just need to be patient and wait for the ball in the right area.
That's off the outside edge, so more fortune for this pair, and this is going to pull up just short in front of the tea room. And they will run 3. They were actually thinking of running 4 there. Good quick scamperage by, in fact they ran 2, beg your pardon, I was thinking 3 was quick going just down there. Elsewhere, big run chase on for Somerset. That's not going to be easy. They need 293 to win against Durham. 56 for Mia Rogers, 58 for Holly Armitage. That's pretty well known to the part of the world we're in right now. Former Diamond skipper in the regional era. Slater just losing her line. 2 wickets for Lola Harris, Chloe Skelton and Alex Griffiths, and Neve Holland and Rebecca Oggies have just gone out to open up for Somerset. Somerset in 5th with 3 wins and 4 losses. Durham meanwhile bottom with 2 wins and 4 defeats, but that mid-table pack from 4th to 9th, or mid-table and the bottom, is extremely tight. 6 teams separated by 1 win. And again Slater, over and over again. She did it in the previous over too. You do sense something's coming here.
Yes, you could do with just putting it a fraction nearer to the batter there to try and york her, because she's playing a missing outside bat, so she's not picking a line at all. So if she was to be able to bowl the yorker, she may well get under and through the batter.
Back of a length, it's not quite tidy from Winfield Hill. They want a single, and there's already been a run out today. Oh well, Suren Kumar was certain there was one there. They didn't quite end up at the same end, but they went far off it. Eventually Meg Austin got her skates on, and they came through for what was ultimately given
It's a leg bye.
as a leg bye. Thank you, keeping us sane up here.
Aaron and I spent a whole game watching an umpire with their hand poised, ready to signal a leg bye. So we're very good at leg byes, Aaron and I.
Flicked away. Well, that's frustrating for Slater. Fallen on the pads, and Suren Kumar, who's been out of form, will love a delivery like that. A bit of an easy 4 runs, not quite bowling to her field.
Yeah, that was a good shot by Suren Kumar. It was the wrong line by Rachel Slater, and Suren Kumar just spotted it and just helped it down to fine leg. Very good shot.
So, for those of us uninformed, in terms of both myself and listeners, what was the context of this leg bye signalling?
So you can always tell when they're about to give a leg bye because their hand is already out
Oh, I
poised.
see.
So if you watch an umpire when there's a leg bye and you're not sure, you can see them with their hand already out, ready to lift their knee up to it.
Okay.
So we're leg bye
Leg bye experts.
aficionados by now.
30. The weird thing's the game of cricket brings you.
I think that was the
35 for
time
1 of
when
7.
we there was only the two of us on commentary, so I think we were going stir crazy thinking we were repeating ourselves for
This would be
100 overs.
the Essex game at
Yes,
Eggley, wasn't it? Yeah,
yes.
the 13 run defeat. I think, I mean, obviously they haven't batted as they'd have wanted batting first, but I know Yorkshire would have been mightily relieved, particularly at a ground where there's such a spice at Scarborough, to win the toss and bat first when you've had a couple of run chases where you have got home by 16 runs to Durham at York, 13 runs to Essex ahead, and we tied the game against Durham where before the collapse they were in a very good position here.
Is that toss bias for women's cricket or that toss bias for cricket?
So there's not a huge amount of women's cricket that's historically been played, but for what there is a strong bias.
Yeah.
And then for men's cricket across literally decades, there's such a high toss bias that even when you take out the disparity, you're talking 90+% of the time you win the toss at Scarborough and bat.
And they're great starts. I just don't know whether they know that.
Yeah.
That's what I,
No, I know they're aware of that. They were in no doubt about winning the toss and batting at Scarborough. Langston on from the Trafalgar Square end. And a respectful defensive shot from Meg Austin to this going. And of course you got to be careful too much with analytics, but essentially when you look across all of the grounds that are regularly in use for men's and women's cricket in the UK across a long period of time, it's right up there for the most toss bias around.
Yeah.
This is just I did using the pace, but straight to Jonathan.
Yeah, and I guess at the end of the day, you've got to bat one, you've got to bowl well. You know, I think so. And
I guess that's
they
the
did
concern.
that very well
And
in the
that's
first innings.
That's the concern for Yorkshire, which is they got the coin in their favour.
Yeah.
238 all out with 4 balls to spare. Flicked away. Will be at least one, and will be only one. Fielding done by Slater. It continues a bit of an unfortunate thing for Yorkshire. I know assistant coach Kevin Sharp has been saying that one thing we've been working very hard on is looking to bat the full 50 overs. Failed to do it away against Somerset and Surrey. The home game against Essex, we're all out in the 50th over against Lancashire, all out in the tie against Durham at the final ball. Talking about leaving runs out there, because you hear people sometimes say, oh, well, we got that out, but it was 50 overs in the final over. But the other thing is, if you've got bowled out, the likelihood is you've not built many partnerships, or you've had a big collapse, and that probably means you also haven't scored very quickly. So it's not just about blocking out to see out the 50 overs, it's about building those partnerships. And
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I think they'll be wanting to look at the batting a little bit more as they go through, because they do keep having those major collapses in the batting order.
But that being said, as the French might say, en même temps, on one hand, on the other hand. Come back to it. Short. Pulled away. Pulled nice to the short boundary. She didn't quite get absolutely all of this, but she stood tall on the shot and hit it down, Suren Kumar, and accesses that part of the ground that 50 metres or so is a bit shorter. So pressure relieving boundary to end the over. And that takes Warwickshire up to 40 for 1 off 8. I realise my pronunciation was awful there. It's en même temps, I believe. But what I was going to say is Yorkshire coming back up into Tier 1. every team has had year in Tier 1 in this restructure last season. The goal for Yorkshire was to be competitive, and they are being very competitive. 2 wins, both quite comprehensively, 83 runs at Old Trafford against Lancashire back on the 25th of April, and a 70-run win against the Blaze, which is the only game they've lost all season. That was on the 18th of April at Headingley. And then the 4 defeats Yorkshire have been so narrow by comparison that the very unusual thing is they've got 2 wins and 4 losses as well as the tie, but they actually have a positive net run rate. Now, of course, they've rather won 1 or 2 of those tight games they've lost, but it does demonstrate that the main goal is being achieved. Slater starts you over, this time with Winfield Hill up, driven straight to Ward in the covers. The goal was to come up and be competitive, and actually it's not particularly difficult to imagine a universe where Yorkshire have won more than the 2 games they've won. Somerset beat them by 1 wicket with 24 balls to spare. Sophie Love, the hero, back on the 11th of April. Surrey beat them by 3 wickets 4 days later at the Oval.
And I think that's the next stage, is that they want to try and turn those narrow losses into a few wins, as they Austin came through for a quick signal there, and Beth Langston took a shot at the stumps but didn't hit them. So those are the sort of things you want to start going your way.
Exactly, those defeats to Surrey and Somerset, then the wins against Blaze and Lancashire, then the tie here against Durham for Yorkshire, and then Essex and Durham both defeats in close run chases for the White Rose. It's interesting, Jess Woolston fielding him very close there. Ken Sharp actually said this to Premier Podcast in an article that's up on Yorkshire website as Yorkshire's new assistant coach this season. Said, I would have thought that had we been able to see the table at this age before a ball had been bowled, you'd have said we've done okay. There's always things to improve. We dropped some catches, we've had some run-outs which haven't helped us, but there've been some fine performances as well. It's a learning curve. As Winfield Hill can't get anything on that, Slater again just straight down leg, and it's 2 wides to the score. So again, it's trying to also remember that big picture. You know, you think of when a team comes up newly promoted, the first goal is to try and stabilise in their division that they're in, and without needing to completely redo the history, because we talked about a lot in the so-called Diamonds Derby here against Durham. Those you'll be broadly familiar with the way things split in 2024, and Yorkshire had to regroup. Hit hard, straight at cover.
You're right, and I think you would be happy that they are competing, but you'd be wanting there's some good youngsters in there, but you want them now to start maturing as to how they manage a game.
It's professional sport, you always want more.
It's not always about batting and bowling, it's managing the situation.
Slater turned straight to Woolston, who half fields, does enough to stop it, which is the important thing. It's interesting in the bigger picture. So Rick Pyra, just a few metres from where we are now, post-match, when being interviewed by yours truly after the tie here against Durham, said, I kept on telling people to just remember where we were 18 months ago when we didn't have a side. Comparing it to where we are now after a few games is pleasing, but there's definitely areas we can improve on. We've shown good skill in certain areas of the game, but there's certain passages of play that have let us down when it comes to that game awareness. If we can get that right, we'll be winning those games, which is pretty much a different version of what Dr. Jane Powell alongside me has just said. And there's another over that goes by, 43 for 1 off 9.
Yeah, another good over from Rachel Slater. She's got that knack of just keeping the runs down and just making sure that she keeps on top of the batters. Beth Langston going to continue from the Trafalgar Square end. I do apologise, folks.
Bless you. TJP getting a well-earned drink of water from colleagues. Beth Langston lying up. Masima, as she's been nicknamed by her younger colleagues in the Yorkshire team. She's doing a player-to-coach qualification at the moment with the likes of Sophie Larfedge, Cranstone, Alex Davison, Richards, and Wilson. Some fantastic names from broadly around that generation of women's cricket who are still starring on the field now, and it's deliveries like that that are why Langston's so impressive. Very modest. Part of the England World Cup winning scored in 2017 without playing. Just 6 caps for England. Been awfully unlucky with injuries. She played a couple of games in 2013 and then 4 in 2016. Langston again. This is an interesting battle. You have the young pretender of someone like Suren Kumar, who, without meaning to make Beth Langston feel old. When Beth Langston first played county cricket for Essex back in 2012, Suren Kumar would have been 5 or 6 years old. Suren Kumar's now, of course, very much an adult. 18-year-old impressive opening batter being given a stern examination by Langston.
I think there are times where we make Beth Langston out to be the old girl when actually she's
I know where you're going with this.
She's not the oldest in the group.
That is true. She does play on it though a lot. She does like to joke about it very self-deprecatingly, which I think adds to it. She's got a good bouncer though, but it's a great response from Suren Kumar. That was a decent bouncer, but my goodness me, Suren Kumar said, "You're going to fight. I'm going to fight fire with fire." That's rocketed. It's a short boundary. It's a 50-metre boundary, but it didn't make a difference. Could have had a 80-metre boundary. It was still going, and it's given we've got the bleachers. Otherwise, might have had to wait a while to get that one back if it was on the other side of the ground. Oh, that's a lovely response from Langston.
Because there
Ron Winfield Hill, Wayne Campbell, I think is older than Langston just about as well.
Just Johnson?
Yeah. You've got me reaching to double check.
I think Jess Johnson and Beth Langston are similar age.
Oh, that's a waft from Suren Kumar.
When you see a player who plays the shots, then you're going to get those wafts every so often because she's trying to be positive, trying to be aggressive. She feels that the ball is given a little bit of room to swing. She's just not really shifting her weight over to where the ball is, and that's why there's a waft.
So Jess Johnson in November 1992, Beth Langston 2 months her senior from September 1992.
Yeah, they're similar age. I knew they were similar age.
And Amy Campbell, June 91, so a year older than that pair. And Lauren Winfield Hill is a year older than Campbell at 35. But Lauren Winfield Hill, and I imagine all of them are going to keep playing a fair while. Lauren Winfield Hill's made it very clear that she's going to keep playing unless her body says otherwise. Ultimately, she's enjoying it, and she's in as good fitness as ever, and very much on the bone graft on as the ice buff, all modern strength and conditioning to prolong her career. In her second year of a 4-year contract with Yorkshire as their skipper.
Just tapping, I'll just go.
Speaking of Jonathan and Winfield Hill, they're not in a tag team keeper
I was
combination.
just hoping John Dodds wasn't watching because Lauren Winfield Hill pulled Amy Campbell into a very short cover and she just scraped the ground, and she's on the wickets she's on the strip of wickets there. But she put her marker down so that she knew where she was fielding, and I'd be like, I hope John's not watching, because the last thing you want is a player standing on your strip of wicket and putting a nice slidey.
Nice X.
Yes, X marks the spot. Johnson in again.
Gave that one a bit more fight. We talked about her batting earlier on, but don't underestimate or sleep on how magnificent Johnson has been with the ball as well. Before yesterday's game, between Blaze and Hampshire, so effectively at the start of this round of fixtures she was the joint top wicket taker in the competition, but she's been hit out of ground there, not quite literally, but it's the first 6 of the game for Warwickshire. Well, I thought it had just over the rope, maybe just behind.
I must admit, I thought it had gone over the rope.
We thought it had gone. It was signalled as 4 by umpire Suri Shamram, who's now looking across at Yorkshire's fields for some confirmation in either direction.
It's very hard to ask fielders because you're racing round. It was close to the rope, but I thought it was the far side of the rope.
Yeah, I think pretty much everyone else around me has got their arms raised. Nice fly by Johnson, who has 15 wickets this season, including 4 for 30 in the win Lancashire and 4 for 18 in the home win against Blaze, and 3 for 24 against Hampshire 3 days ago. The thing that we've seen Winfield Hill be very careful of is how she manages when she uses Jess Johnson. Understandably so, because you've got your key weapon there ready. 5 comes her first over, 52 for 1 off 12.
Yeah, good shot there from Suren Kumar. She really got to the pitch of the ball and she's got very quick hands and quick feet, and she has used it to good effect so far with her dashing shots. I can understand why Lauren Winfield Hill, when describing her on some comms, were saying she loves to see some of the shots she plays. She's probably not enjoying the shots so much today from behind the wickets, behind the stumps, but some glorious shots.
Definitely watching a young player rediscover their form. in Suren Kumar in this spot. And speaking of form, some form from Ed Austin. Stands tall and just glides it down that hill with a minimum of fast. She's been peppering that cover area early doors here, and that's for the finest runs you'll see all season.
Good shot that, because the ball was on the up and she just stood tall and punched it through the cover region. You know, that's not an easy shot to play, but she made it look very easy and she executed it extremely well.
Very much one for the purists. As Langston this time has Austin guiding back with a bit more respect. Austin, who started at J&G Meakin in Stoke, also played for Whitmore and Milford Hall, product of the Staffordshire Academy. 44 not out on their senior debut for them against Derbyshire, and then part of the Central Spark system. It's always really important with players to look back at that journey. Right start of the club system has brought them to where they are now. You know, professional academies, of course, is such a good thing, and the connection to the game from where it all began.
Yeah, and those village club teams are so important, as is All Stars and Dynamos and
Absolutely.
all those areas where people start their journeys. And, you know, always said to clubs in Yorkshire in particular that, you know, you're so valuable and you're so important, because without you we wouldn't have the Beth Langstons, the Lauren Winfield Hills, the Amy Campbells of this world.
Well bowled by Langston. Only you say that because I know there's been a big effort to get that Women's Cricket Network right from a pathway sense. There's now 3 Yorkshire Regional Women's Premier Leagues that have started this season. There was 189 women's cricket teams in 2023, adult teams this is. Now, in 2026, we are already past 300. It's an extraordinary amount of growth in a short time, and Meg Austin is producing some extraordinary hitting on the soft side. I'm not quite sure that's where she wanted it to go exactly. I think she was more going in front of point, but the result is pretty similar. Austin looks a good touch, and Yorkshire have got a bit of a concern here. 60 added for this second wicket unbroken. After a few more words from the wise Dr. Jane Powell, she'll be joined by the ever excellent Aaron Vals.
And apart from the first ball of this innings, then Warwickshire have started strongly here. 60 for the loss of 1 wicket after 12 overs, and they're going along nicely, just pacing it well to take it into the final total that they're striving for. They still need 179, so Yorkshire will be hoping that they can pick up another wicket and just cause a few more issues for them to think about. But even if they do that, there's still Caris Pavley to come on, and she's in form batter of the moment.
She certainly is. Yeah, the Bears have plenty in the batting department. Of course, below Pavley, got Freeborn, Brewer, Nat Wraith as well. It's that one paddled away by Kumar. I think she may look for the second here. Indeed, she will. Have to scarp her through for the second, and does well. Just from observing here, Jay, really like the intent here for Kumar.
Yeah, she's certainly picks up runs quickly in the middle. You know, she's willing to chance her running against people's arms and doing it very well.
Yes, certainly played with plenty of confidence.
You just think the wily old Jess Jonathan will probably come out trying to outthink what shot and what she should be bowling to her, and they've got the one down the ground there, but with Jess Walston in as a short mid-wicket and Amy Campbell in as a short cover, they're looking for it to just pop up or be driven into either of their hands.
It's a nice delivery, that, isn't it, from Jonathan?
Yeah, there are times when I think Austin looks very, very comfortable against their pace bowling, against the seam bowling, and probably not quite as comfortable. And as I say that, she's taken one up, and
That's gone for 6.
that's definitely gone for 6.
Yeah,
I wondered
indeed.
whether it was going to go to hand. Thought Stir Callis out to her, then I realised it was absolutely going way beyond the boundary line.
Well, that is a fine win to end the over for Warwickshire. 6 to round up the 13th. So now 69 for 1. Kumar on 34. Meg Austin moves on 28.
And we've got a change of bowler at the Trafalgar Square end, and it looks like Maddie Ward. Or is it?
It's
Claudia
Cooper.
Cooper, Maddie Ward's at deep cover on the boundary. The reason I hesitate, folks, is that last year Maddie Ward was the only one with orange shoes, and this year Claudia Cooper stitched me up because she's now got orange shoes.
Well, she starts off well.
Yeah,
Does
and
Cooper.
of course Cooper was playing for the England Development 11 2 weeks ago against the New Zealand team, so she'll be hoping to produce the standard that has got her into that selection place. So and so will Yorkshire, but that was nicely played by Austin out to the aforementioned Maddie Ward out on the deep cover boundary.
Yeah, not any player in this game involved in that. Brett took a fiver as well against New Zealand 8. Career best figures in the list A format. Cooper bowls here to Meg Austin, plays that very proficiently off the back foot through the covers for what should be 2. There is Ward doing the fielding.
I think Georgie Boyce played as well in that game.
Yeah, plenty of involvement across the 2 teams. Something else I wanted to mention was listening to Michael before, just charting the journey of Meg Austin over the years. Of course, this season, seen her at Northamptonshire as well. Spent time on loan at Wantage Road.
Oh,
Made her debut against Kent and scored a century.
Oh wow, that's the sort of debut that you want, isn't it? That's the sort of debut everybody dreams of.
Well, it really was, and I had the pleasure of being on the mic for that knock. And it was so last minute that not only did she not get given a Northamptonshire helmet, so she had to cover the Bears logo on the helmet. Oh, there's a big appeal there for Cooper, and Austin has to go LBW. Well, Claudia Cooper, we spoke about this on many occasions last year. In 2025, she struck in the first over on 60% of the games in which played in. Yet again, the golden arm of Cooper strikes in the first here at North Marine Road. Warwickshire a 72 for 2. And well, Jane, was an inspired change from Whitfield Hill and the home side.
Yes, and it is fascinating how many times Claudia Cooper does pick up a wicket in her first over. But that was, I could see as Austin came off, she was almost berating herself because that was a very poor choice of shot and didn't give the umpire much difficulty in making a decision. She just spun round it right in front of the stumps and completely missed the ball, and it was probably a question of, well, it was probably missing leg and off stump, it was going to smash over middle stump there. So a good result from Yorkshire's perspective and from a game perspective, because it'd be nice for this game to be a close game, and I think for it to be a close game they've got to consistently take wickets, because if not, then I suspect Warwickshire will just coast to the total that's been set.
Well, there's still plenty of work to be done before the Bears can get close to reaching that target. Still 167 away.
And we've got the informed carries. Have they come out to join?
We have indeed, yep, the tournament's leading run scorer. Just to go through some of the previous scores for Carris in the competition. Started off slowly with a single run in Surrey. Since then, scored 63 and out against Hampshire. 26 against Essex, 128 not out against the Blaze, 127 against Somerset, 55 against Durham, 64 against Lancashire. It is absolutely staggering. 463 runs.
Yeah, very, very good. And Yorkshire will be hoping she doesn't add massively to that total in this game. But at the moment, Surya Kumar is batting so well. She's on 35. She's had an early start where she got a couple of edges, but she's now looks a little bit more settled and starting to play her shots.
Johnson flighting that one above the eye line, driven down the ground for 1 run. I suppose the only thing I would say with the style of batters and Kumar is I like the field here that Johnson's setting, because when it comes to those boundary scoring options, it tends to be aerial.
Yes.
So we've seen that already. There's that lovely stride into the shot through mid-wicket, which appears to have gone to 6. It was given as a 4, but that tends to be the modus operandi for Surin Kumar. That's how she likes to go about her run scoring. So getting those fielders, keeping one in at, let's say, a mid-on, having a shot mid-wicket, having a short cover, just in case she cloths one, I think is really smart bowling. Here is Jollison to Pavely then. Pavely just looks to work that one through mid-wicket. And that'll be the end of the over. Dot ball to finish, a successful one as far as Yorkshire are concerned. Warwickshire now 73 for 2 at 14, and so we will have a change here in the com box. Indeed we will. We'll say goodbye for the time being with Dr. Jane Powell, and she'll be replaced shortly by Maroof Khan. So Warwickshire, 35 overs remaining. Still require 166. So will be Cooper to continue. Surun Kumar on strike. Oh, that's a really, really good delivery. Apologies as well for the previous mistake on my behalf. The scoreboard hadn't updated. So just to save any confusion, 15 overs have been bowled. Or 14. But yeah, welcome back, Maroof.
Thanks, Aaron. Came beautifully, boys, at the moment, really. I think 73 for 2. Yorkshire didn't have the runs that they wanted, but at this stage, they're clawing their way back into the game.
Oh, that one cannons into the stumps at the non-strikers.
We're really liking the way Surun Kumar is shaping up, really. She's waited for the balls, which were bad, punished them, plays good on the back foot, runs really hard between the wickets, very athletic in what she does. You know, at the moment she's just striding away into a good score, and I think this partnership is very crucial for Warwickshire as well, especially with Josh Pavely. He's the one who seems to be getting most of the runs for Warwickshire this year. Crucial stage of the game. Claudia Cooper comes in, gets a wicket in the first over.
That was slightly shorter in length from Cooper. It's interesting, actually. I spoke to Jordan Davis on the eve of the season. I said, if you had to pick one player in the squad to watch out for this season, who would it be? Can be batting, bowling, fielding, whatever. So that one will be a dot ball. Good ground fielding there from Beth Langston. And without hesitation, she said, Carrie Pavely, straight away. And that suggestion has been a very good one. As we said, she's approaching 500 runs for the season already. Looked full rhythm, full confidence. Looked assertive in the shot selection. You see the end of the over. Yet another tight and tidy one for the home side. Warwickshire 74 for 2. But it is really good to see the fact that she's now getting that recognition by being involved in and around the England setup. She's getting recognition on the media front as well. I mean, she's such a hard worker, great character. Still only 21 years of age. Certainly has a very, very bright future ahead of her, does Harris Pavely.
Just to add to that, I think she looks like a very free-flowing player who wants to, control the game, has a lot of intent, which we do a lot when we both speak about batting, really, Aaron. And what I like with her, she likes to keep things simple. I don't think her shuffling across too much or trying different things. It's just, at this stage, easing away into building innings. And Surun Kumar is doing exactly that, just nudging and pushing and getting the scoreboard ticking over. The comparative analysis at that stage was, I think, Yorkshire were 94 for 2 at the end of 16, and am I right in saying that Warwickshire was 74 for 2? There's a 20 in difference there as we speak, but Warwickshire know what they have to get. Yorkshire was setting the pace, so...
Oh, that was slightly off the edge there of Pavely's bat. Well, there was that middle over stretch that we were on commentary for, when it was just dot ball after dot ball after dot ball. There was a 4 over stint where 19 dot balls were bowled. Not a single boundary in that either. A couple of singles, a 2, a leg by. And it just put the brakes on as Pavely gets off the mark nicely there. There'll be a single down towards Dipford mid-wicket. But that was the key, and Spurs as the chasing team in this situation. Run rate isn't really a problem at this stage at all. You've still got best part of 33 and a bit overs remaining. Only 163 further runs required. Warwickshire have the luxury here of being able to just rotate the strike, play shots down the ground. And Yorkshire know that if these two come together a partnership, it's going to be very, very difficult, isn't it? Because it's not like you're setting the pace. You know what the target is. It's a massive target. And Warwickshire still have plenty of batting in the shed.
Not always do I agree with you, Aaron, but at this stage I will. I think you are spot on in terms of your analogy of this game. Clearly, Amo is really looking solid, and she's helping Charis Beverly come into her own as well. 77 for 2 doesn't look that bad at this stage. But as happened in the previous innings as well, when the spinners came on, they tightened the screws a bit, and Warwickshire, Yorkshire have a knack of losing wickets in clusters. I'm sure hoping for the same for the opposition as well. So cat and mouse, as we always say. Interesting stage of the phase of the game. Very important to stay in it. Very important to understand what the game scenario is and stick to the plan.
Well, so far, the spin bowlers are doing precisely that. We've spoken there about that passage of play we saw in the first innings. At the end of the 14th over, Warwickshire was 72 for 2. So since then, we saw an over go for 1 run, the next one went for 1 run, and that previous over went for 3. So they are starting to just apply the extra degree of pressure. Dot was beginning to build. The boundaries not necessarily flowing as they once did.
And as we observed as well, taking the pace off on the wicket was something not easy being able to achieve. I think Mary Taylor did the same thing when she was bowling as well. She bowled about 10 to 11 slow ones in a trot, and it was difficult for the girls to get some runs off it really. So I think at this point, Claudia, I think she's doing a good job, the off spinner really. I like the revs that she has on the ball. Good strong action as well. Great batting there, good footwork as well. So this is exactly the cricket we want to see. Building an inning, shaping it towards it, getting as close as possible to the target. But I think an interesting phase of the game.
Well, it is, because Warwickshire here don't have to rush. They are in zero position to be chasing a game here. The fact is they've got plenty of time, and that's why I'm liking this so far, from both of them actually. So Pavley, the ball before, just takes one step down, meets the pitch, plays it down the ground, zero risk in that shot. Exact same thing we've just seen there from Surin Kumar to round up the over. They don't have to force the game situation here. If anyone does in this game, even at this early stage, it would be Yorkshire. So it's all about building partnerships, it's about batting sensibly, and of course for Yorkshire, it's about catalysing either a magic moment, or indeed, catalysing a mistake. Jonathan there, really testing Surin Kumar.
And in doing so, Warwickshire is also taking away the overs from Jess Johnson. You know, she is the one who's been on the wickets as well. She's been thrown the ball, the skipper, to be able to influence the game and get some wickets. She has done a decent job really, and apart from conceding a couple of boundaries and a good shot by Meg Austin for a 6, apart from that she's kept it really tight. You know, she is waiting for the opportunity to capitalise on it, but Warwickshire seem to not give her anything. Happy to not take runs off her because, as you so rightly said, they are not chasing the game.
They're not, but this matchup does worry me a little bit if I was to put on a Warwickshire hat for a second. Just because you can see Surin Kumar just trying to fetch the ball, and you can see there, it's nice to see that positive and proactive option. But they've got the luxury here of just seeing Jonathan out. The fact is, this is her 5th over. She's on at just on 5s prior to this. That's a good diving stop by Jess Weston. Cuts it down to no run.
Which could also mean, Aaron, that she might have another over in the setup, and there will be a change of bowling from this end. Very smart wicket. Fun to watch.
That's better from Surin Kumar. Plays that one with a nice straight bat down the ground. It's funny as well, I was speaking to Sarah again about this. Last season it was at Portland Road, as we see the end of the over. 19 have now been bowled. She said in schools cricket she was always an absolute nightmare to face. So for those who don't know, Anu attends rugby school, so that's who she was playing her schools cricket for. And she said every single time they came up against Amu, she'd either get wickets, run, she'd take a ridiculous catch. And obviously she's now taking that into senior cricket, which is fantastic to see. And I know that Warwickshire really do have the backing of the youngster. Still only 18 years of age. She advances down the track there to no avail.
That's what I like to see as well. And she is not afraid to use her feet. She's not afraid to play the game in front of her. She waits for the opportunity to go as well. If she can learn to just maneuver the ball a bit more better.
Oh, could be a catching chance. Just goes beyond Blackwell. Could turn into 2 if not 3 here. Pavley very quick. Straight away turns on a penny piece. Excellent running.
Fantastic cricket. Good ball, by the way. We tried to pitch the line, got a top edge towards the short third, but clearly seizing the opportunity that, the player who had fallen down had taken her time to get up, giving them a chance to get that extra run. Every run matters. Great running and good communication by the bats as well.
Pavley that time covers up on the defence. That is something we'll get with these two. They are very quick between the wickets. Pavley especially, you could see there, turn on a dime, jetted down toward the striker's end. She winds up for the big shot there. Doesn't quite get the desired connection, but still gets a single.
And when we talk about team dynamics, I talk about team culture. Players in the middle show it as well. They are happy in each other's company. They understand what each other's strengths are.
So come on, goes in the reverse. There's a stumping opportunity which turns into a wicket. Superb work there from Lauren Winfield Hill, and Warwickshire have lost their third. And we saw Kumar departs for entertaining 45, but that is not what the Bears wanted. 2 wickets in relatively quick succession. And the visitors now 85 for 3 in their pursuits of 239.
Clearly a situation and a shot that was not required at the situation. There was nothing that was happening on the wicket. Soren Kumar could have just batted her time and got as close as possible to the target. Decides to go the wrong way with reverse sweep, misses the line completely. Lauren Winfield at the back expecting the ball as always as she does. Nice grab onto the stumps. Thank you very much. Once again, we have a knack of getting boundaries out and but wickets too.
Even so, very happy for Anna in that situation. Spoke about it beforehand, but prior to this game, scored 3 against Essex, 16 against the Blaze, 10 against Somerset, 7 against Durham, 4 against Lancashire. On a little bit of a lean streak after an outstanding start to the season where she got back-to-back half-centuries against Surrey and Hampshire, so she'll be disappointed naturally at the way in which that innings has come to an end. Tried to do something a little bit outside of the box and just lost her balance, but hopefully that'll provide her with a nice bit of confidence heading into the T20 Blast block. And into bat next for the Bears is Abby Freeborn, the experienced wicketkeeper batter, originally from Eastbourne down on the south coast, making just her second appearance of the season for the Bears. Scored 19 against Lancashire in the victory at Southport, and again this kind of situation I think will suit her to a T. As Chloe Cooper rightfully applauded at the end of the 20th. The Bears 85 for 3.
Seems to be a good rhyming name, that Freeborn from Eastbourne, is that right?
Yeah. I didn't even clock that.
I think this is the stage where Yorkshire should seize this as an opportunity and try and really tighten the game. They know that Harris Pavley would be the big wicket, and it's just as what happened when they were batting as well, that they lost that wicket. It could be important for them to try and squeeze this wicket out to really make a match out of this.
With that in mind, let's go into captaincy mode for this one, Ruth. You've got Johnson here, who's bowled very dry so far, bowling very tidily, very metronomic. Spelly misses that one, and she will be out. Completely misreads it. Winfield Hill goes back to back with the stumpings, and Warwickshire now really beginning to falter. The Bears 85 for 4, and that is the huge wicket of Caris Pavey for just 3. The competition's leading run scorer will play no further parts in this run chase, and Yorkshire are absolutely elated.
To the tee again, Aaron. I'm speaking to you about it, having that big wicket of Charis. She did no favours to herself, stepping out before the ball was even released out of the hand. Just saw it coming, bowled a bit wide, wanted to protect behind the stumps as the rest of it. Not a smart shot, if you ask me, at this stage of the game. And you are answering our question, questioning me about captaincy. I thought it answered itself there before I could say anything.
Well, it did. And in the end, the captaincy question was actually on mute, because I was going to say, with regards to field placement, could we have seen another couple of fields in the 25-yard circle? It's almost prized an opportunity like that, and
Absolutely. I think to answer your question, let's say that she was still batting, I would have the mid-wicket still in the ring, or long on come in the ring 25 yards. Ask Joyce to go over the top if she's strong enough to do so. In doing so, get the 4 runs. If not, you would have got a wicket anyways. But we didn't have that play to happen because Joyce had other ideas. And as we speak, it's 85 for 4.
is indeed. Next into bat for the Bears is Chloe Brewer. Must say it's an absolute pleasure to see Chloe back on the field. Spent quite a bit of time with her actually in the commentary box at Edgbaston last season. She suffered a horrible injury early doors. I think that was in the game against the Blaze. It was a serious hamstring injury. Ruled her out for the rest of the campaign. And I know everybody down Birmingham was gutted, absolutely gutted. She had got one off to such good starts of the season against Hampshire. Very talented batter. Ever improving bowler as well. Good character in the dressing room, so it's good to see Chloe back. She'll be looking for a big score. She's had a little bit of a lean streak so far this season. It's that one teased outside the off stump, so scored a duck against Surrey, 8 runs against Hampshire, 7 runs against Somerset. Season best of 33 against Durham. In the previous game at Southport, scored 4 runs against Lancashire, so she knows she is a far better batter. 20s and 30s here and there.
Putting on a captaincy hat on now, Aaron. Oh, it's end of the over anyways, 85 for 4 at the end of 21st. That same field position, I would have taken the deep square leg out, got in the slip position. Asked her to take that chance across the line. I would be happy to concede the boundary, but very even happy if she missed it to get another wicket. I thought the 2 extra covers was fantastic. Hopefully we'll have the same field in the previous over, next over as well, for us to have a look at it. But I think it's the chance for Yorkshire to just try and keep the squeeze on the players and have the right people around the bat, etc. as well to create pressure.
Yeah, completely agree. You can see here with Cooper as well, you've got 2 relatively short infielders, one of whom is just about to do the fielding there.
And this kind of field is asking the questions to the batter to see what can you do, what can you offer me now, what is it that I can get from you. Are you willing to be patient? Or are you going to go over the top and take a chance?
One is probably the more likely to take the aerial. But I like this not only in terms of the placement but who the 2 fielders are. So you can see there in a short cutter you've got Jess Donaldson, who is an incredibly safe pair of hands, and the other fielder, right on cue, as we're speaking about those positions, is Amy Campbell. She took 2 brilliant catches midweek against Hampshire at York, so it's not only the placement itself, it's about getting the right fielders in those positions, and I think that Yorkshire did a very good job of that so far. That one, a full toss, swept way out towards Rach Slater for 1 run.
Yeah, free one would be disappointed with that shot. That was a free hit, really, full toss, waist high, could have gone anywhere. Unfortunately, she found Rachel Slater a deep square leg. Once again, I think I agree with that. I think also having the right players at the right areas, the right fielders, catching, creating pressure is very important. And at this stage, both fielders are standing, not even taking a start. That's how close they are to the batter.
Brewer there plays that straight back down the ground for 1 run. See, it is little things like that, and it sounds obvious, but you'd be surprised. You'd be surprised in the heat of battle. You've got to get those decisions spot on. Just looking down at long as well, that is Steck Alice, the Dutch international. Brought straight into the action as well.
Looks like you've been calling the shot on this Aaron. Whenever you spot a player, that player's got the ball in the hands, you know. Unless there's something you're not telling me about, I think you should be predicting the game pretty soon. Or buy the lot ticket.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I know it sounds almost sad to say, but you do just look at all the little intricacies from the commentary box. That's why I enjoy the game so much. It's those little not even 1%ers, but it's the what ifs, it's the hypotheticals, and that right there you can see field change, and it was a good one really for Yorkshire. So you see the end of the over, Yorkshire 88 for 4 after 22.
Yeah, but change of bowling as well, I guess.
Indeed there will be, yep. So it's Maddie Ward for the first time in this run chase. Continuation of right arm off spin. Again, provides something a little bit different in comparison to Cooper and especially to Jonathan. And with that wicket of Paisley, of course, has just given Winfield Hill a little bit more freedom with those overs of Jonathan. Sword straight away. It's pulled out towards mid-wicket for 1.
That's what the kid does. That's what good gamesmanship happens. That's why captaincy is important. That's why bowlers need to stick to their plans. Building pressure, dot balls, dolls ball, add bat shot. Now one good stumping, one great piece of work. Suddenly 89 for 1 looks like 89 for 4. And all of a sudden...
almost caught by Woolston in at short mid-wicket. Brilliant. Gets alive.
That should have been a chance. I think that was a fair chance. I think Jess is a good fielder as well. I expected her to be taking better chance than that one. Once again, a good opportunity gone by. And now the game is at its knife edge importance in terms of pressure, dot balls, runs scored.
That one tucked away. Square for 1 by Freeborn. For these two, it's just a case of setting the nerves now. Spoke about that batting collapse that Yorkshire suffered in the first innings. 94 for 1, suddenly became 108 for 4. Almost in a strange coincidence with the Warwickshire. Admittedly less runs, it was 72, but 72 for 1 becoming 85 for 4, so not that different between the two teams.
That's what's happening now, just dot ball and the pressure, and there's a bit of fire in the field as well. They're running to the positions quickly, they feel there's an opportunity, momentum is on their side, and really interesting to see as well. And you rightly said as well, Freeborn and is it Chloe Prover? Is that one? That's right. Both of them need to make sure that they're building innings right now. Nothing's lost. There's still 27 overs to go. There's a lot of time, really a lot of time. All they have to go is over by over, see where you are at the end of 25, see where you are at the end of 27. Just build each other, communicate with each other. Very important at this stage.
It is, because let's say that Warwickshire were to go at 5 and over for the next 7. A real consolidatory phase of the game. You're chasing less than 120 in the final 20 overs, which is less than 6. Which, in the modern game, even with 6 wickets remaining, admittedly, you probably back that team, providing they've still got wickets in the shed. So it's about recognising the game situation here. And weighing up the risk versus reward. That right there from Freeborn, very low risk shot. It's a shot that she plays very well for the point, well stopped in the end by Blackwell, but
yeah, you're right. I mean, this game situation as well, Jess Johnson has bowled 6 or 4 overs as well. So only 4 of those overs remaining in the next 27 are going to be from Jess.
But this time slices that one out to deep point for 1. I suppose that is actually a really good point to make, Luther, because let's say they are for the final 20 and Jonathan goes at, let's say, 3 or 4 and over suddenly. That ticks up the run rate.
And exactly the game right now, that's why I'm mentioning, is at this knife edge. It is waiting for somebody to take hold of it. And at this point in time, singles and doubles are A-OK, but how long can we keep doing that? We haven't, don't think, conceded a bound in the last 5 to 6 overs for sure. Maybe a bit more than that. And this is going to keep adding. As soon as the overs go past 30, you'll see a different game.
But what I'd say for Warwickshire, they need to take it to that stage first. If there was another couple of wickets before then, it really does become a mountain to climb. You think there about, you're almost turning that screw. At the end of the 19th, Warwickshire are 81 for 2. And 20th, 85 for 3. 21st, 85 for 4. At the end of the 22nd, 88 for 4. At the end of the 23rd, 91 for 4. And 95 for 4 now after 24. So In the past 6 overs, Yorkshire have gone at a tickle over 2.
12 runs, and how many wickets taken?
3.
There we go. That is the phase of the game nobody would like to see from Warwickshire's perspective. But from Yorkshire's perspective, that's exactly what they were looking for. They were looking to make sure they get some wickets in clusters. Spin bowling would be important, and is important, and on both the sides today, tickle nicely towards deep square leg for a single. Both the sides today have done well with the spinners, and looks like spin is not easy to pay off. There is not much help coming off the wicket. The fast bowlers is coming nicely onto the bat. So for me, as a skipper, and Lauren as a skipper now needs to know what her bowling options are.
Well played very late. Cut out towards the popular bank for 1. Well, realistic in this situation, Maroof, what are you going for as the captain? Let's go inside mine now of Whitfield Hill. Are you going for wickets here? Are you going to be that ultra-aggressive style of leader, or is it a case of, well, just contain? So far, it's doing the job, isn't it?
If I was going for the wickets, or if Lauren is going for the wickets right now, she would have had a slip in place. Purely because 2 batters, we don't know if the ball's going to turn or how they're going to play it. This looks like an in-out field at the moment, and protect the runs where I can. If not, if they beats the infield, I'm going to consider single. Looks like she's happy to meander the game along for the next 4 or 5 overs to give about 10 to 15 runs at best. That should have been stopped. I'm not happy with that position, the bowler, but at this stage, it's very important to know what she wants to do, and I think she wants to make sure that she gets the screws on really. If she gets a wicket, it's a bonus, but I don't think she's actually looking for wickets at this stage.
Good keeping that from the Yorkshire captain.
Yeah, the options of bowlers remaining would be crucial. Batters would be aware who's got how many overs remaining. I don't think the fast bowlers have been that critical. I need to mention Ines Blackwell. She's bowled really well today, and I felt that when she bowled the overs, she was bowling from the wrong end. The wind wasn't assisting her. Maybe this time when she comes along for another spell, it would be a different Ines Blackwell bowl. Likewise, no runs scored at the last 3 overs, 3 balls as well, which is made at the end of 25 overs. It's 99 for 4.
Indeed it is. So we'll have the drinks break here in Scarborough. And just for a little bit of an innings by innings comparison, at the drinks break, Yorkshire 121 for 4, so 22 runs ahead at this stage in comparison to where Warwickshire are in a run chase. But it's funny you mention that about Blackwell, because earlier on when we were mentioning that, crop breeze was going from our position here in the pavilion over to the other side of the ground, so it was from left to right from what you're seeing on the screen. It has now changed, so the flags are fluttering in our direction, so maybe there's something that Winfield Hillens, Blackwell the bowler, have really factored in. If they are to continue from that side of the ground, at least that time it'll better assist the in-swing tailing back in, whereas before it was opposite, wasn't it? It was almost having to overcompensate to bring into factor a different change of wind direction.
And the kind of bowler that Ines Blackwell is, I think wind assist will help exaggerate that swing that she has as well, and she's a good seam bowler. Looks like she hits the deck with the seam a lot, really, in terms of the way she's very strong action, runs really hard, finishes quite strong, etc. as well. And it'll be good to see her come and have a good space. I think, as you said today, this is the highest she's scored in a long time, so she's got the runs behind her back. She's a decent fielder as well, and I think at some point at this stage, whether I can, as a skipper, I would probably ask her to see if she can bowl me a couple of overs just after the break, just to make sure that she to break things up a bit, etc. as well. But yeah, the game, as long as the wind has changed, as you rightly said, keeps the rain away from the game, I'll take it, Aaron.
Absolutely. Well, Blackwell has bounced the 3 overs so far, none for 15 are the mat figures for the 16-year-old. Just to run you through some of the other scores on the doors as well. Across the country, we'll start on the international stage, where England are 77 for 3 outside Gardens against New Zealand. A little bit of rain, unfortunately, in South Wales, but they are set to resume around about 5 minutes' time, so we'll provide you with any updates as and when we can. As the game taking place in the northeast, Durham finished on 292 for 8 from their 50 overs, and in response, as I set out 80 for 2 in the 20th, they still require 213 runs for the victory in that game. And last, by certainly no means least, in the nation's capital, let's head to the Kia Oval, where Leicester scored 246 for 9 in the first innings. In response, Surrey, the home team, are 81 for 3 in the 15th over. They still require 166 runs for the victory in that game, and we've timed that very nicely, haven't we, Marie? Because the players have had drinks and we're almost ready to get back underway at North Marine Road. Of course, for those who have maybe just tuned in, not quite au fait or familiar with the game situation, the target for Warwickshire is 239, so the Bears require 140 for the victory.
And who's come on to bowl, please, Alan? I can't see, my eyes deceive me at this point in time. Can you help me?
I can indeed. That is the number 27 of Inez Blackwell. Called to perfection, Mr. Khan.
Thank you.
But I think that's really sensible. It's something we picked up on in the commentary box because it's noticeable. Those three flags, you've got the England flag, the Yorkshire flag, the Scarborough Cricket Club one, they suddenly changed. So this now will just provide a different factor. It's Freeborn, rocked onto the back foot, plays that powerfully through the covers for one, and that'll be 100 up for the visitors.
But it's a little interesting field for me as well. Very happy that Inez is bowling really. I think the ball that doesn't come back into the batter is going to hold its line and go straight. Perhaps a slip would have been a better opposition than Ugali at this stage. I think there is no third, is it?
No, there isn't.
No, there is a bit of a risk for a seam bowler. Having said that,
well, that is a wide from Blackwell.
and that is what I'm telling you about. I think at this stage, if I had to change one thing, I would probably get one deep square leg out towards the first and take a chance for the first 2-3 balls, just to make sure, give the ball the confidence that you're here to take wickets for me. That if it doesn't happen, we can have somebody back. We have a fine leg, we have a deep square leg and a deep mid wicket. And balls are being bowled just on stumps, or off stump, or just outside the off stump. So it's something to think about.
It definitely is. It's a very heavy onside field in comparison. Of course, 3 boundary riders compared to just the solitary one on the offside, who is Maddie Ward at deep cover point. She'll be brought into the game straight away there. From what we've been told as well, from Michael, as there will be a skin run taken. Shy the non-strikers then, Freeborn was comfortably home. It is very cold out there, so if you do see the fielders, and in particular bowlers, trying to warm the hands, that did play a little into the hands of Yorkshire earlier. A couple of the Warwickshire bowlers were struggling to get the fingers warm, so just watch out for that as the game progresses. That one could be dispatched here by Brewer. Instead, it's palmed back into the field. Great work and lovely relay fielding there from the Yorkshire pair. Langston and Slater. It is out towards the popular bank, saving at least a couple of runs there.
Great fielding, good combination there as well. And it's backwards, showing some repertoire of bowling that she has. She's got a few slow ones there as well. I expect her to hit the deck because the wind and the sim might assist her. But at this point in time, she's bowling to a plan of just making sure she's being on the base of the stumps or just on the body of the batters and having sure that there is a full packed all-side field.
Well, Brewer can't get that beyond the field at backward point. Johnson it is. See, I didn't mind that. I didn't mind that because we haven't seen Brewer go fully through the gears as of yet. So when you do get a bit of a surprise or a toss after that line and length bowling, you can be caught into minds, and that's why the field is there, just in case you miss timer. So as a variation, didn't actually mind that. So that one's made a lot more proficiently off the back foot, carved away by Brewer for one.
Yeah, still for my liking, the balls are going too much on sweep and on the offside, and it's a very onside packed field, etc. So easy pickings for Warwickshire batters at this stage. They'd be happy to take the runs. I think for the next 5 to 6 overs, singles and doubles would not matter much. I think they have to now consolidate, make sure they're in the game for as long as they can, and then try and assess the situation and see where they go from there. At the moment, 106 for 4 and 26 overs is not too bad.
Well, I'll leave you for the time being, Maroof. We'll have a change here in the commentary box, and in my place will be the excellent Michael McCann.
Well, the consensus at ground at one point was that Warwickshire were well short. Yorkshire were well short. I think it's fair to say that drinks. We're all being reminded of what Dr. Jane Powell, the wise, most experienced member of our commentary team, said about Wait till you see both sides, all those cliches. As that's out to deep cover. This is the shorter part of the boundary, though it's only 50 metres, and that means it goes for. So that's a little pressure relieving boundary for Freeborn as Warwickshire trying to rebuild this partnership that is just starting to grow a tiny bit of momentum.
Yeah, not a good ball that. I think just racing the pressure, as you rightly said, Michael. I think still, just they have to be very percentage-wise, keeping the stumps in play. Dot ball is always good. Building pressure very important in this game.
That being said, I know I'm going to sound like I'm just stubbornly doubling down here. I still don't particularly think conditions set for low scoring here. That's flicked away. This will be more runs. This will be just one for Brewer out the long on. Callis does the fielding. I think the pitch has got loads of demons in it. I think both bowling attacks have bowled very well. I think both teams have fielded pretty well. And I think quite a few pretty decent quality batters have not quite had their best day out.
Yeah, and I think I have to mention this as well. I go against the norm. A lot of teams come here, win the toss and want to bat first. I've always felt Scarborough is a good checking ground for me.
Really?
Always said that.
The stats are enormously stacked against that.
I just somehow, I don't know, I always felt because of the nature of the ground, the wind, the breeze, the fast outfield and the good wickets, I always thought it'd be always good to chase on Scarborough wickets. And I'm happy to stand correct, but for me today as well, I thought,
interesting.
Purchasing, yes.
There's a big toss by across a long period of time. Men's cricket primarily, there's been less women's cricket here, but in the women's cricket that has been hit in the other direction as Brewer faces Backwell. Brewer with a nice flowing cover drive. Ward comes around to her right and keeps it to 1.
And this Blackwell really looked to be a strong player at that age, to be able to be so accurate with the line and lengths. I think she's got something about herself.
Yeah, she's been the biggest find out of the Yorkshire Academy at the time of this county cricket era after the restructure. There's no doubt about that. I think the likes of Lizzie Pollard, Amelia Love, Nightingale, there's plenty of other cabs off the rank where that came from. Amelia Oliver. But it's Blackwell who in Tier 1 has managed to make herself a consistent name on the team sheet at 16. And I'm happy to be corrected, but across Tier 1 circuit, she might be the youngest player that's consistently in the playing 11 for Tier 1 side. I'm not saying she's necessarily the youngest to have ever played women's Tier 1 cricket, or a version of. Of course not. There's plenty of others who made debut a lot younger, but I'm talking about right here, right now, without meaning to get all fat boy slim about it. In 9 teams across the country, I don't think there's anyone else at quite such a tender age is A in the team, but B is batting consistently, albeit a lower part of the top 6, still in the top 6, and is bowling key overs. Blackwell drops a little short. Brewers hit that pretty hard, but out to the long boundary, 60-metre boundary out there. Ward does the rest.
Yeah, I'm not sure than your statistical acumen, Michael,
but definitely he's one of the youngest. At senior level to be seen, and you're not thinking as an injury replacement. You're not occasionally in the side. She is there now for someone else to displace. Freeborn misses out on that one. Freeborn's the slayer of Yorkshire last season. She and Davina Perrin dancing her way to a 10-wicket victory in the County Cup quarter-final. 114 for 4 then, off 27.
And just on in this backward as well, credit should be given to Richard Barr on the team, giving the opportunity. And she's becoming, previously last year I saw her bowling more, so I saw her opening the batting as well, going today in the middle order. So she's getting opportunities at different positions. That's only going to help develop her game, and she will be stronger for it.
Yeah, she opened the first game of the season at Somerset and made 9. She then opened against Blaze at Headingley and made 17 off 60. She's dropped back into the middle order, which probably now suits her game better. Comes down the pitch, and that's managed to escape through Callis for 4. That was hit hard by Brewer, committed to the shot coming down the track, and ultimately it just manages to get through Callis. It was absolutely smashed by Chloe Brewer, who's really started to find her fettle here. She's into the 20s.
Yeah, good chance taken by Chloe Brewer. I think, Stay Callis thought that she had a chance there. She waited for the ball and just dipped in front of her. An awkward position at the end of it. She could not get much of the body behind the ball. 4 runs conceded. Now she's gone back to long on.
Nice reply from Ward. He picked up 3 wickets in defeat at the Oval, including 2 in 2 balls. She's someone that offers a bit of everything to this Yorkshire side. Of course, can keep, potentially in the absence of Winfield Hill.
That's where you answered my question. I said, where have I seen Mary Ward? And I thought she was a keeper.
I think a lot of people watching quite a few live streams have had that reaction. Also, Yorkshire's youngest captain in 100 years, men's or women's. But this season, very much back in vice captaincy duties, but captained quite a lot of last season because Winfield Hill had a Tier 1 T20 loan to Essex, and was also had a few times where she was unavailable due to the 100 as well, because Tier 2 bay through that time in a way that Tier 1 do not.
Mary Ward bats, bowls, keeps, fields, throws.
I bet he makes great cricket tea, organises a club WhatsApp group, does it all. Oh, Winfield Hill thinks she's got another stumping. Freeball's back foot was grounded, but you have to admire Winfield Hill's tenacity. She's smelling another dismissal in the way that keepers hunt, and once they've got 1 or 2 they're just a thirst for more, and it's 119 for 4 off 28.
Interesting battle of the game as well. 30 overs, close to 30 overs, just over 4 runs and over, Michael. Am I correct in my understanding?
Here we go. Let's test out your mental arithmetic. We should say as well, by the way, on this note, I think we said this earlier on the piece, we are not seeing what you are seeing at home.
Yes.
So we do not have an output monitor. So there's 2 cameras on our output today. There's also some slow-mo replays you might be getting, and the score graphic. We cannot actually see that. So when I pause to say that I'm not necessarily sure the required run rate, well, you at home might be looking at that exact figure. Do forgive me. It's 5.67 over, having consulted with phoned a friend called MV Play. I do normally I'm not too bad with my mental arithmetic, but sorry, bail myself out there. He's Langston. Brewer is just dropping in front of point for a single. And worth saying as well, thank you for bearing with us on that front with Elijah. And of course, the very nature of, and all counties are having to occasionally deal with it these days. There was 1 last season for Yorkshire, and this is 1 this season where the men and women are at home at the same time. Split of resources. Bounce on Langston. It was a good bouncer in free ball and almost top edged it straight to Boyce. Well, I wouldn't be too surprised if that loan for Boyce gets extended into the T20 class. She was pretty much never present for Yorkshire in that competition last season.
Yeah, I don't think we've seen the best of Boyce just yet, so I think it'll be good to see her around a bit longer.
Langston goes full and completely wins the battle in everything but the scorebook. Brewer ends up ending it for 4. A luckless Langston.
Yeah, I think the field needs to change. I think you need a third. I need Gully as well. I think the way that Langston generally bowls these late away swingers, that seems off the wicket, etc. as well. And that's where she's had her best. This is the second spell as well. The first spell as well, she's bowled enough dot balls, and the odd one, which is of width and short, where she's conceded the boundaries. And as if on cue, Lauren has listened to me.
She's got an earpiece into us in the box. Flipped away this time by Brewer. And they are going to come back for 2. It's good hard running. They get there actually quite comfortably in the end without a need for the dive. They're 8 behind on DLS, which I think is an interesting gauge as to where this game is. It's also got very cold here at Scarborough. The sun that had been peeping out, I think, has disappeared into the other side of the Pennines. It's long gone. As Langston goes shorter again, Brewer will get 1 out to deep cover.
Yeah, conditions changing, and so is the momentum in the game as well. I think it's fair to say dot balls, pressure building, the odd boundary here and there. None of the teams have taken the initiative just yet as to how the game's going, but interesting what's coming up in the next 20 overs.
Yeah, it felt like an enormous moment when Padley was outstumped, but these two have rebuilt well since then. Thanks very much to Marif Khan, as always, for all of his insights. He'll take a well-earned break, and in his place will be Dr. Jane Powell. For those unfamiliar, Marif, head coach of the Tridents, who were title winners last season, and assistant coach at England men's disability side, who have recently been the first England team ever to win home and away against India. Also the head coach of the women's and girls team at Sheffield Collegiate Cricket Club, which, those of you knowing Yorkshire's history in that regard, People to where the club on the men's side produced the likes of Joe Root, Michael Vaughan once upon a time. And speaking of York legends, alongside me is Dr. Jane Powell.
Hello.
Hello. We got a good game, got a low scoring field, and you know, you and I were talking earlier about Blaze Hampshire where I was at Trent Bridge yesterday, and it's shipping up a bit like that after all.
Yeah.
Well, I know talking about conditions set for high scoring.
I think
Six
the
to seven.
wicket probably is a high scoring pitch, it's just that the players have not capitalised on it. And that's the key factor.
Slater in left arm around from Pease home park end, coming on for the latest spell, number 21 off 5 from her opening spell. So interesting, so you're broadly in my camp then in that regard. I do think we've got a 50 metre boundary on one side. Now, I don't really think we've seen this pitch misbehave that much at any point. Slightly concerningly, when I talk of misbehaviour though, I see a few drops of rain appear in front of me. It is Slater, nudge towards mid-wicket. Now I know it might be early to say, because we are still before 4 p.m. and there's a lot of time left in the game, and a lot of time if there was a shower for us to get back on. But they are 6 behind on DLS as we stand. And of course, only 10 overs a side needed for a game in the league phase. It's 20 overs when it comes to the knockout rounds. So if hypothetically we went off, that would be that. So that's into pads, and it'll be a leg bye.
So you spotted it. The leg bar.
Yeah, I now know what you mean.
Yeah.
I now know what you mean. I wasn't quite sure earlier. Your point is that instantly,
Hand
as soon
goes
as the
out.
umpire walks out, as soon as they started to walk, the hand has already come out long before the signal was actually made and they've stopped moving.
Correct.
There you go. All the tricks of the trade.
Little Slater coming round the wicket.
Slightly overbit. She might feel like she's got away with that. It's a confident drive from Brewer, but straight to Amy Campbell, who part of me winces as I see that because I know Amy and I know the fact that she's got. I'm chuckling sort of in fear for her almost because she's got a dislocated finger, her pinky hand of her left hand, and she unsurprisingly said that fielding is a bit of an awful experience. Slow ball from Slater, guided straight to backward point. As Dr. Jane Powell is looking away disbelief. A page of commentary notes, her commentary notes just takes flight, and not only has left the commentary box, but right up there in the pavilion has gently flown its way out of the entirety of Scarborough Cricket Ground.
As Rachel Slater alters the field in mid-run-up, so she's
Yeah,
running into bowl and suddenly
I don't think
stops.
I've ever seen that before. She
Pulls
pulled
up
up,
fine, like.
pulled up and said, "Hang on a minute, I'd like you in and you back." Oh, it's short and down leg. A non-bowling hand just collapsed there, and it's the risk any bowler has by left arm around or right arm around, trying to realign your body in terms of getting side on. Just
Yeah,
ends up dripping down leg.
Good thing was Lauren Winfield Hill behind the stumps
Yeah.
was there to take it, and we've already seen one stumping off a wide, so you've got to keep your wits about you in this game.
Oh, appeals for dismissal, but it didn't seem. There's levels of appeals. It seemed to be only best and medium size appeal in terms of the amount of conviction that might be behind it. End of the 30th over, 31st, beg your pardon, 131-4.
Yeah, and it's still quite reasonably close. I think, a couple of overs either way from either side, and this could shift the momentum, but at the moment it's pretty par and pretty even. You can't say that either team are racing away with it at the moment.
Yeah, I've just got a sneaking suspicion. I might think we might have a really close finish on our hands here. A long way to go to get to that point, of course, as Langston continues. Cut straight out by Freeborn to Ward in the deep.
Yeah, and this is quite an unusual innings by Freeborn because she's quite quiet in a funny kind of way,
Yeah.
She's only scored 12 of the partnership. The partnership is building.
Normally naturally very aggressive and hits the ball in very unusual areas, likes to back away to leg a lot, and you can see the hockey influence in the way that she plays the game. Hits the ball a lot sort of behind or just in front of point, and then behind or just in front of square leg.
Yeah, the partnership's 47 and she's scored 12. That gives you some
Yeah.
indication of how quiet she's been in comparison.
Brewer's mistimed that. It's just to the right of Callis. Takes Chloe Brewer on to 33. That's a joint season's best for her. Scores 0 against Surrey, 8 against Hampshire, 7 against Somerset, 33 against Durham and 4 against Lancashire. So it's been struggling for runs a little, the 23-year-old all-rounder. But as Dr. Jane Powell rightly points out, when it comes to this partnership, she's actually been doing most of the heavy lifting.
Yeah, she's played some expansive shots, as they say, and she's done well so far.
Freeborn just content to leave that alone. It's a sensible leave, takes the wide. It's also been a bit of a strike rate disparity. Brewer's faced 42 deliveries now, and Freeborn, Brewer's faced 42 and Freeborn's faced 26.
Oh.
It's sort of more by, and Brewer is also scoring a bit quicker in terms of how she's scoring when she is facing up, as Freeborn gets one there. It's a bit more by accident though than design earlier on in terms of how partnership's gone. Those of you that were with us the first inning might remember, not entirely dissimilar to the game we see now, there was a partnership between Blackwell and Jonathan where for quite a long time Jonathan had around 30% of the strike. This feels like it's happened more by coincidence. That was really due to Georgia Davis and Warwickshire squeezing in a very disciplined way. They were, and Ruth Gunn was talking about this early on, all the spinners were bowling really quick and flat to Jonathan, giving her one and then squeezing that ring field super tight in on Blackwell to build the dots.
Still on just over 5 and over required, so they're still got a job to do, these two, as Brewer pushes that one into the onside and runs very quickly for the first, looking for the second, but I don't believe there was any chance of a second there.
Yeah, I entirely agree. It's always good cricket to run that first one hard. 5 off at 136 for 4, almost dead level with DLS. But that being said, it's the shorter boundary, it's the 50-metre boundary, and so if there's any part of this ground you're not going to get a 2 in front of the fielder on, it's that. So it always felt a terrible misfield, like a highly unlikely percentage play.
They brought the 50 partnership up in that over, so a good little partnership by these two.
Speaking of partnerships, always important to have partnerships in the commentary box as well. Aaron Fowles and Maruf Khan taking a well-earned lap round the ground at Scarborough, taking the action from a different vantage point. Slater to continue. Straight to Campbell at cover, who I know in her own words finds it awful feeling at the moment with that finger in her left hand, but thankfully her right hand when she fields is at least her dominant hands, has been leading with that. Yeah, they're taking a bit of inspiration from your truly. I do love a ground lap when you're not on commentary, and you pick up things that you don't see from where we are. Slater with what I think might have been a little slower ball, just nibbled away for one.
I think it came off the bat though, because
No, sorry, you're right.
the umpire's got not intimating it's going to be a leg bar.
Worth reminding you as well, we're up in the pavilion, so where Rachel Slater is right now, bowling from, is sort of a very wide long on and quite high up. And there is certain things you don't quite appreciate until you get pitch side. Nicer delivery from Slater. I can't actually remember which one of us was saying it. It was someone saying it to me, talking about how it's not that cold. But I think it might have been Maruth, and I think this lap for him might help him appreciate that, because again, up here, shielded by the pavilion, you don't quite experience the Scarbados wind, and he's making a little bit less Scarbados today. Slater goes short and wide. It's not a best ball, and Ward has to cover a lot of ground, run from deep cover down to more of a deep backward point, covers it tidily, comfortable 2. The other thing, again, and this is something I still think TV broadcast struggle with cricket, particularly for newbies, is that front on camera that tends to be used most of the time in live streams, or nearly behind the bowler's arm. It doesn't show you how quick the bowler's bowling. It doesn't really give you a sense of that. And as soon as you do a lap of the ground, you get side on, you can really appreciate even more so, particularly with the quick bowlers, just how fast they're sending it down. Oh, it's a change up from Slater. It's a great change up, and it almost gets Freeborn, who's left frozen like a statue in a botanic garden in admiration for the Scot, and being a little bit relieved she's still there.
Yeah, I think that's one of those that everybody's surprised that the stumps are still standing, because it looked to all intents and purposes to have beaten everybody and everything and must have just missed the outside of a stump.
Slater again. I believe that was another change up. Not easy to pick from here, a long way away. End of the over, 140 for 4 off 33, 4 off that over. And just jumping back to that, when I was doing a boundary walk during Lauren Filer bowling in the Durham game here that was a tie, again, just being completely side on helped you appreciate. And I realise this isn't exactly the biggest piece of information. Lauren Filer's rapid, who's surprised? But when you go side on, you just see it from the extra perspective of like, wow, look at how much further the keeper and the slip's standing back. Look at actually how short that reaction time must be, particularly the bumper that's dug in. And you also get to hear bits of chat from the players as you walk round. Langston, speaking of bumpers, that's a great bumper. And Winfield Hill knew it was coming. There's definitely a little signal there.
Yeah, and nice and straight. Didn't give her any width to play with. Possibly surprised her a little bit, but she evaded it very well and taken by Lauren Winfield Hill. That's the one for the over, so can't bowl any more short pitch balls or above the shoulder, so that's played out into the side for a single by Abby Freeborn.
It's going to be a bit of a holding pattern, but it is worth saying in that last over the partnership is past 50. These two came together with Warwickshire at risk of a clatter of wickets turning into a Calypso Collapso. Suddenly feels like it's a long time ago, but Meg Austin was LBW to Cooper for 30. Cooper's 44th wicket since joining Yorkshire at the start of last season, and her 45th followed soon afterwards as she marches towards half century. Suren Kumar stumped neatly by Winfield Hill, and then Pavley, beg your pardon, was stumped for 3. That was truly the big wicket. Comfortably the best batter in the comp this season, and at 4 for 85, having been 1 for 72, they were tottering a bit, but this pair have added in 72 balls, they've added 56. If they keep going at a rate like that and can just accelerate a little, Warwickshire will feel very confident. Pace off from Langston, one more for Brewer.
And the big question really is for Lauren Winfield Hill is, when do you bring back Cooper and when do you bring back Jonathan?
Yeah.
Because that's the key, I think, in this game now, is when are you going to bowl your chief wicket takers, of which those two are probably the key in it.
I think she won't bring back Jonathan unless she's truly forced to. She has the luxury of Jonathan being a spinner that's actually, even at international level, often been so impressive at the death. And so I really think that's the very last kind of, if it really looks like we're going to lose the break last for Winfield Hill.
I guess
like
the only thing would be is, do you take the initiative, do you try and break this partnership and get rid of these two now and put pressure on the lower order bats, because at the moment we've got 5 and 6 in. You take these 2 wickets, you're starting to get down to 7, 8, 9, 10 jack now, and it's when do you play that card, so to speak?
But we know teams back deeper, never, everybody does. It's been the evolution of women's cricket. It's one of the biggest things to change with domestic professionalism, and the scores and the size have been reflected by that. That's not down the corner down to fine leg. Just got a bit of a feeling we could end up in the final over situation here. 1 to win off the last it was against Darren, and Tyler Wilson threw down the stumps after Jess Wilson couldn't make contact with the keeper, making sure it was a tie. So it's down the ground, struck really nicely. We'll get past the diving hands of Slater, who didn't have much of a chance in truth, and it's 4 more for Brewer.
Yeah, I don't disagree with it, but I think if you don't break this partnership, it won't be close. I think they'll win it comfortably with overs to spare, and that's why I'd be like, do I bring back Johnson now? Do I bring Cooper back now? Try one of my trump cards, so to speak.
Particularly when you think, as we've alluded to, typically aggressive and free-scoring Freeborn has been unusually becalmed. It's been Brewer who's been carrying most of it. And Brewer will get more runs here. Out to Blackwell. It'll be a pretty easy 2. And Brewer is on to 42 with that double. And the 150 is up as well. For comparison, at this point, York by the end of the 30 for 1-5 for 4. So it seems pretty much neck and neck. Of course, the problem for Yorkshire, which has been a bit of an unfortunate theme of their season, is that having made a reasonably good platform, they've struggled to accelerate in the final third of innings. This will be more runs, just a single for Yorkshire, losing the clatter of late wickets. In the last 10 overs, Yorkshire added just 49 runs and lost the last 5 wickets to end up bowled out with 4 balls to spare. So it wasn't really much of an acceleration to cover at all. This is down the ground. Nice bit of full skills from Sater. I go back to a thing we discussed on commentary earlier, that you know, it is in all but one game this season that York have lost a big chunk of wicket in a clump, and while sometimes you can say, oh well, we did use up the overs, if you've used up pretty much the overs and got bowled out in the final over or off final ball, the very fact that you've got bowled out means you probably haven't built partnerships, and partnerships tend to naturally score faster as you go on as players get settled, which goes back to the exact point you were just making, which is that if this pair stay there, by the very aspect of staying there, they will probably see this one home, you would think, because actually once you're in and settled, particularly on a ground like this and a pitch like this, scoring it just under around the ball is not that intimidating. And there'll be more runs here, there'll be at least 1 for 3 when Callis has to make a lot of ground away to her right, and she makes it very tidy. Good fielding for Dutch international, you'd expect nothing there. She's not impressive and tidy in 34 overs, gone 1-5-2 for 4. They're 6 runs behind where Yorkshire were at this point, but as mentioned, Yorkshire couldn't quite find the finishing flourishes.
Yeah.
Mind of that. That's good. Big games.
Langston still bowling from the Trafalgar Square end, and she's already used that bouncer to good effect in previous overs, so it's just a question of when will she bowl that one in this over?
She used one, I think in her last over or one before, the one from the first ball over that she had they definitely had a signal, because Winfield Hill was, she's a fantastic keeper, but you've got to be pragmatic about things. As Freeborn has mullered that into the onside for what will be 1. You've got to there will have been some kind of, whether it's, I was going to say taking out the hat's already off, but unless you touch the back of your hair, because as a keeper standing up, no matter how good you are, if our bowler's bowling an airfield bumper, you need something that helps. It reminds me of Stumping Woolston bowling war keeping last season in Tier 2. It's quite the party trick when you get something or bouncer, as Maddie Ward did. That was a blast game, and of course Yorkshire start their blast campaign at Nottinghamshire in both men's and women's next Friday. Of course, in the women's side, Nottinghamshire are blaze for this season, but they'll follow what everybody else did last season with the restructure, and they'll fully submerge into being Nottinghamshire next season. Brewer's flicked this away. She's got this perfect then gap. It might well be 4 to the short boundary. It is for 4 to the short boundary. And one more of those, and Chloe Brewer has herself a first 50 of the season.
Yeah, shot from Chloe Brewer. That's probably one of the best shots today, where she's just linked into it and hit it on a straight mid-wicket direction and split the field.
She has 5 this day 50s in her career, and she's now just 2 runs away from making it 6 direct hits the stumps, but Brewer was, we're miles away from being in line and was quite clearly in.
Yeah, good fielding from Jess Wilson, though. It's always good to hit the stumps. Just keeps the batters a little bit more honest,
Just reminds them that you're there. Which has a value in and of itself. Langston with nice bumper, and Winfield Hill couldn't quite take this cleanly, and it will run away 5 wides. So that's a Brucey bonus for
4 byes.
Oh, it's 4 byes, beg your pardon. I thought that
it was quite straight, so it would have been the bouncer.
So 4 in the extras book, and this over's in danger of becoming very expensive.
Yeah, I think for me then you've got to play Musson or Cooper at this stage. It looks too comfortable for Freeborn and Brewer, who seem to be scoring at will wherever they want. In that over they scored in 360 degrees of the pitch almost, so you'd have to start thinking about playing your trump card, and with that Jess Jonathan takes off her cap.
Yeah, well there you go. 11 off the over as well, 163 for 4. Jonathan so far with 1 for 19 off 6. Cooper, I should say, with 2 for 18 off 6. So those two have both got 4 still in the bank. Very understandable that with the situation as it is, this partnership has, to its great credit, almost doubled the score in the innings. They came together at 85-4. They've added 77 off 93. And they are starting to quicken up as well. That required run rate, which was just tickling towards 6, It's climbed back down from that particular ledge down towards 5.4, which is not very intimidating.
No.
It's not a wicket.
It becomes more intimidating if you're 7 wickets down, 8 wickets down. And at the moment, only 4 wickets down, it's very easy.
So new over starts with a single. And there's a game inside a game here as well, which is, you know, Hampshire are all too aware of the strength and impressive skill of Jess Johnson.
Warwickshire.
Warwickshire, beg your pardon.
I'm sure Hampshire.
I'm 24 hours out of date. Yeah, well, I'm sure Hampshire were on Wednesday at York when Johnson against them took 3 for 24. So that's paddled round the corner for what will be at least one for Brewer, and one's all that will be. The point I was going to make is that ultimately she can only bowl 10.
Yes.
And the requirement is just so not a threat here that if you're Baker and Freeborn, it's a phrase we use a fair bit at different times, but it's game management. There's just no need to do anything dramatic, really. And Freeborn knows that. She's a highly experienced cricketer. And actually, if you know, right now, 4 overs of Jonathan that went at 3 and over.
Yeah.
You know, maybe even below 3 and over. The were wicketless. I think they wouldn't mind actually. That's too short. Freeborn picks it up quickly and you get that shot. It's a bit of a trademark Abby Freeborn shot, sort of flat batted whack out through mid wicket.
Hand shot, isn't it?
It's the hockey cross field. It's the right back to the left wing, and she is a very good hockey player. Freeborn once upon a time. Shorter game from Jonathan. This will be 1 to the left of Campbell, and that is 50 for Chloe Brewer. An excellent knock. Made us 52 runs in her first 4 innings this season, but now she is 50 not out of 57 balls here at Scarborough, and she's a big reason why after Warwickshire lost that little clatter of wickets to go from 72 for 1 to 85 for 4, they've rebuilt into this big position of strength. Tempting flick from Donaldson, fielded by Woolston. 7th over of Jonathan, first of her new spell seen off. So that's a big tick for Warwickshire. 167 for 4 on 36.
Yeah, and a great knock by Chloe Brewer for her team. She's really not only put them back in the contest, but put them in a winning position now.
Roof Khan on the hunt for his Scarborough ice cream, which not only might be the wrong conditions, but unfortunately for him, such outlets are not available around here today. So he's a disappointed
myself.
No, exactly. The conditions very much not there for it. We had some beautiful scones in the tea room at the mid-innings break. So that was absolutely fantastic. It's been really well looked after here at Scarborough, where there is plans afoot to deal with the situation surrounding the stand away to our right from up here.
Lordy Cooper coming for this over.
Exactly where we're thinking. 2 gamble cards for Winford Hill. Cooper and Donaldson on in unison now, but Brewer's managed to, I think, deliberately flick this away. Not quite sure, but I think that was bat. I think that was a little paddle. She knew that Jonathan was at point. There's nobody down, so that's 2 more to Chloe Brewer, who is now level in this innings with the score she'd managed in her first 5 innings of the season put together.
And Claudie Cooper bringing in a short third, I think. I think that's where Amy Campbell is just running to.
Nibble round the corner by Brewer, straight to short fine leg. Wasn't picked up cleanly by Boyce, but I think Freeborn was always making it anyway.
Yeah, when the pressure's on the inner ring, you know, if you go straight away, then you've got every chance of completing the single without it being too much or too risky. And with the single, then Amy Campbell is replaced back where she was now into that short mid-wicket position.
Gives that some flight, Cooper. Freeborn charges down the pitch and crashes it for 4. Well, this is a shot of real intent. Freeborn's been playing second fiddle in the partnership behind Brewer, but she says no more dispatch.
Yeah, these 2 are starting to coast now. It's one of those where you just think, well, this is going to be relatively straightforward if these 2 can just carry on playing as they are doing.
As Freeborn gets now out to deep cover for 1 more, and we've used DLS as a bit of a marker as the wind whips up once again, and suddenly it's happened gradually, but they are actually now 18 ahead of DLS 5 overs or so ago, it was evens.
With a 90-run partnership, which is what these two have put on, that's very understandable. And that is another 2 being added to the total here as they hit it out to deep cover.
And it's been patient, it's been smart batting. It's been a lot to enjoy and admire about what Brewer and Freeborn have done. Remember, this is a team that last season won just 2 games from 16 in the 50 over format, but Warwickshire are heading towards 4 wins from 8 this season, and a no result as well. Cooper this time is flicked towards the short boundary, and it's probably, to paraphrase one particular brand's advertising you might have heard of, as another over comes to an end, 178 for 4 after 38. Probably the most unlucky no result in history, if you did no results. On the 15th of April, Warwickshire made 54 for 7 from very warm welcome back to Scarborough. Apologies for the technical issues, which we've lost you for the last 4 overs or so of this contest, which is bubbling into a low-scoring thriller. A couple of quick wickets for Yorkshire have brought the White Rose right back into it after that impressive partnership from Freeborn and Brewer. Dr. Jane Powell's gone to take a well-earned break, meaning that yours really, Michael McCann, is joined by a man who's always impressive. A very good afternoon to an always smiling but not quite so well nourished when it comes to Scarborough's finest ice cream after his unsuccessful search. Dr. Maroof Khan? Maroof Khan.
Oh, take the Maroof, mate. Clearly not happy that I couldn't get my ice cream, the M&M's on top of it.
There we go.
Having said that,
We've got a game of cricket here to enjoy that, haven't we? Cooper continuing from the Peace-Home Park end. Oh, and that's flicked round the corner and it ends up going past Boyce, who's got to give chase now, and there'll be 2 for Mary Taylor, who bowled so nicely earlier on. Well, I think Taylor had decided she was going to go on the ramp or the scoop or the unconventional, and then she got a whole delivery from Cooper, but she wasn't in a position to actually just give it the boshing it deserved.
she decided to stay with the shot, and rightly so. I think she got 2 runs off it. Not good fielding there by George Boyce, but
Shorter, and that pummeled out to Ward at deep wicket, straight towards. That's a single for Taylor, who made 30 against Southampton against Hampshire, 30 against Somerset, 15 not out against Durham, and 42 not out against Lancashire. She's made 119 runs this season and has been out 4 times. That's very handy stuff for someone who was at 8. And your order is direct hit might have been interesting there from Campbell, but I think Taylor would need it back. So under 43rd over then, and it's 213 for 6. They are still 20 ahead on DLS with 7 overs to go.
am I right in saying it's 7 overs, 26 runs required?
Yes, you are.
4 wickets in hand.
Still think I would probably just about rather be Warwickshire here, really. You should probably have got to bowl them out, given that teams tend to bat so much deeper than they once did a few years ago. The professionalisation of women's domestic cricket has in particular accelerated that trend on.
Also, I think Yorkshire are still leaking runs. They're not trying to put pressure with runs still coming in threes.
It's Jonathan looking for something in what is a fine over. If Yorkshire are to win this, they probably do need a wicket in this over, otherwise they're going to need someone else to need heavy lifting. If you're Warwickshire, it's bizarre as it might sound, actually don't, and it's obviously not going to be a because it's in a single starter, but you wouldn't even have necessarily minded to make that much because the 5 run rate is perfectly in control.
Yeah, I think all the onus is on just and Team Yorkshire at this one time to try and create chances, and if they can pick them.
This time, well, it's Missy from bowling, and that's good sense of running. That's good cricket from Dave Taylor, alert to the possibility, and now scoots through for valuable single to tally.
Yes, these singles, they need to be stopped. They need to be stopped to create something. out of nothing really.
It's just slightly, by her exceptionally high standards, slightly untidy bit of work in the It's turned away for one more. This the problem. The Wingfield are four on the offside, but on the onside got 3 out. Now, of course, Winfield Hill, it's a difficult job. She knows that a flurry of boundaries, the game's basically over, but there's lots of real estate on that onside to just nudge it for one. So this time is making room, cutting nicely, but straight toward. No run.
Also time to think what the next curveball is going to be. Is it going to be a medium pace coming this end? Is it going to be cloudy? Is it going to be someone who's going to build some pressure?
Through the covers, 8-1, it looks very tight. Well, they've ended up at the same end. This is a disastrous run out for Warwickshire. Maddie Ward says thank you very much. Well, never looked on. It was only a few yards to the right of Ward, who's also a right-handed thrower. You can understand Mary Taylor's point of view. It's not her call, but Taylor at the bowler's end says, well, I'm not running for that. And Nat Rafe ends up going 3/4 of the way down and then trudging back to the pavilion, and Warwickshire slightly shooting themselves in the foot there when they had control of the game, starting to head their way. Nat Rafe run out for 19 of 18, 216 for 7.
Just a game of who really doesn't want to take the game by its horse really. I think the game is begging for somebody to come on and take it on. Warwickshire actually milking every run that's coming their way. They didn't need to do anything different. That was also the last ball of the over just spell.
Yep.
Which meant that there would be two new bowlers, or new bowler from the other end, and there was no pressure I saw. They're under about 23 odd runs to get in about 40 odd balls. There is no pressure whatsoever. Now 7 wickets down. Yorkshire sniffed something.
Well, DLS always moves for a wicket, and DLS gone from having Warwickshire in front to Warwickshire 8 runs behind. And on comes Maddie Ward, none for 17 off 4 so far. And this is an interesting change because we saw 2 overs from Cooper in her second spell. Having been excellent in her first spell, Cooper gone wicketless and conceded 17. So there was always likely to be a change at this Beeson Park end, and this is it. On comes Ward with a 5-4 onside field. 3 sweepers protecting that big expanse of area on the leg side where there's a 60 metre boundary, 50 metre offside boundary. Field is set for Ward to ball straight. She starts with one that's a little bit of a drag down, hammered down to Callis for 1. Brings on to strike the new batter, Georgia Davis, who this season has 24 out against Surrey, 4 against Somerset, the only 2 times she's batted in this competition.
And the way the game's meandering here, up and down at each stages, it's just going out for somebody to take control of it really. Bit of pressure now. Dot balls a few more. Let's see what happens. But I certainly feel that both teams are in with a chance.
Ward giving that one a bit more flight. That's out to deep cover for a single.
If Rowan could, she could block as many swingles as she possibly can. She's wary of the fact, as you rightly said, Mal, a couple of boundaries here could change the game completely.
This is another single to deep cover. Calmness under pressure from Taylor, who's good for her 12 in a pressure scenario. Yes, it's a low score fuller, which is a strange one in the sense that it's a fresh pitch, it's a good pitch that's shown no real demons on it. There's a 50 metre boundary on one side, which in this era of professionalism is what most players are licking their lips at, but both teams overall just seem to bowl a lot better than they batted, and there's been quite a few good mistake kind of dismissed from batters where you can't necessarily put too much down to the opposition. I mean, that run out of Nat Rafe, probably the latest example. Yorkshire didn't have to do much right. Maddie Wood just had to move feet away to electric the and right straight Lauren Winfield Hill. Plenty of flight from Ward. And that's a good over from Ward. Tough situation, but asked to come back and bowl. And the over, well, it ends up going for 7, but it does pick up another wicket.
Throughout the day, whenever the spinners have come onto bowl, I felt that the pressure has been created. That's where wicket has been lost from both the sides in clusters. At this stage as well, I believe spinners from both ends is the answer. And I guess now is the time for Lord to take the chance of having one other person in the way, trying to take a single, not give that single away, and create chances.
Is that a little revision of song Once Upon a Time? Rhythms the dancer, spinners of the under? And Warwickshire spinners hat was certainly exceptional, but it's something they're known for. They bowled heavy dart of spin, 37 overs of spin. This Yorkshire attack is a bit more seam weighted. You've seen Ward, of course, just come back on 10 overs from Jonathan and Cooper as well. It's a 4 seam 3 spin operating for Yorkshire. This is flicked down to long on. One thing I do find curious here we still haven't seen Jess Wilson bowl. And here, she is available to bowl. Now, I just wonder whether that's you're looking at the success been had for Warwickshire and that veering away from that approach. So once you've used Slater Blackwell with a new ball, used a bit of Langston as well, then you sort of move in another direction. But I think they're lucky for Walston. You have to feel for her a bit. She hasn't batted. Better known for bowling. She took 5 for 37 in a game here for Diamonds against the Stars in the regional era, May 2023. She's got fond memories of Scarborough. But has just been fielding so far.
Yeah, just by the way the game's gone, I don't think she's going to bowl anymore. I'm not too sure if she's picked up a niggle or something along the way. Also, more importantly, I thought if it was spinners taking the initiative, and I would have had Yorkshire both start with the spin as well, just to see if that would be any different. And as I mentioned earlier on as well, I thought Ines Blackwell bowled the wrong end the first ball, when assisting her in terms of what balls that she bowls.
That's going to be one more. And the concern for Yorkshire at the present time would be that Warwickshire finding singles relatively easy to come by.
Yeah, I would like the rate to be a little more tighter, create a bit more pressure, Try and take it in when you get it.
Gives that one a bit more fire, and it's crash down the ground, big chase moving away to right of mid on by Harrison, won't get there. That's a boundary that suddenly just brings the finishing line in, feeling that much closer for Warwickshire. They are 12 runs away, and they still have got plenty of time to do it in as well, with 5 overs left, 2 to 7 for 7.
Yeah, as the game draws to a close, Michael, it's a bit of squeeze time, and here chances. Be brave under pressure as well. Whereas the time, be brave, finally take chance. So I think Warwickshire have done that both while bowling and batting, and as we see it now, 27 for 7, they are definitely in the driver's seat.
Matty Ward has got to try and pull something heroic out for Yorkshire. Yorkshire hoping for more of the drama we saw here in the Durham game. 12 to win from 4 overs for Warwickshire to make it 4 wins from 8 at the halfway stage. Oh, and that's in for a Ward, but it's gone for everybody. It's gone for Winfield Hill. Boyce will do the fielding, and it will be 2 more. Umpire Shanmugam motionless in terms of any signal to suggest it's not that. 10 to win. Realistically, Yorkshire have got the ball out to win this. Still 23 balls left in the piece. 9 to win of 22. And our effects mic is not very far away from the Warwickshire dugout, so you can hear just as each run keeps being scored, the cheers get louder and louder. Ward pushes it through, 8 off 21, and now there's a dilemma for Winfield Hill because she has to start thinking about bringing fielders out.
Yeah,
she knows it.
I think she knows it as well. I think she'll have to do it now. Here we go. 3 point coming in as well in the 25 yards, and moving on to mid-on as well.
No flight from Ward, and that's straight at Callis, who's just come in. So the only fielder who's out now is out on the long boundary at deep mid-wicket, which is Cooper.
This is the money ball coming right now.
Ward drops a little shorter straight at Woolston.
The excitement, the energy.
8 to win. Can Ward get at the over? Ward goes the big shot and gets the big shot. It's magnificent from Mary Taylor. And suddenly the finishing end feels that much closer for Warwickshire. 3 overs left, and they need just 4 runs to win here with 3 wickets in hand. Mary Taylor is playing a gem of a knock. She is on to 22, coming at comfortably above the run of ball and having set the tone for Warwickshire early on in this game by getting the key wicket from Winfield Hill. Now might just be Mary Taylor who's taking Warwickshire home. As for who's taking home on Yorkshire Cricket TV, Dr. Jim Powell settling in for her final thoughts on this one.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? It's got closer than I thought it would do at one stage when who was in? Chloe Brewer and Abby Freeborn, when they had that mammoth 90-odd run partnership. I thought it was going to be a real
4 to win, but Cooper doing her best to delay what Yorkshire will still not quite hope is the inevitable. This is her final over, 2 for 42 off 9, continuing her excellent season. Has already got 3 free-falls, but that time Cooper smashed away for 4. This will be it. Mary Taylor wins the game for Warwickshire, who take victory by 3 wickets with 16 balls to spare. It's a clutch knock from Taylor Davis, who makes sure that Warwickshire will have 4 wins from 8 at the midway stage of this Metrobank One Day Cup. It's disappointment for Yorkshire. Batting first, ultimately just couldn't quite get enough to put pressure on the Bears in the run chase. Yorkshire 238 all out of 49.2. Warwickshire 239 for 7 to take victory.
Yeah, good win by Warwickshire. They deserved that. They kept the bowling tight, and it just shows you the benefit of spin bowlers in the women's game, and how if you've got some good spin bowlers, then you can keep the pressure on. And even the Yorkshire spin bowlers came on and did a really good job today. Unfortunately, they didn't have enough runs to play with, and Warwickshire, particularly the middle pair of Freeborn and Brewer, play exceptionally well to have that 90-odd run partnership, and come away with a well-deserved win.
So Warwickshire, you managed 2 wins from 16 games in this competition last season, have 4 wins at the halfway mark now, 3 losses and no result. This victory takes them potentially, depending on the result of the Surrey-Lancashire game, possibly up above Surrey into 3rd. Meanwhile, Yorkshire have now lost 5 and won 2 of their 8. They of course had a tie here against Durham, and unfortunately for Yorkshire, it's another really close game where they've certainly shown consistently they're going to be a very competitive side in Tier 1 this season, but have been just pipped up.
Yes, I think you've summed it up nicely. They're close in every game, but they're just not doing big moments well at the moment. They've got the potential to win nearly every single game that they've played, and they're just falling at the final hurdle, and they'll be disappointed with that result. And hopefully, moving into the T20, the Vitality Blast, then that might ignite a little bit more responsibility in some of the senior players who haven't yet really fired in this 50-over competition.
Yorkshire move their focus onto the aforementioned Blast, which starts away against Nottinghamshire on Friday. Remember, there's a double header at Headingley next Sunday in 8 days' time. The women in action against Surrey, the men against Scarborough. For now, here at Scarborough, thank you very much for joining us wherever you've been across the world. Thanks to our hard-working production team behind the scenes. Thanks to Aaron Files, Dr. Jane Powell, Maroof Khan, who've all joined yours truly, Michael Campbell. We'll see you for that double header next Sunday. But for now, from the Scarborough Sunshine, it's an hour defeat for Yorkshire, and from all of us here at Yorkshire Cricket TV, it's goodbye.